Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are regular expressions and where do we use them? Let me answer. Regular expressions are nothing but a sequence of characters that define a search pattern. For example, the regular expressions will look something like this. Here is an example. You see, the square bracket, we have A to Z, lowercase a to Z, capital A to Z, and 0 to 9. Okay, that means this square bracket is a single thing, okay, single character or whatever you call. And that thing can be either a lowercase alphabet from A to Z, or it can be an uppercase alphabet from A to Z, or it can be a number from 0 to 9. It cannot be any symbol like dollar or hash cannot be there. Okay. So this one example, okay, there are a lot of examples in regular expressions. It's a vast topic. I just want to give an example, okay. So these regular expressions can be used for many things, like for search pattern, okay. If you want to search for something in a text, okay, then you can use, for pattern matching, you can use regular expressions, okay. It's a sequence of characters like this, like shown in this example, that define a search pattern. Okay, for pattern matching or search pattern matching, we can use regular expression. For example, if you want to find email address in given some text, okay, let's say some 3 to 4 paragraphs of text is given to you. In that, some email address are there, and if you want to find them, okay, if you want to search that email address in that particular text, in the given text, then you can create a pattern. Okay, you can create a pattern and search for that pattern. Okay, with the help of regular expression, you can do that. Other thing is like validation. Developers will use this. Okay, for example, there is a registration form. In that, there is an email address field. Okay, when user is entering some email address, if an invalid email address is given, okay, invalid formatted email address is given by the user into that registration form, then immediately the web application will say that this is an invalid email address. How that is doing? It's trying to match with a particular pattern. Okay, in the background of the code written by the application developers, okay, they are matching with a particular pattern. Whatever the input that user is entering into that email address field is not matching with the pattern mentioned in the code, then validation will fail. Like that, we can use regular expressions for many purposes. Okay, these are the major ones I know. Like for pattern matching, we can use. For searching something in the given text, we can use that is pattern matching searching. Or for validation of the input fields, we can use. Okay, these are few situations or places where we can use regular expressions. Okay, let me give you one example. Okay, so if I give you the theory and all, if I explain theory and all, you will not be able to understand this. Let me give you one sample example. As you can use regular expressions with different programming languages, like for example, Java. In Java, we can use the regular expressions. So this kind of regular expressions we are going to use now, and with a practical demonstration, so that you will get an idea what exactly the regular expressions are. Okay. So, and how they can be used for pattern matching thing, we will understand now. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, there is a predefined class in Java known as pattern dot, okay, matches. Okay, this is a method. Okay, static method of this pattern class. Pattern is a predefined class from Java. Okay, from this package, pattern is a predefined class from Java, and it has a predefined method, a static method. You can directly call this method with the help of class name. And the first argument is going to be the regular expression. Okay, regex. People call the regular expressions in short form as regex. Okay, so don't get confused. What is regex? Okay, regex is nothing but the regular expression. Here we can create a regular expression. Okay, on the other side, we have to give the text. For example, I'll create a text like this. My name is Arun Motori. Some text I am giving. Okay, like this. So I would like to see in this particular text. Okay, I'm going to search, create a pattern which is going to search for that pattern in this particular, for matching that pattern in this particular text. Okay, if that particular pattern is matching with this particular text somewhere, then what happens? Then it will return true. For example, here I'll write my name is, here I'll write something like this. Okay, square bracket RUN, and in this place I'll write A to Z, capital A to Z, capital A to capital Z, 0 to 9. It can be anything. Okay, and here like this I'll write. Okay, so you see, my is matching with my, name is matching with the name, is matching with is, and here This is one thing. Okay, this part is one thing. Should match with Arun. Does it match? Yes. If you see A, it is part of this, right? It is lowercase a to z, capital A to z, 0 to 9. Yes, capital A to z is matching. So that means this part is matching this with this part. And RUN is anyhow matching. Okay. A is part of this range. So it is matching. And remaining part is Moturi dot is matching. Okay. So it should return true. This particular command will return a Boolean value. If this pattern is matching with this particular text, then it will return true. So here I'll write a Boolean status. Okay. And I'll print out that status for you in the output. So it will return true. Okay. Right click run as Java application. If this particular regular expression is matching with the text, it will return true. So I'll do one thing. Okay. Intentionally, I will do one thing here. Here, what I will do is instead of A, I'll give some dollar. Then what will happen? If I give dollar, what will happen? In this case, instead of ARUN, if I give dollar, so dollar is not matching here. It should be either lowercase a to z, capital A to z, only one character, but it should be lowercase from A to Z, any character from A to Z, capital letter from any character from A to Z, or number from 0 to 9, but not symbols. But here I provided symbols, so it will return false. This pattern will not match with this particular text, so it will return false. So hope that you got one idea, like with an example, you got some idea what is a regular expression. It's a sequence of characters like this. Okay, it's a sequence of characters which need to match. Okay, which can be used for a search pattern with the text, given text or something. That is one of the use. Other uses for validation. Programmers will create this, use this kind of patterns, regular expressions inside the code, and whatever the user inputs, right, that input will be matched with this pattern, and if it is matching, then input will be accepted by the fields. Okay, and there are many other places where this regular expressions can be used, but these are the major ones I feel. Okay, so with practical demonstration, I answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you start Selenium server? Let me answer. We have to run this command. That is java-jar selenium-server some version.jar. Okay. We have to first download this jar file of Selenium server. After that, in our command prompt, we can run this command java-jar Selenium server some version.jar. Okay. By doing that, we can start the Selenium server. So let's do it practically. For that, I'll open any browser and take you to the official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev. And I'll go to the downloads page. In the downloads page, here you see the first thing, Selenium server for grid. Okay, this is the one. Okay, we can use the Selenium server for Selenium grid. So click on this latest stable version of Selenium server, whatever that is available at your time. When I'm recording this session, this version is available. Let me click on that. It will download. Once the Selenium server, that is whatever the latest version.jar file is downloaded, then we can proceed to the next step. As you can see, the jar file has been downloaded. Now, let's open this, the downloads folder. We got this jar file. Now, we need to open the command prompt, okay? So we have to open the command prompt and go to the location where this jar file is available. The shortcut for that is select the path where this jar file is available and just type cmd here and press enter. The command prompt will launch in a while at the same location where the jar file is available, okay? 1 minute. Yeah. At this location, at the downloads folder location only, the command prompt got opened. Now we have the jar file here with this Selenium-server some version. So in order to start this Selenium server, I have to type java-jar space Selenium. You have to give this name, Selenium-server. Then hyphen we have 4.10.0.jar. That's it. And press enter. So what's happening? It's not allowing you to run directly, right? It's giving you some commands. Either you have to mention some hub or node or whatever it is, okay? We have to mention that. So let's go to the documentation of Selenium. That is, you just search for this selenium.dev grid. Then you'll get this grid documentation. Then getting started, you cannot directly start like that, right? So earlier you would have started like this, okay? Selenium server file, you would have started directly like this, but now it's not allowing. It's asking you to use any of these commands like start a hub or node, or standalone mode also you can do. The simple thing is standalone mode, okay? So like this, java hyphen jar. Till here we have written, right? We can extra thing we can add is standalone, okay? So the same command we can do like this, okay? Standalone. Just type extra standalone, java hyphen jar selenium server version dot jar followed by standalone. This is one of the mode in Selenium Grid, okay? This is one of the mode in Selenium Grid which will make your local machine both hub and node at the same time. What's the problem? There are no drivers, okay? You see there are some prerequisites again, okay? For this to happen, we should have drivers. So let's close this. I'll tell you what you have to do. This jar file is not enough, okay? This jar file is not enough to start the server and all, okay? For the Selenium Grid purpose, you cannot start the server just by using this jar file. You are getting some problems. The problem is there are no drivers. What we have to do is go to the official website again, selenium.dev. Go to the downloads, scroll down until you see something known as browsers. Take anything, okay? For example, Chrome. Click on documentation, and here go to the, so once you go here, latest Chrome binaries and all, downloads page. Here you will see Chrome, some version, okay? Click on this version and you'll get this link, the latest one. So I'll check the Chrome browser version also. The Chrome browser version is 114 something. Here also we have 114 something. So let me click this and download the Chrome Windows 32-bit because my machine is a Windows machine. So let this Chrome driver file get downloaded, okay? At least one driver file should be there, okay? You can also download the driver exe file of Firefox and Edge, etc. Up to you. Extract all. Once extracted, you will get the driver file, Chrome driver.exe file that you put inside this downloads folder where this Selenium server jar file is available. Now Chrome driver.exe is there here. You can also download the other browser driver exe files, okay? But for sample, I have downloaded only the Chrome driver.exe. Again, I will open the command prompt this time. Earlier it was not working, so this time it will be working. CMD Java hyphen jar Selenium hyphen server hyphen 4.10.0, I guess, right? 4.10.0 dot jar space standalone. This is one of the mode in Selenium Grid. Okay. Either you have to make it hub, node, standalone like that. Okay. So only this command is not going to work. Standalone, some kind of extra command like hub, node, standalone should be added. For example, I'm adding standalone, and this is also not enough. We should have some browser exe files, driver exe files of different browsers if required. Press enter. Then only this command is going to work. Now you see it's going to work, looks like it's going to work because we have the Chrome driver.exe. It will detect the driver and all. This is started Selenium standalone server. Now the server started. Okay. So here we can say localhost. Okay, or we can say where it started. IP address will be there. You see, IP address with port number is there. 192.168.0.107. Give that. TP colon double slash 192.168.0.107 slash 444. Actually, it is colon, colon. Port number is 4444. Press enter. Let's see what is happening. Site can't be reached. Slash greet slash console. Now run this. It's not working. Okay. So I think these are correct only, right? 192.168.0.444 from down to up. 92.168.1.7. Okay, here extra 4 came. That's the problem. Now it will work. Okay. I just made a mistake of adding 5 fours instead of 4 fours. Okay. Now you see this. This is coming means Selenium server has started. That proves. So hope guys you understood how to start the Selenium server for Selenium Grid purpose. We generally start the Selenium server nowadays for Selenium Grid purpose only. Other than that, there is no other use. Okay. So in order to start the Selenium server for Selenium Grid purpose, we have to run this command, and followed by this command, we have to mention one Selenium Grid mode. One of the example is standalone mode, or you can also launch separately append node and all. I don't want to go deep, but this is a process. Okay, to confirm whether it has been uh, server has started or not, they have to open that IP address that is there in the command prompt and /grid/console you say. And if you are getting a page with all the details, that means Selenium server has successfully started for the Selenium Grid. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you download and use Selenium in your projects? Let me answer. First of all, we need to create a Maven project. After creating a Maven project, with Maven project, by default, we'll get this form.xml file. In that form.xml file, we have to add the dependencies related to Selenium and save it. Once you save the project by adding the Selenium dependencies in this form.xml file, Selenium will be automatically downloaded and configured in your project, and you can use it in your project. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where first I'm going to create a Maven project as I have mentioned it here. Okay, first I'm going to create a Maven project. File, new. I'll simply select project, and here I'll search for Maven and select the Maven project. Click on next. Once I click on next, just again click on next without changing anything. Here some archetypes will be loaded in a while. Okay. So meanwhile, you can also filter it. Okay. So you can write quick start. 1 minute. Quick start. Just search for quick start. Lot of quick starts are there. We have to find Apache one. Apache dot some Apache related quick start we have to find. Otherwise, we can search for like this Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. Quick start. You have to be good with spellings. Okay, when you search for only 3 items came, 3 items got filtered. In that, we have to select the Apache one. Okay, when you search with this filter Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start, you'll get this Apache from Apache. Whatever the version 1.4 or above, whatever you see at your time, you can select that and click on next. And here in the artifact ID, you have to give the project name. I'll simply say demo Selenium project, project. Okay. And you can mention some group ID. This is a project name. Group ID can be anything like I'll just give DSP or something, a short form of this one. Just mention something. That's it. Okay. It's not that much important. This is important. And here package name, any package name you mention like dpack or something, just give some package name. Click on finish. That's it. The Maven project with this selected template that is Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start will be created, and you will get this kind of process in the console where you have to press Y and press enter. Select enter Y and press enter. Okay, then only the build will be successful and Maven project will be created. Once the Maven project is created, expand that. Once the loading is done, expand that and go to this src test java. Here one package with some file came. Delete this file, it's not required. Now create a new file under the dpack. Just name this as demo class. Create a demo class with public static void main. So this code will be auto generated for you. Now here start writing the automation code in Selenium. Write some Selenium code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This will launch the Chrome browser, right? Now hover the mouse on WebDriver and you will not get any import statement. The reason is by default in this project, it comes with Java library, but this project is not coming with Selenium library by default. We have to manually add the Selenium library. In Maven projects, it's very easy to download and configure the Selenium. So for that, simply go to the pom.xml file, which came by default in this Maven project. And since we have created this Maven project with that particular template, archetype template like Maven archetype start, right? Because of which we are getting all this preloaded text in this pom.xml file. In that, go to the dependency section where here add the dependency tags for Selenium. How to add that? For that, open the browser and go to a website known as MVN repository. MVN repository. Here search for Selenium Java. Like this, you search, you'll get the Selenium Java. Click on this link, and here take whatever the latest version you have. At your time, at my time, it is like when I'm recording this session, this is the latest version I have. At your time, some other different version may be there. You have to take that version. Copy this, come back here and paste it here. And now tap space, save it. Sorry, save the dependency tags. Once after adding the dependency tags of Selenium Java, just save this project. So automatically the Selenium will be downloaded and configured in this project. Once the loading is done, you can go to the demo.java file where you have written this particular WebDriver driver is called new Chrome driver kind of thing in Selenium. Now hover the mouse on WebDriver interface and you will this time you will get the import statement. Okay. Hover the mouse. Sometimes you will not get it. Just give it some time. Okay. Again hover. You'll get it. Okay. Import WebDriver interface from Selenium library. Earlier it was not there. Now it's coming. Import Chrome driver predefined class from Selenium library. That's it. Now run the script. It will launch the Chrome browser. You see, the Selenium script is going to launch the Chrome browser. That proves that we have successfully downloaded and configured Selenium in our projects, in our project. You see, the Chrome browser got launched. So guys, hope you understood how to download and use Selenium in your projects. First, we have to create a Maven project. In that, in the pom.xml file, we have to add the dependency tags of Selenium Java. And after that, save the project and write some Selenium, basic Selenium statement like WebDriver driver is for new Chrome driver and run the script. It will be done. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you differentiate a checkbox field if there are multiple checkbox fields having the same locator? Let me practically demonstrate this for you in Selenium. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'm going to write the Selenium code here like WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now, this project is already configured with Selenium. So let me import this WebDriver interface from Selenium and Chrome driver class from Selenium. Now simply say driver.manage.window.maximize. This will maximize the browser window. Then say driver.get. Here I need to open one application URL. I'll take you to one sample application URL which we are going to open. omai.blogspot.com is the application URL. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once this application URL is opened, here there are multiple checkbox fields. Pen, book, laptop, bag. 4 checkbox fields are there. Out of this, you need to, you need to differentiate a checkbox field or find a checkbox field like, let's say, laptop checkbox field you need. Okay, you don't need pen checkbox or book checkbox. You want laptop checkbox field to be selected, etc. Whatever it is. Okay, you want to select this laptop checkbox field. Fine. So, but there are similar checkbox fields. For example, all these checkbox fields, assume that all these checkbox fields have the same locator. Let me inspect this laptop locator, laptop checkbox field. And so you see, type checkbox, name accessories, value laptop. Assume that there is no proper unique locator here. Assume that for now. And I'll just take this name. I'll say control F / input @name is equal to accessories. If I do so, you see 1 out of 4. That means 4 checkbox fields are getting located with this. You see, you can see when I First pen is getting located. This one is locating the pen. The same XPath expression is locating the pen. Then this one is locating the book. This one is locating the laptop. This is locating the bag. Same XPath is locating the multiple checkbox fields. In such cases, if I want to locate only the laptop, how to do that? I'm going to cover. For that, driver dot, instead of find element, you write find elements, because this XPath expression is capable enough in locating multiple elements, multiple checkbox fields. Okay. In such cases, if you want a specific checkbox field to be located, what you have to do? Or you want to perform some specific operation on a specific checkbox field in that the multiple checkbox fields being located by the same XPath expression, then what to do? I'm going to cover now. Okay. This find elements is going to return a list of web elements. I'll say fields is equal to the return type of the find elements will get added here to the fields list of web element. Now here, I'll simply do one thing. I know that this one is at the index 0, this one at the index 1, this one at the index 2, this one at the index 3 in the list. This is the list, right? In the list, we have this at the indexes. So I'll do one thing. Fields dot get of index. Which index? For example, pen is at the index 0, book is at the index 1, laptop is at the index 2, bag is at the index 3. So 2 is the number. So I'll give 2. Just give 2 here. That's it. Dot. Click. That's it. This will do the job. That's it. This get command is from list. Okay. List of web element. This list dot get of index. You know that out of these 4 values, 4 options, this laptop is at the index 2, 0, 1, 2. So I gave the index 2 here. This will get you that particular laptop checkbox field, web element, and here we are clicking on that element. This will select the laptop checkbox field in a while when I run the code. I have run the code. You see that laptop checkbox field will get selected. This is how we can differentiate a particular checkbox field from multiple checkbox fields when they have the same locator. You see, laptop checkbox field got selected properly. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to get the href attribute value of a hyperlink in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a predefined command or method known as getAttribute command, using which we can retrieve the href attribute value of a hyperlink. So what we have to do is, to this getAttribute command, we have to pass the attribute name of the hyperlink, that is href attribute name of the hyperlink, which will get you the attribute value, href attribute value, which is nothing but the URL of the hyperlink. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where already some Selenium automation code is written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window. Here we need to open the application URL. I'll take you to a sample application that I'm going to automate. This is the application, omaya.blogspot.com. Copy this URL, come back here and paste it. Now, what I want to do is, for this particular hyperlink, I would like to get the href attribute value. I'll right click on this hyperlink, inspect this. I'll get the HTML code. You see, anchor tags are there, right? Anchor tags are there. It has an ID also. I will take this ID locator for locating this hyperlink. First of all, driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of that hyperlink. Put a semicolon. So this is nothing but the link. Link is equal to over the mouse. The return type of the find element is web element that will come here and declare the link. When I hover the mouse and say create local variable. Done. Now, which command I have to use? I have to use this get attribute command. Okay. So here href attribute is there and it has a URL as a value. I would like to retrieve this URL of this particular hyperlink. For that, what I will do is I'll take this link and write down dot get attribute. Okay. This command. In this, I have to provide double quotes and put a semicolon and provide the href attribute name. This will get the href attribute value. This URL is a value that will be retrieved and stored into the string. String URL is equal to now system.out.println. Now simply print this URL and you will get the URL of that particular hyperlink. Okay. And quit the browser once it is done. Now run the script. Right click run as Java application. You will see that href attribute names value, that is URL of that particular hyperlink, will be retrieved and printed in the output console. with the help of this get attribute command. You see the URL of this hyperlink got retrieved from the href attribute and got printed in the output console like this. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to get the source of an image in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as get attribute command. To this command, we have to pass the src attribute name of this image. Then we can get the source of the image. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we have to open the application URL. Let me take you to some sample application where an image is available. Okay. So this is a sample application, omai.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. And on this application URL page, there's an image here. As you can see, there is an image, right? Let me right click on this image and select inspect. First, let's locate this image. So how to locate this image? So it's kind of difficult now. So we'll take some help here. There is no particular ID or name or something. But on the top somewhere, we may have some ID. Sidebar, right one, some ID is there. I'll copy this ID. I'll create an XPath expression. /new @ID is equal to, give the ID locator. And from here, I'll come to this image. Under this, there is some div tag. Under the div tag, we have the image. So /img, I'll say it's locating only one element. That image is getting located. You see, with this XPath expression, we are locating the image. First of all, let me take this XPath expression and write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. I'll first locate the image. Okay, with the help of this statement. So this is nothing but image. Okay, image. For the mouse, the return type of the find element will command added here. When I say hover the mouse and say create local variable, the return type of the find element is web element that will get declared to this image. Now I'll simply say image dot this particular image that is located dot get attribute. Okay, this command I'm going to use. To this attribute, I have to pass the src. You see, there is an attribute name known as src. So in this, I'll provide double quotes. I'll provide the src and put a semicolon here. So what will happen? The source is nothing but this particular link. Okay, where this image is available. Okay, the path of the image where it is available from where this application is accessing this image will be retrieved. Okay, if I pass the src attribute name, the value is nothing but the place where this image is available. Okay, or stored. So that path will be returned. So I'll be storing that into the img path. Img path is equal to, okay, source path, otherwise img src path, and I'll simply print it out. Okay, img src path. This particular thing, I'm going to print it out. So simple command is get attribute, and I have to pass the src attribute name, okay, of the image. So then I'll get the path of that source path of that image. Okay, I'll print it out. After that, I'll quit the browser. Driver.quit. This is a process. Right click, run as Java application. Done. You'll get that source path of the image printed in the output console. With the help of Selenium WebDriver, we can do this, right? So you see, the source path of the image got retrieved and printed in the output console, that JPG file. You can see that image source path. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to get the source of the image in Selenium WebDriver by using this command by passing the src attribute name of that image. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write a program in Selenium to count the number of hyperlinks on a particular page. Let me answer. In Selenium, we have a command known as find elements. To this command, we are going to pass by.tag name, and we are going to provide the name of the tag, HTML tag that every hyperlink has, that is a tag. Okay, and this will return you a list of hyperlinks, and you can add this dot size for that list to get the count of the number of links in a page. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that the answer will be, or this statement will be more clear for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser for maximizing the browser window, and we have to open the application URL using this get command. So I'll take you to one sample application URL. Let's say omaya.blogspot.com. Okay. On this page, there are a lot of hyperlinks. Okay. Let's say this is a hyperlink. These options are hyperlinks. And here we have another hyperlink. These are some hyperlinks. Like that, many hyperlinks exist on this page. So I'll copy this page URL and paste it here. I would like to count how many hyperlinks with anchor tag are there on this page. So for that, I'll simply write down the code like this: driver dot find elements. Instead of find element, I have to go with find elements. Here I can write two ways. Either I can write by.xpath, this is one way, and say here, if I am using by.xpath, I have to say /a. This is one way. Okay. Or in place of by.xpath, there is one more way, that is by dot tag name. If I am using tag name, here I have to simply provide the name of the tag. I don't have to provide the XPath expression. I simply have to provide the name of the tag for which I want to count how many hyperlinks are there. Okay. Hyperlinks will have the anchor tag. So I'm just giving the name of the tag here for the hyperlink. Okay. So semicolon, and this find elements will find all the elements or all the hyperlinks on the page having the anchor tag, having the tag name as A otherwise. Okay. It will return you a list of web elements. Okay. I'll simply say links is equal to all the hyperlinks on the page. Over the mouse, the return type of the find elements will get added here. When I hover the mouse and say create local variable, this is the return type of the find elements. So this links is nothing but a list. In Java, we have the list. How to find the size of the number of elements in the list? Very simple. Take this object reference and say dot size. That's it. Okay, this command is from list, Java list. Okay, to find how many elements are there in this list. So links dot size will get you the number of hyperlinks on the page. Okay. So I'll simply say int. Okay. Number of links is equal to. Okay. Now print it out. Simply print it out. System.out.println. Simply print out number of links. So in the output, we'll get the number. That is how many hyperlinks are on the page. That will be printed as a number in the output console. Right click, run as Java application. This will close the browser at the end after printing the number of hyperlinks. I'm running the code. You see that we'll get the count. That is how many hyperlinks are on the page. We'll get the count. You see total 27 hyperlinks are on the page. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is write a program to count. Write a program in Selenium to count the number of hyperlinks in a page, on a page otherwise. So this is the answer. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to check all the checkbox fields on a page using Selenium. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as find elements, which can locate multiple elements on the page. That is multiple checkbox fields. For example, in this case, okay. To this find elements, we have to pass an XPath expression which can locate all the checkbox fields on the page. How to create such kind of XPath expression which can locate all the checkbox fields on the page? Since all the checkbox fields will have the tag name as input, and there will be one attribute known as type attribute in the checkbox fields whose value will be checkbox. Okay, like this, by using this tag name and this attribute and its value, type attribute and its value as checkbox, we can identify all the checkbox fields on the page. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have already written some Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser for maximizing that browser window. And here we need to open the application URL using the get command, but I have not provided any URL here. So I'll take you to one sample application URL where multiple checkbox fields are available. So application URL is omaya.blogspot.com. Copy that URL and paste it here. On this application URL, you see a lot of checkbox fields will be there. Okay, orange, blue, these are the checkbox fields. If you are selected, you see orange is in selected state, whereas blue is not in selected state. Here, pen, book, use pen, book, laptop, bag. These are also the checkbox fields. Okay, so these are few checkbox fields on the page. To locate all the checkbox fields, few of the checkbox fields are in selected state. For example, book is in selected state and orange is in selected state. For this, we have to write some customized code. Why? Because we have to make sure all the checkbox fields on the page are selected. Okay, how to check all that? If they are already checked, we should not touch them. If they are not checked, we have to select them. Okay, that's the logic we have to write. How to get the logic done? First of all, let's locate all the checkbox fields on the page. So for that, I'll inspect one of the checkbox field. Any checkbox field you take and right click, and you will see that it will have an input tag and type as checkbox. So I'll use this input tag and type is equal to checkbox as the things to create the XPath expression. Control F, / input at the rate type is equal to checkbox, checkbox, like this. Okay, it will locate all the checkbox fields on the page. This particular XPath expression is locating all the checkbox fields on the page. Okay, so if I go to the selector sub, you can see it properly. The same XPath expression, I'll copy and press enter. You'll see the checkbox fields getting selected. You see these are highlighted. Only the checkbox fields got highlighted here. Okay, so copy such kind of XPath expression and come back here and write down driver.find elements. Elements you have to take because it's locating multiple checkbox fields, all the checkbox fields on the page. Give that XPath expression which is locating all the checkbox fields. Put a semicolon. Here I'll say checkbox fields is equal to. This find elements will return you list of web elements. Okay, create local variable. Once you get that, you create a for loop, for each loop otherwise. Each and every checkbox field here in this list is a web element. Copy this web element and write down here checkbox field colon, otherwise checkbox field colon checkbox fields. Okay, this list you are writing here for each and every checkbox field in the checkbox fields. Iterate this loop, and now you have to check one thing: if this particular checkbox field is already selected or not. Is selected. If it is selected, it will return true. If it is not selected, I have to select it, right? So I'll simply write a not operator here. So if this is returning true means not of true means false, and it will not touch that checkbox field. Okay. But if the checkbox field is not in selected state, it will return false. False of not will become true, and will go here and select the checkbox field. That's the logic. Now say checkbox field dot click. This is the logic, simple logic we have to write. And at the end, that's it. Let's run the code and see whether all the checkbox fields on the page are getting selected or not with this logic. I've run the script. If they are not selected, then the checkbox fields will be selected with this logic. Let's observe that all the checkbox fields on the page will get selected now if they are not selected. Okay, you see orange, blue, everything is selected. Pen, book, laptop, bag, everything is selected now, right? So all the checkbox fields on the page got selected. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to find all the images on the web page using Selenium. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as find elements, which has a capability of finding multiple elements. It's not find element, it find elements. Okay, find elements can find multiple elements, and all the elements on the page which have the tag name as img can be found. So img is the tag name for all the images. Okay, if you want to find all the images on the page, you have to say by dot tag name of img tag. Okay, img is the tag name, HTML tag name of all the images. That tag name you have to pass to the find elements so that it can find all the images on the web page. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where already some Selenium automation code is written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL. Let me take you to some sample application URL where multiple images exist. Okay, so this is the website tutorialsengineer.com/demo, and here's I'll search for a product, any product, and I'll go to the product page. Here you see there are three images. First image, this is the first image, and then we have this second image, and this is the third image. Total three images are there. I would like to locate all the three images. So I'll copy this URL where these three images are available and paste it here directly. We'll directly go to the page where multiple images on the page exists. After that, I'll simply write down the code like this: driver dot find elements. Instead of element, I'll go with elements because this will find multiple elements. Okay, in our case, we have to find multiple images. So I am going with find elements. Here, we have to give, we can give two ways. By dot XPath, we can say, in double quotes, we can say /img tag. Okay, this XPath expression. This also finds all the images on the page. Or you can also give directly by dot tag name, and you can mention the tag name of the images, HTML tag name of the images, that is IMG. Anything is fine. Put a semicolon and it will return you all the images. Okay, just write down images here for the mouse and create local variable. Let's find out how many images are on the page. For that to happen, system.out.println, I'll simply say images.size. Size is a predefined method of list in Java. Okay, it will find how many elements are there in this stored in this images object reference. Okay, so it should print 3. Okay, first I will quit the browser. After printing the number of images on the page, I would like to quit the browser. Okay, right click, run as Java application. Let's see how many images will be the count of what is the count of the images on the page that will be printed in the output console. Let's see that. Okay, we'll go to the page, count the number of images. You see 3 images. There are 3, so 3 got printed. So not only that, I would like to print something extra. That is, I would like to uh, print out the source path of the images. Okay, here 3 images are there. Each and every images on this page has a source path. Okay, some location where the images are available. Okay, for example, this src of this particular image has this as a source path. You see .jpg is there. Okay, the remaining images also have its own source path. For example, this image has this source path. Okay, .jpg. This image is available at this location. Okay, this source locations I would like to retrieve. For that, what we can do is just to separate, I'm writing this line after printing the number of images and just printing a line. After that, I'll print the source paths of all the 3 images. For each loop I'll use, for each and every image is a web element. So I'll say web element. Okay, img or image, single image, colon, images. Okay, this is a list of images. For each and every image in the images, I'll simply say what I have to do, system.out.println image.get attribute, and here I'll give the src as the attribute name. Okay, so that it will retrieve the source location path of the each and every image. Okay, now run the code. For 3 images, 3 source locations will be printed. So 3 source location paths of the images will be printed apart from the number of images on the page. That is 3 images on the page. For every image, you see source location. Okay, got printed. Okay, that is nothing but the src attribute value of these images. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to find all the images on the page and how to work with the images in Selenium automation. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you handle JavaScript alert or confirmation pop-up? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have to first switch to that particular JavaScript alert or confirmation pop-up, and thereafter we can handle it. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll first open one application where we can see this JavaScript alert, JavaScript confirmation pop-up and all. Okay, so it is nothing but Internet Heroku app. Just search for this Internet Heroku app and you'll get this link. Just click on that and you'll be taken to a page where you will find this JavaScript alerts kind of link. Just click on that. You see here we have a JavaScript alert, JavaScript confirmation, okay, pop-up, JavaScript prompt, different type of JavaScript alerts are there here, okay. So how to handle them? It's very simple. Now copy this URL and switch to this Eclipse IDE where already some Selenium automation code is written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window, and here we need to open the application URL. I'm directly providing the URL where these buttons are available. If you click on this button, you will get a JavaScript alert. This is how the JavaScript alert looks like. It will only contain some message and OK button. You have to select OK. If you want to dismiss it, you have to press escape key on your keyboard. Okay. Then this one, confirmation pop-up. Okay, JavaScript confirmation pop-up. So what is the difference between JavaScript alert and confirmation pop-up? Here an extra cancel button is there, which is not there in the normal JavaScript information alert. So in confirmation, we have to say select either OK or cancel. Here message will be there. By reading the message, we have to say OK or cancel. Okay. Then we have the third item, that is JavaScript prompt. Okay. So how this prompt, JavaScript alert prompt is different from this JavaScript information alert and JavaScript confirmation alert. Here an extra text box field is there. Apart from OK and cancel button and this message, when compared with the JavaScript confirmation alert, this prompt has an extra text field. Okay. Into this, we can enter some text. Okay. So these are the three type of JavaScript alerts we have. Okay. How to handle them? It's very simple. So first, we need to click on this button so the alert will be displayed. For example, JavaScript information alert, I'll show you. Right click, inspect this. And yeah, I'll just take this text and I'll create an XPath expression. / button text is equal to give the text of that particular button and the unique. You see the button is getting located. Copy this button and click on the button so that you'll get the information alert, JavaScript information alert. By.id. Okay, provide the ID and say .view. Once you click on this, I just close this. Once you click on this button, JavaScript information alert is coming. But this is synchronous or asynchronous? Okay, this is asynchronous. Why? Because when you click on the button, the browser page is not loading. To display the alert, the page is not loading. Okay, it is asynchronous. It's not synchronous. So there may be some situations, very rare situations where this alert will be displayed on the page with a delay. Then how to overcome that problem? How to wait for the alert to be displayed first? For that, we can implement the waiting mechanism. If you want to purely write the code for handling the alerts, this is the way. We have to first wait for the alert to be displayed on the page. How? WebDriver, wait explicit waiting mechanism you can implement. New WebDriver, wait, and here pass the driver, comma, duration, .of seconds. Just give some 5 seconds, that is more than enough. Over the mouse, maximum 5 seconds, that is. Import this and after that wait until expected conditions dot okay expected conditions dot alert is present. Until the alert is present, it will wait for maximum of 5 seconds. It can wait. So after clicking this, it will wait for the alert to be displayed. Once the alert is there, then next operation will be performed where first I have to switch to the alert. Driver dot switch to dot alert you have to write. This will switch the focus of the Selenium from this page to the alert. And this alert will return you an alert interface. Okay. I'll simply say alert, some name as alert, name of the variable, and create local variable. The return type of this alert will come here. That is the alert interface. Now, using this object reference, you can perform multiple operations on this alert. For example, I want to read the text from this alert. Then I have to say alert dot get text. That's it. It will return you the text. So string text on alert is equal to, you can print it out. Into the output console, you can print it out. Text on alert. And after that, you have to either accept the alert or dismiss the alert. First, to select OK, you have to accept the alert. So I'll say alert dot object reference alert dot accept. I will say. Okay. Once the alert is accepted, once the text is retrieved and printed and the alert is accepted, I can quit the browser. Driver dot quit. That's it. Now run the code. It will be a bit fast. You can see the text from the alert retrieved and printed in the output console in this process. Just focus well so that it is fast. Okay. What happened? I don't see anything happening. There's a problem. No such element exception. What is that? Which line it is? 20. Okay, this is not working. Oh, sorry, I have to say XPath, right? So I said ID. That's the problem. Now run the script. Right click run as JavaScript alert, Java application. This time it will work. Just see properly. Alert. It will be fast. The script will run very fast. You see, it was very fast. In a flash, alert came and closed. You see that text on the alert also got retrieved and printed here. This is the process. Now, the same way you can dismiss the alert. Okay, instead of accepting, you can dismiss the alert. That is pressing escape key on the keyboard to escape the alert. Okay, run this. This also will be very fast, but alert will be closed. But we are not accepting and saying okay on the alert, rather we are escaping the alert. Done, right? Completed. Then what else? So this is what is about in information alerts. Then we have confirmation alert. Again, the same process. Just change the XPath expression here. Copy this. Control F. / button. Text is equal to. The same operations we can do with the confirmation pop-up alert also. Okay. Because here OK and cancel buttons will be there and text will be there on the alert anyhow. Now we are waiting for the alert. We are switching to the alert. We are retrieving the text from the alert. Here we can accept the alert. Dot accept. If you want to see the demo and all, I'll add some 3 dot slip so that it will halt for a while. It's 3 seconds or 2 seconds will be more than enough for us to see. Why to waste the time? Now right click. Okay, here we have to give 2000 milliseconds, not 2 seconds. 2000 milliseconds is equal to 2 seconds. Okay. This time confirmation alert will be displayed on the page. You see confirmation alert after 2 seconds, it will be accepted. And the text on the alert got printed. I am a JavaScript confirmation. Similarly, you can dismiss, that is selecting the cancel button on the alert, confirmation alert. It will select the cancel button this time. Okay, done. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how do you handle JavaScript alert or confirmation pop-up? I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you launch Internet Explorer browser in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, in order to launch Internet Explorer browser, we have to write this statement. That is, WebDriver driver is equal to new Internet Explorer driver. In this statement, first, we are creating an object for this predefined class known as Internet Explorer driver class of Selenium. Okay. We are using the new keyword to create an object for this Internet Explorer driver predefined class. That object which got created, we are assigning it to the variable of the parent interface known as WebDriver interface. That's what is happening. But before I practically demonstrate this thing for you in this machine, okay, this line for you in this machine to launch the IE browser, I have to give you few details, okay, about this Internet Explorer browser. So when I am recording this session, it's almost like 20th June 2023. Okay, before this itself, okay, before this particular date itself, Microsoft has stopped the support for IE browser. It's no more encouraging the people to use or users to use IE browser anymore. Okay, instead the Microsoft company is encouraging everyone to migrate from the IE browser to the Edge browser. Okay, its future browser of Microsoft is Edge browser. Slowly, IE browser is getting deprecated. Okay, if you have Windows 10 machine, okay, with you, there's a possibility that you may have IE browser in that by default. But I am using Windows 11 operating system. Okay, I have upgraded myself from Windows 10 to Windows 11. Here, if I search for Internet Explorer, see what is happening. I don't get any IE browser here. Instead, I'm getting the Microsoft Edge browser. Okay, so in in Windows 11, IE browser is not there by default. Okay, and also in Windows 10, if you go back to the Windows 10, there is a possibility that you may have, or if your system may get updated as per Microsoft, they are going to remove that in Windows older versions of Windows 10 also. But if you are lucky, you may have that. Okay. But ultimately, the thing here is Microsoft has stopped support for the IE browser. going ahead and it's encouraging everyone to move to the Edge browser instead. Okay, because of some problems in the older format of the IE browser. Okay, there are a lot of problems in the IE browser, and because of this, they have moved to a better browser known as Edge browser. That is a future browser. Okay, so it's recommended to use Edge browser going ahead. Anyhow, here the question says, how do you launch IE browser? Even though I am having Windows 11 operating system, there is a way where I can launch the IE browser in my machine. Okay, that is, there is a mode in Edge browser. Okay, there is IE browser mode in Edge browser. Okay, so when I write this line and run the script, it will open the Edge browser, but in IE mode. Okay, that's what will happen. If you have the Windows 10 machine, there's a possibility that IE browser itself will open. But in this Windows 11, there is no IE browser. Hence, the Edge browser will open. Instead of IE browser, Edge browser will open, but in IE mode. Okay, let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I will switch to this Eclipse IDE, and here I'll write some code that is a web driver. Driver is equal to new Internet Explorer driver. Like this, I'll write a line. Okay. I'll hover the mouse on this WebDriver interface and import it from Selenium library. I'll hover the mouse on this Internet Explorer driver class, predefined class, and import it from Selenium library. After that, I'll simply maximize the browser window. Driver.manage.window.maximize. Now let me run the script, or let me even open an application URL. What's the matter? I'll open some sample application URL, say omaya.blogspot.com. This application URL I'll open. This sample application I would like to open in the IE browser. Okay. But here, since it is Windows 11 machine, IE browser is not there, but it will open the Edge browser in IE mode. Okay. Just see that. Right click run as Java application. In a while, you will see the Edge browser opening up. Instead of IE browser, Edge browser will open, but in IE mode, there is an Internet Explorer mode. Okay. You see the Edge browser. This is nothing but the Edge browser, guys. Okay. When I click on these three dots and say help and say about Microsoft Edge, that means this is the Edge browser. But here, what is the mode? Internet Explorer mode. You see, you can see here clearly. When I hover the mouse on this IE icon, Internet Explorer browser icon, Internet Explorer mode, IE browser, but in Internet Explorer mode got open. Okay. So, but it's not recommended, guys. Okay, it's not recommended to use IE browser anymore. Okay, this line is not at all useful for us going ahead. Okay, we can use Edge browser because there is no support for IE browser, and Microsoft is encouraging everyone to use Edge browser. So there is no need for this. But still, someone asks you in the interviews like how to launch IE browser, you can explain all this stuff so that they'll get impressed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you launch Chrome browser? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, in order to launch the Chrome browser, we have to write this statement. That is, WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. According to this statement, first, we are creating an object for the Chrome driver predefined class in Selenium. That is using the new keyword. Okay, we are creating an object for the Chrome driver predefined class in Selenium. After creating this object, we are assigning that object to the variable of the parent WebDriver interface of Selenium. Let me practically demonstrate this for you of how to use this statement for launching the Chrome browser. Okay, for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'll be writing the code like this. Driver is equal to new. I need to create an object for the Chrome driver class. This constructor will be calling some code, which in fact will launch the Chrome browser. Okay. Over the mouse on this, import this WebDriver interface, import this Chrome driver class from Selenium library. After that, you can maximize the browser window, driver.manage.window.maximize. If you write this statement, whatever the Chrome browser that got launched here will be maximized here. After that, I can open any application URL. For example, I'll open one sample application URL. Let's say I'll open the browser and take this sample application omaya.blogspot.com for sample and paste it here. Now let me run the code and you will observe that the Chrome browser will launch. Okay. I've run the code. You'll see that in a while, the Chrome browser is going to launch. You see Chrome browser got launched, maximized, and the application URL also got opened. The sample application URL got opened. How to confirm whether this is a Chrome browser? Just click on these three dots, click on help, And here you see about Google Chrome. That means it's a Google Chrome browser. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is how to launch Chrome browser in Selenium WebDriver. This is the line we have to write in Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to select an option in the drop-down field in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. So in Selenium WebDriver, first we have to create an object for the select predefined class. Okay, select predefined class belongs to Selenium library. Okay, so to the constructor of this select class, we have to pass the drop-down field as a web element. After that, we have to use the object reference of the select class, and there are multiple ways to select an option in the drop-down field. That is select by visible text, select by index, select by value. Let me practically demonstrate all these things for you in this session. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'm going to write the code like this. WebDriver, driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, this will launch the Chrome browser. Now let me import this WebDriver interface from Selenium library and Chrome driver class from Selenium library. After that, I'll simply maximize the browser window, driver.manage.window.maximize. This will maximize the browser window. After that, I'll open one application URL where a drop-down field exists. Okay, I'll open this browser and take you to one sample application page or URL where a drop-down field exists. You see, here we have a drop-down field. In this, we have to select an option. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. Once we are taken to that URL, first I need to create an object for the select class. To select an option from this drop-down field, I need to create an object for the select predefined class in Selenium. Select is equal to new select. Like this, I'll create an object. Now I'll import this select predefined class from Selenium library, and this constructor cannot be empty. To this constructor, we have to pass the drop-down field from which we want to select the option as a web element. Okay, first. So before this line itself, we have to create a web element for that particular drop-down field in which we want to select the option. So I'll right click on this drop-down field and inspect. I'll get the HTML code of this drop-down field as an ID. Copy this ID of the drop-down field and create a web element out of it. Driver.findElement by.id. By.id. Provide the ID locator of that drop-down field. And here, the field for the mouse, create local return type of the find element is web element will come here. Copy this drop-down field web element here, and now use this object reference to select an option from the drop-down field. Select dot, the object reference dot. Okay, which option you want? For example, I want to select doc3 option. I can use the text. Select dot, select by visible text. This is one command. Select by visible text. In double quotes, give the exact text that you are seeing on the screen in this option. Doc3. Give doc space 3. That's it. This is the option. Okay, visible. Using the visible text, we are selecting the option. Now run the code. You'll see that in the drop-down field, doc3 option will be selected for us in a while. This is one way to select an option from the drop-down field. You see, doc3 option got selected in the drop-down field. Similarly, you can also use other options. Apart from select by visible text, we also have select by index. Okay. Select dot, select by index. Here we have to provide the index value starting with 0. The first option will have the 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, 3 index, 4 index. Let's say I want to select the first option, or otherwise I would like to select the doc1. So index 0, 1. Okay, if you give the index as 1, it will select the doc1 option. Okay, now run this code, right click run as Java application. In a while, you will see the doc1 option will get selected based on the index given. You see, doc1 option got selected. What next? There's one more way. That is select by visible text, select by index, and the third one is select by value. Okay, you can also select by value base. Okay, put a semicolon here, provide double quotes. How to select an option from the drop-down field with the help of the value. For that, inspect this drop-down field. So under the select command, there are some options here. You see, option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, option 5. And let's say I would like to select this doc2 option. It has a value like value attributes values GHI. Copy this GHI and now paste it here. This is what is mean by select by value. Now run this, doc2 option should get selected now. With the help of value attribute value of that particular option of the drop-down field, also we can select an option in the drop-down field. So like this, okay? Top two option will get selected. So hope guys you understood how to select an option in the drop-down field with a different variety of ways like select by visible text, select by index, select by value. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you work with page onload authentication pop-up in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is this page onload authentication pop-up? For that, I'll open this browser and take you to one application, sample application known as Internet Heroku app. Okay, when you search for this Internet Heroku app, you'll get this link. Click on this link, and on this link, there is a web page which contains that page load authentication pop-up. So somewhere here, let me check. You see, this is the one. Okay, basic AUTH. Okay, already they have given the username and password. Okay, that you have to enter. So when you click on this link, a page will load. That page will load asking for a username and password. That is called as page load authentication pop-up. And here they have given the credentials also. Admin is the username, admin is the password. Let me click on this basic AUTH link. And you see, you got this page load authentication pop-up. It looks like an alert. Okay, it's not on the web page. Rather, it's coming from the browser. Such kind of authentication pop-up, if I want to enter the username here, password here, and click on the sign in button, it's not possible for us to create the locators. If you right click here, you'll not get the inspect option. If you right click here, you'll not get the inspect option. If you right click here, you'll not be able to get anything. But still, I have to enter the username, password here and sign in. How to make that possible? For that, copy this URL where this authentication pop-up, page load authentication pop-up is coming, and go to this Eclipse ID where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here we have the get command. Inside the get command, in the double quotes, paste the URL like this. Okay, paste the URL, whatever the URL on which this page load authentication pop-up is coming, that directly paste it like this. Okay, till basic auth. Okay, now here before you see after this HTTPS colon double slash and before this name thing, okay, put something like some @ symbol. Okay, before this put an @ symbol, and after this double forward slash write down the credentials. Admin is the credential, username colon admin is the password, like this in this format. Username colon password @ this is what you have to write at this particular location of the URL. That's it, nothing more than that. Okay, and run the code. You will see that this username and password will be automatically entered into this page load authentication pop-up of the browser, and you will get signed in. Just see here, congratulations, you must have the proper credentials. That means you got signed in. Okay, manually I'll show you. If you enter admin here, and if you enter admin here by manually typing and click on sign in, you'll get the same message. Congratulations, you must have the proper credentials. That we have done with the help of automation code like this. In the get command in the URL, after this double forward slash, provide the username colon password @ symbol, followed by the remaining part of the URL. Okay. By this way, you can handle or work with page load authentication pop-up in Selenium WebDriver. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is alert a class or an interface? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, alert is a predefined interface. It's not a class. It's a predefined interface. Let me practically demonstrate alert interface for you and show you practically how that is an interface and all. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing that Chrome browser. And here we need to open some sample application where I can show you an alert. Okay. So I'll take you to this application, sample application, that is omai.blogspot.com. And here when you click on this button, you will get an alert. Okay. So I'll copy this URL and paste it here. And now I'll click on this button so that I'll get this alert. Okay. So let me inspect this button. This HTML code of the button, it has an ID. Copy this. I would like to click on that button, driver.findelement py.id, ID of the button, dot click. This will, when I click on this, alert will come. Okay. When I click on this, alert will come. Once the alert comes, I have to switch to the alert. How to switch to the alert? Driver dot, okay, driver dot switch to dot alert. By default, the focus of the Selenium will be on this page. And from this page, I have to take the focus of the Selenium to this alert. After switching to the alert only, we can perform some operations on the alert. Now this alert method, predefined method of Selenium, the return type is alert interface. Okay, here write down alert and is equal to, just give some variable, the name like alert or something. And now hover the mouse and say create local variable. The return type of this alert will come and add here. What about this alert? This alert is a predefined interface. It's an interface case. Okay. How can I prove that this particular alert is an interface? For that, we can go to the official website of Selenium, selenium.dev, go to the downloads and scroll down until you see Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings. Take one language, click on API docs. You'll be taken to the API library of the Selenium. Click on this all classes and search for that alert interface. Okay. Search for that alert. Alert. Okay, this is an alert. You see it's in slightly bended to the right side. That means it's an alert. Things which are in a straight format are classes. Whereas things which are slightly bent to the right side with italic font is nothing but an alert. Okay, is an interface actually. Okay, over the mouse you see it's interface. It is saying you can even click on that and see that in Selenium library alert is a predefined interface. So this proves that alert is a interface. It's not a class. In interview, if you get a question like this, is alert a class or interface? You have to say that alert is a predefined interface in Selenium WebDriver or Selenium library. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to verify the font size of a text in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In order to verify the font size of a text in Selenium WebDriver, we have to use a Selenium WebDriver command known as get CSS value, using which we can retrieve the CSS attribute values, okay, attribute name values. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll take one sample application. For example, in this browser, I'll open a sample application known as tutorialsninja.com/demo application. And here there is a button. On the button, there is some text. You see, I would like to retrieve the font size of this particular text on the button. Okay. So since I already know this, the font size of this particular text on the button should be 12px. Okay, that should be the font size. So how to do that? How to verify that the font size of this particular text on the button is 12px? For that, let me automate. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here I'll be writing some code. Driver is called new Chrome driver. This is test method. And in that, I'm writing the web Selenium code. Import this WebDriver interface from Selenium, import this Chrome driver class from Selenium. Now write driver.manage.window.maximize for maximizing the browser window and open the application URL. So I'll copy this URL and paste it here. Now I would like to get the text from this, the size of the text of this button. Okay. So I'll right click on this text on the button and inspect it. I'll get the HTML code. So this is HTML code, copy this. Copy this ID attribute value, ID locator of this text of the button and simply write down driver.findelement by.id of that particular text. And here I'll say text on button element. Okay. I'll create the web element for this text on the button like this. Now what I will do here is just observe. So for this particular HTML code of this text on the button, okay, there is some styles subtag here, which has CSS properties. Scroll down, you see the font size attribute name is there, whose size is 12px. I would like to get this value. So I will copy this attribute name, CSS style attribute name, copy this. And with the help of this, I would like to get the actual size of this particular text. So how to do that? I'll simply say text on the button dot get CSS value. This is a command in Selenium WebDriver. In double quotes, I have to give the name of the CSS attribute. Okay, name of the CSS attribute for which the size is mentioned. Font size of the text on this button is mentioned. I'll provide that here. Now put a semicolon here. It will get you the text, actual text of that particular text on the button in string format. String. I'll simply say actual text size, otherwise text size is equal to, okay, 12 px or something it will retrieve. And I'll write expected text size is how much? Again 12 px. Okay, 12 px is the expected size. This is also in string format. Now this is a test method. I will do an assertion. Assert dot. I'll verify. Assert dot. Assert equals. Assert dot. Assert equals of string comma string or something you can take. Here actually you have to give actual text size you give here. And here expected text size you give here. That's it. Okay. If both are matching, if the actual is 12 px and expected is also 12 px, then if both are matching, the test will pass. And after that, I'll quit the browser. Driver dot quit. Let's see whether the test will pass or fail. The command that we have used here for retrieving the font size of the particular text on the button is get CSS value. So that you have to remember. Run this test test and see what's happening. Let's see what's happening. You see, the test got passed. Okay, the test got passed, guys. Okay, passed is equal to 1. That means it got matched. It got matched. Okay, test got passed means the sizes got matched. 12 px is the expected size and actual size is also 12 px. So the test got passed. So hope guys you understood how to verify the font size of a text, okay, of any element using Selenium WebDriver by using this get CSS value command. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to get typed text from a text box field using Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. If you want to retrieve the text that is already typed into the text box field using Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as get attribute command. To this command, we have to pass the attribute name known as value attribute name. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser and take you to some sample application URL, that is omai.blogspot.com. And on this application URL page, there is a text box field. You can choose any text box field on this page. I'm choosing this one. Into this text box field, I'm going to type Arun first. After typing that, I would like to retrieve the text that is already typed into the text box field. Okay, how to do that and all, I'm going to cover in this session. For that, I'll copy this URL and here write down the Selenium code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now import this WebDriver interface from Selenium, import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium. After that, maximize the browser window, driver.manage.window.maximize. After that, open the application URL in the browser. This is the application URL, you just copy it and paste it here. After opening the application URL, what you have to do? First, I want to type some text into the text box field here. Okay. Let's say I am going to type my name into the text box field here. I'll inspect this text box field. And let me see which locator I can use for locating this text box field. There is a name. I'll use this name locator. I'll simply write down driver.findElement by dot name. Okay, provide the name locator. And this is a text field, right? Text box field. I'm creating the web element out of this text box field. Now using this web element, I'm going to type some text. Okay. Using the send case command, I'm going to type some text into the text box field. Okay. Let's say I'm going to give my name like Arun here. Okay. After that, I would like to retrieve the text. Whatever the text that I have typed into the text box field, I would like to retrieve. Okay. And print into the output console of Eclipse IDE. For that, what I'll do is again, I'll take the same text box field dot get attribute. And here I need to pass the attribute name known as value. Okay. This should get the text that is already typed into the text box field. Okay, string text is equal to and string text, and then I'll print it out. Okay, here I'll print it out. That is system.out.println text I'll say, and I'll simply hit the browser driver.which and press semicolon here. Now run the code and see what's happening. Whatever the text that I have typed into the text field should be retrieved and printed into the output console. Let's see whether any text got typed and nothing got printed, right? Okay, what's happening? Let me do it again. Public static void main only, right? Right click run as. I have to use Java application here, sorry. I have selected a different option while running. That's the problem. Let the script run. Okay, let it type my name into the text field and it should retrieve. You see, it has retrieved also. Whatever the text that has been typed in text field has been retrieved with the help of get attribute command by passing the value attribute name to this get attribute command. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to retrieve the text that is already typed into the text box field in Selenium WebDriver using this command known as get attribute of value attribute name. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of following sibling? Let me answer. In XPath expressions, we have something known as XPath axis. There are different types of XPath axis like parent, child, ancestor, descendant, following, preceding, and so on. Following sibling is one of the XPath axis available, okay, in XPath expressions, okay. The syntax is something like this, following hyphen sibling colon colon, okay. After this colon colon, you have to give the tag name. So let me practically demonstrate how to use this following sibling. After using this following sibling, we'll understand what is the use of following sibling, okay. So for that, I'll open this browser and take you to one application, any application. Let's say this application. So to make it more simple, I'll take you, otherwise let's be on this page, right click inspect somewhere. So let's say here we have the body tag and here we have some div tag, okay. Under the div tag, there are some tags here, some divs and all those stuff. Let's look for a proper one, okay. Let's take the script. I'm just finding a proper one. Very complex. Okay. Otherwise, I'll take this one. This particular div tag I would like to locate. I would like to create an XPath expression to locate this div tag. So it has an ID. Copy this ID and create an XPath expression to locate this div tag having this particular ID. Control F /div @ID is equal to give that ID attribute value. Okay. Now it has located this, right? Now it has located this div tag. This div tag got located. Now using this div tag, I would like to locate the following sibling. Following means after this div tag, any other tags are coming. For example, here script tag is there. Okay, any other tags are coming. Any other tags that are following tags, but they should be the sibling tags. Okay, this div tag, this script tag, this script tag. These are the sibling tags. Multiple script tags are there here under this div tag. This script tag is a sibling of the div tag. This script also is a sibling of the div tag. This script is also the sibling of the div tag. They are all following. Whereas this one, this script tag is also sibling, but this script tag is not the following. This is preceding. This script tag is the preceding of the div tag. Now, if I am talking about this particular XPath axis known as following sibling, it can help us with the help of this one. I can locate the sibling, following sibling tags, not the preceding sibling or parent or whatever it is. Following sibling tags can be located. Sibling means brothers and sisters which are at the same level. Okay. So let's write down the code here. Write down the XPath expression here / following XPath axis I am using following hyphen sibling colon colon and I have to give the tag name. If I give the script as a tag name, so what's the problem? Following hyphen. There is a spelling mistake here. SIBLING. Okay. You see how many items are getting located? 3. This script tag, this script tag, this script tag. You see? All the 3 script tags are the following siblings. Okay. There may be other tags also, but we should be at the same level. But if I give other thing like div, you see no div sibling tags are there, but script tag is there. Okay. Script tag is there. So out of these 3, if I want to locate the second one, I have to give script of 2. You see, the second script tag is getting located. Script of 3. Third following sibling of script tag is located. If I give 1, the first following sibling. Okay. Not only this, I can take you another to another page where I can give you one more example of the following sibling. Right-click inspect on this very simple page. Now here title is there, script is there, body, under the body we have two paragraph tags. If I take this paragraph tag, I locate this with the help of ID, I locate this, and with the help of this, I would like to locate this one. Okay, Control F /P at the rate ID is equal to, this is locating the first paragraph tag, this paragraph tag. But this paragraph tag is a following sibling tag. Okay, this paragraph is a following sibling tag of this paragraph tag. If I want to locate this paragraph tag with the help of this one, for example, assume that this doesn't have a proper ID or class, and still I want to locate this with a proper ID and a proper locator. Then first I can locate this one, and with the help of that one, I can simply say following hyphen sibling colon P tag. Okay. I'm able to locate this paragraph tag with the help of this one. With the locators of this paragraph tag, proper locators of this paragraph tag, I'm able to locate the following sibling tag, this one. Okay. So generally we use XPath access when there is no proper locator for locating a particular element. So with the help of by locating other elements, if you want to locate the required element, then we go with the XPath access. Following sibling is one of them. So hope guys you understood the use of following sibling and how the following sibling works in XPath expressions. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is stale element reference exception and how to handle it? Let me answer. So there is one situation or case where you will encounter this stale element reference exception. Okay. So let me explain that in detail. Stale element reference exception. Okay. I'm going to explain a particular case where you will encounter this stale element reference exception during Selenium automation. That is, let's say there's a web page. Okay. On this web page, let's say there is some text field or whatever the element. Okay. Some element is there. In Selenium automation, you created a web element for this. Okay. For this particular element, you created a web element. How? Like this. You created a web element like this. Web element some ELE is equal to, then you have written the things like this. Driver dot find element by dot ID or XPath or whatever it is, XYZ, okay, for example, and put a semicolon, okay. Now, when you are on the same page, okay, once you create this web element and store this object of this web element in the variable of this web element interface, okay, after storing that, now you perform some operation like ele.send keys, let's say, okay, and you type my name, let's say Arun name into that particular text field, okay, into this text field for which you created the web element here, you type my name, that will work. Here, Arun text will be typed, no problem. Okay. Everything was working fine until you navigate away from the page. Now, there is a link on this page. There is one hyperlink. And after performing this operation, like after entering my name into the text field, after everything was working fine, then you clicked on this particular link. And this link has taken you to another page. Okay. It has navigated away to another page. This is a different page. This page is another page. This is another page. They are two different pages. Now, you went to the page and after a while, you came back. Okay. After doing some activity here, you came back. Now, once you come back to the original page here, now if you say ele dot, let's say clear, another command, clear. Whatever the text you typed, I want to clear it out. But here, there is going to be a stale element reference exception. Here is a place where you will get the exception. Why you will get the exception here? The same element, right? Already you created the web element. So the connection between this driver.find element and this variable and web element will be broken. Once you navigate away from the page and come back to the page, okay? Once you go out of this page, immediately the connection between these two things, this part and this part will be broken down. So ELE is no more recognized. Okay, after you come back and if you try to clear this particular text from this page, this is not going to work out because the connection between this part and this part is gone once you navigate away from the page. This is one case where you will get this tail element reference exception. Let me practically demonstrate this one for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL. Let me open this application URL, say omai.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste it here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a web element for this text area field. I would like to type my name into the text area field. Right click inspect. This text area field, this is the HTML code of the text area field. It has an ID. I'll use the ID locator and simply write down driver.findElement by.id. Okay. And put a semicolon here and create a web element. That is, what is the web element, guys? Let's say text area field. I'm just giving the name as text area field as a name for the web element. Over the mouse and say create. Then I'll simply say text area field dot send keys. This will work. Okay. So this will work. Text area field dot send keys. I'll give my name Arun Motori. The text will my name will be entered into the text area field. Okay, my name will like this will be entered into the text area field. After that, I'll do one thing. I'll click on this link. Okay, to navigate away from this page to another page, different page, I would like to click on this link. I'll use a link text here. So I'll simply say driver.findElement by dot link text. Okay, and give the link text and say dot click. So once I say link text dot click, what will happen? It will click on this link and you will be taken to another page. Now I would like to click on browser back button. Okay, I would like to click on this browser back button. How to click on that? Simple. How to click on the browser back button? Driver.navigate.back command. Okay. By doing this, what will happen? I'll come back to the same origin, same previous page where already my text is already there. I would like to clear this text. Let's see whether I can clear the text or not. I'll use the same web element text area field, which is already created. Dot clear, I'll say. Now run the code. It will be a bit fast, but see what's happening. Sorry, I just clicked on a wrong option. Let me stop that from running. Close. Let me run it again. I have to run it using Java because this is the main method. So let me run it using Java. Right click run as why this is coming. Again, I selected that only. I wanted to remove that, but unfortunately, I clicked on it. That's fine. Let me click this time. Let me right click run as Java application. Okay, my name got typed. I got navigated away to another page and came back. The text has not been cleared. And if I go and see in the output, I got which exception? Stale element reference exception. Once you navigate away from the page and come back to the page, this connection between the driver.findElement and this part will be gone. Text area field is no more connected to this object. Hence, this is the problem. Okay. So hope guys you understood what is stale element reference exception and when does it occur. But how to handle it? How to handle this? Simple, very simple. Okay. It's very simple to handle it. Whenever you navigate away from the page and come back to the page, before using this object reference to this text area field is equal to again assign this driver.findElement thing to this same object reference, reassign it. Okay. You see, once you navigated away and came back, the connection is lost. Again, set up the connection. This connection with this one, you set it up again. Once you set it up again, now the connection is there. Now it will work. Now run this, it will clear this time. Okay, I again click down 1 minute. Let me run it again. Right click, run as Java application. You see, this time it will clear it out. First, it will type my name. My name will be typed. Navigate back, navigate forward back. You see, it got cleared. That means, and this time, no stale element reference exception. So we have to reassign the object creation of the element to the web element again. Okay, then it will work fine. Once you navigate away from the page and come back to the page, again you have to reassign it, reinitialize it. Okay, reinitialize the object to the same thing. Then this is going to work. Otherwise, you will get stale element reference exception. So hope guys you understood what is stale element reference exception and why does it occur. One of the case I covered like when does it occur and how to handle it also I covered. Okay, what we have to do in order to handle it also I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to get the number of frames on a web page in Selenium automation. Let me answer. There are two types of frames. One is normal frame, another one is iframe. Okay, let me show you practically how they look like. I'll take you to some sample applications. So one of the application is Internet Heroku app. Okay, just Google search for this Internet Heroku app. You'll get this link. Click on this link. And here there is one link known as frames. Here, just click on that. Now go to one of the things that is nested frames, let's say. Right click somewhere on the page and inspect. And look into the HTML code. You see, this has frame tag. You see, frame is there. Frame. Okay. So sometimes the frames are specified with frame tag. In some cases, the frames are specified with iframe tag. Okay. Let's go to another page. And here, there is some frame here in this page. Inspect this. You see, in this case, there is iframe. It's not frame. It is somewhere here. You just see there is a iframe. You see, this is not frame. This is not frame tag. This is iframe tag. So in order to count the number of frames on a page, it can be frame or it can be iframe. Okay, it can be frame tag or iframe tag in HTML. Both are considered as frames. So how to count them? So for that, there is a solution. Okay, so by.xpath, I'll create a strategic XPath which includes iframe and frame tag. Okay, so that whether it is an iframe tag or frame tag, it is going to count. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. Here we need to open the application URL. First, I'll go to this page, nested frames page where multiple frames are there. That is using a frame tag. So copy this and paste it here. Once after going to this, I would like to count how many frames are there on this page. So how to do that? For that, so driver dot find elements, I have to say. Okay, driver dot find elements by dot xpath. In the xpath expression, I'll give two types. Okay, that is, it's not find element, it's elements because multiple frames can be there. Double forward slash, it can be iframe, type symbol. I can give one more xpath. This is a single xpath expression. I'm combining two xpath expression into single. Whether it is an iframe tag or whether it is a frame tag, it will count. So here, how many frames are there will be returned. Okay. So frames in the form of list of web elements will be returned. Now, how to count them? How to count them? System.out.println. This is a list in Java. So frames dot size, I have to say. That's it. Now quit the browser, driver.twitch. Let's see how many frames will be printed on this page. Right click run as Java application. Let's see how many frames are there on the page. It will retrieve and print. Whether it may be frame tag or iframe tag, doesn't matter, it will count. Let's see how many number. 2 frames are there. Okay. 2 frames are there. Okay. There are 2 frames. Fine. So that's what. Now I'll go back and here iframe is there. Okay. So here, how many frames are there? I want to find it out. Copy this URL and replace the URL here and run the code. Right click run as Java application. On this particular different page, how many frames are there? Let's find it out. Okay. Whether it is a frame tag or iframe tag, it is going to count. In this page, iframe tag is there. Iframe tags are there. So how many are there? Let's see. Only one is there. Okay. Now I'll take you to another page that is Java 8 API. Okay. Something like this. I'll just Google search for that and I'll get this link, API documentation link of Java API. Okay. So let's click on this. We got the link. So on this page, how many frames are there? I want to find it out. I'll just copy the URL, go here and replace this URL with the new URL. Okay, let's see how many are there. Right click run as Java application. Let's see how many frames are there on the Java 8 API docs page. There are 3 frames like that. Okay, so you can use this logic, guys. Simply create this XPath expression. Okay, which includes This XPath expression is a combination of two XPath expression combined with this type symbol, either this or this. Okay, it will consider. So it may be iframe tag or frame tag. It is going to consider into the frames, and using this predefined method size of this list interface in Java, we can get the count of the frames. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to get the number of frames on a particular page using Selenium WebDriver. So this is the answer for that question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to verify that an element is not present on a page using Selenium. Let me answer. In order to verify that an element is not present on the page, we have to use this command known as isDisplayed. And along with this command, we have to use a Java's code that is try-catch blocks. Okay. From Java, we have to use try-catch blocks. Let me explain why and how. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser. After that, we have maximized the browser window. And now we have to open application URL. For sample, I'll take this application URL that is omena.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste it here. Now, first, I'll go with a positive case to check whether a particular element is present on the page. The question is all about not present. We have to verify that an element is not there on the page. Here, first, I'm going with a positive case where element is there on the page, is available on the page. For example, which element? For example, we'll take this button, okay, which is there on the page. So what I'll do here is I'll inspect this button. I'll get the HTML code. It is an ID locator is there. Copy this. And simply I'll say driver dot find element by dot ID locator of the button I'll give and create a web element for this button. Okay, button is equal to the return type of the find element will come here. That is web element is a return type of the find element, which will be declared with the button. Okay, declared for the button. Now I want to check whether this button is there on the page, is available on the page. That is the first case. How to do that? For that, I'll write the code like this. Okay, button dot is displayed. Okay, this will return true. Okay, if the button is present on the page, is displayed command will return true. Boolean. So display status, I will say. Okay, I'll write the code like this. If this display status, okay, if this is true means the button is available or present on the page, the element is available on the page. So I'll say button is or element is present on the page. I'll say element is present on the page. Else I'll write down system.out.println element is not present on the page. This else block, there is a problem. Okay. Before only I'm telling you that this else block, there is a problem, and I'll prove that later. So for now, this code will work fine. But there is one case where if you go to the else block, this is not going to work. Okay. I'll tell you why. So first of all, this button is there on the page. We know that. Okay. This is a particular button 2, which is there on the page. This is a proper correct locator we have given. So display status is displayed will return true. If true, we'll go into the if block and it will print element is present on the page and it will quit the browser. Okay. Just see here, it is going to work properly. So just give me a second. Let's stop this. Let's run it again. Right click run as Java application, I have to say. So you'll get element is present on the page in this case. Element is present on the page will come because button 2 is available on the page. So element is present on the page got printed. If block got executed. What if I do something like this? 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there any particular ID for a particular element on this web page having this BUT 2, 3, 4, 5? No, it is an invalid locator. So in this case, what will happen is you will get an exception. There is no such element exception. So even though you say button is displayed, you will not go till here. Why? Because at this line itself, you got an exception known as no such element exception. Let me run this. It will not say element is not present on the page. Okay. You may be thinking that, okay, this particular element is not there. So is displayed will return false and will go to the else block and element is not present on the page will be printed. But that's not correct. Okay. Here itself, in the line 16 itself, you are going to get an exception known as no such element exception, and the program will halt there itself. You see here, immediately you are going to get a no such element exception. The browser will not close, and you are going to get here a no such element exception. You got a no such element exception, browser didn't close also. So what's the problem? How to overcome this problem and all? For that, guys, there's a way. That is, so you have tried something like this. You have to change the logic a bit. Okay, instead of writing the logic this way, you have to write something like this. That is, here you have to provide this statement inside a try block. Try. Okay. To find out whether a particular element is present or not present on the page, like this you have to write. So take this part and paste it here. If you are going inside a try block, and if this element is there, means no problem. If the element is not there, means which exception will come? Here, catch block we have to write. Catch. No such. Which exception will be thrown? No such element exception will be thrown. If no such element exception is thrown, in that case, if no such element exception is thrown, in that case, what you will do is, over the mouse, import this from Selenium library. Here you will write down this statement. Instead of the else block, you'll write the statement element is not present on the page, and then we'll quit the browser. This is a proper logic you have to write. If else will not work in this case. If it is displayed, then element is there. If it is not displayed, element is not present. We cannot write like that, okay? So, so whatever, if element is there, if the display status is returned as true, then in the try block itself, you can write this if block saying if display status element is present on the page. But if in case this element is not there, here itself you'll get no such element exception, and you'll go to the catch block. Because you went to the catch block, element is not present on the page will be printed. And the catch block you went because of the no such element exception only. That means element is not there on the page. So run this code, right click, run as a Java application, and observe that this time it will print no such element exception. It will go to the catch block and print element is not present on the page. You see, this time element is not present on the page. No such element exception didn't come. Rather, element is not present on the page. So this is the logic. This is the proper logic that you have to implement. Okay. If it is there, so it will be resolved in the try block, and element is present on the page will be printed. If it's not there, immediately we'll go to the catch block, and element is not present on the page will be printed. So hope guys you understood how to write the logic to verify that an element is not present on the page. With the help of try catch blocks and is displayed command, we can do this. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of get page source command in Selenium WebDriver? Using this get page source command, we can retrieve the complete HTML source code of the web page. Let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here I'm going to open the application URL. Okay, let's say I'll take you to one sample application, not this page. Here there is one link. Okay, this is very simple page, guys, having only 2 paragraphs. If you want to see the complete HTML source code of this page manually, right click on the page and select view page source. You'll get the entire HTML code of this simple page. Now, if you want to retrieve all this HTML code of this particular page using a single command in Selenium WebDriver, we have to use this command known as get page source command. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy the URL of this page from which I want to retrieve the HTML code of the page and paste it here. Okay, the complete HTML code of the page I would like to retrieve from this page. Now, simply I'll say driver dot get page source and put a semicolon. Now, this command is going to return you the HTML code of the entire page. Okay, string source code is equal to, okay. Now say system.out.println source code. Okay, that's it. And simply quit the browser. And the output console of this Eclipse IDE, this command is going to retrieve the complete HTML code of the page and store into this string variable and then print it out here. So right click run as Java application, and in the output in a while, you'll see the entire HTML code of this page that I have provided in the git command. The page will open. You see the entire HTML code starting from HTML2/HTML code retrieved for this particular web page, provided web page, and got printed in the output console. So hope guys you got the use or purpose of using this get page source command in Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between drag and drop and drag and drop by Selenium WebDriver commands? Let me answer. First, let's go with the drag and drop by command in Selenium WebDriver. Using this command, we can move the element either horizontally or vertically. Okay, horizontally to the left side or right side, vertically to the top or bottom with the help of x and y offset. If you provide x offset in this command, you can move the element horizontally. If you provide y offset in this command, you can move the element vertically. Okay, that is drag and drop by. What about this other command which I am comparing with this drag and drop by? That is drag and drop. It doesn't have just extra by is there here. By is not there here. Okay. In this command, we have to provide two elements. One is source element. Other one is target element. Source element is the element which you are going to drag and drop onto the target element. Okay. Here two elements you have to provide in drag and drop. So source element is the element that you are going to drag or move onto the target element. Okay. So this is what is here, no x and y offset. Here two elements. One element is going to be dragged and dropped onto the other element. Okay. That's why in this drag and drop, we have to provide two elements. Whereas in drag and drop by, you have to specify x offset or y offset. If you provide x offset, the element will be moved horizontally. If you provide y offset, element will be moved vertically. Okay. So hope guys you understood what exactly is the difference between these two commands. But now let me practically demonstrate these commands for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here I need to open the application URL for demonstrating this drag and drop by with the help of offset, X and Y offsets. I have taken this URL and copy this URL and paste it here. Okay. I'll show you that URL first, okay? How the application page looks like with that URL. So this is the URL where you have this kind of slider. So I'll take this element, consider this is the element. If I want to move this element horizontally to the right side, I have to provide X offset. How to provide that X offset, okay, is the thing. So I already have copied the URL of this application. Now simply I need to drag this element to the right side horizontally by providing the X offset. Right click on this element, inspect. Let's create an XPath expression or something to locate that this slider option. So it may have something like a price minimum label is there. Copy this anchor tag, Control F, /A, @ you can give any tag is equal to, give the value. It will locate, no problem. Okay. Your hashtag means any tag, or you can give the tag name also. If you remember the tag name like area hyphen labeled by, you can give the tag name also. Or I don't want to waste my time, so I'm just directly giving this. This has located this element already. You see, copy this element, copy this XPath expression and create a web element. Driver.find element by .xpath. Provide the XPath expression here, and here I'll say min label element, create a web element out of it, and now do one thing, min label dot drag. So how to use this drag and drop by? Can I directly use like this? No. This drag and drop by, okay, drag and drop by, and this drag and drop commands belong to the actions class. So mouse actions class. Okay, simulation of the mouse you can see. Using the mouse, you are dragging and dropping, right? So first you have to create an object for actions. Actions is equal to new actions like this. Put a semicolon. And here you pass a driver, this particular WebDriver's driver. Import this actions class from Selenium library. After that, write down actions dot. Now you'll get this command. Okay, drag and drop by. Here you have to provide the web element, that is minimum label element, and this is X offset. This is a Y offset. For example, here I only would like to provide the X offset like 100. Y offset I am not providing. Over the mouse, it will give you the details. First one is X offset, other one is Y offset. Okay. I want to move horizontally, so I am specifying only the horizontal offset, X offset. Vertically, if you want to move, if there is a possibility to move this option vertically, then give this 0 and give the Y offset here. Okay. For this particular command of the actions class to work, you have to end that with dot perform. Otherwise, it is not going to work. Okay. Now run this code. Right click run as. So before running, just refresh the page and observe where exactly this element is. At 200 points, it's there. Now run this, right click run as Java application. It will move by 100 pixels. Okay. Horizontally, it will move by 100 pixels. So it will not be 200 anymore. It will be something different, more than 200. You see, it became 370, 200 to 370. Okay. So 100 pixels here, this is in points. Whatever I gave is in pixels. So it differs. Okay. Don't expect it to be 300. Okay. So this is points, number of points. Whatever I'm giving is the pixels here. Okay. So this is what is drag and drop by. Hope you understood how to move an element or drag and drop an element with the help of offset. Okay. For that, we have to use drag and drop by command. So what if I would like to drag one element to another element onto the another element? Then we have to use other command, that is drag and drop command. So this drag and drop also belongs to actions class. So for this, I'll take you to another application. For demonstrating that, I'll take you to this application. I'll show you how the application looks like here. This is how the application looks like. Okay, what I want to do is I want to drag this Oslo and drop onto this Norway. Okay, Oslo capital, I would like to drop this onto the Norway country. Okay, so how to do that? For that, first I'll copy this URL of the application where these options are available and paste it here. I'll change this URL here. Done. That first thing is done, guys. Then I have to create the web elements for source element and target. Source is the Oslo. Oslo source need to be dropped onto the Norway target. Right click on the Oslo. Right click on the Oslo and inspect. You get the HTML code for Oslo. It has an ID, box 1. Copy this, create a web element here. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of the Oslo. Put a semicolon here. That's it. Just say Oslo element. Okay. For the mouse. Create. Then one more, that is Norway. Right click, inspect this Norway. It has box 101 as ID. Copy this and create the web element driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator of the Norway country. And here simply say Norway element. Element is equal to, okay, create the web element out of it. Now we have the source element and target element. Now using the same actions is equal to new actions, and here I need to call this method known as actions dot drag and drop, normal command, not drag and drop by drag and drop. Here two elements I have to provide, source element and target. Source element I will provide as Oslo element, and target, this is the target, I'll provide the Norway element as the target element, and at the end I have to say perform. Otherwise, this command of actions class without perform is not going to work. Now run this and see that Oslo will be dragged and dropped onto the Norway element. Okay. I have run it. Let's see, observe. Oslo element will be dragged onto the Norway element in a while. Oslo will be dragged and dropped onto the Norway. You see, Oslo got dragged and dropped onto the Norway with the help of this command known as drag and drop command. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what is the difference between drag and drop by Selenium WebDriver commands. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different ways to customize TestNG report? Let me answer. There are several ways to customize TestNG reports. These are the ways. Okay, these are some common ways. The first way that we generally prefer or I use, okay, in real time is by using the iTest listener. Okay, it is a TestNG listener or it's a predefined interface in TestNG. Okay, using this iTest listener, we can customize the TestNG report. Okay, we can add the logs, we can add the screenshot to the TestNG default TestNG reports. Okay, that level of customization we can do with the help of iTest listener, TestNG listener. Okay, which is a predefined interface in TestNG. And also, there's other way that is by using iReporter TestNG reporter. Here, iReporter is also another predefined interface in TestNG. By using this iReporter TestNG reporter also, we can customize the TestNG report. Then the third way is by using a third-party library known as ReportNG. Okay, ReportNG is a third-party library. Okay, like TestNG is a library, ReportNG is another library. By using this ReportNG third-party library along with TestNG library, we can enhance the default TestNG reports. Okay, this is another way. Then by using XSLT, okay, by using XSLT. So if you use this XSLT, then we can transform the XML format generated TestNG reports into customized TestNG HTML reports. Okay. So TestNG not only generates the reports in HTML format, but also generates the report in XML format. With the help of XSLT, that XML format generated TestNG report can be transformed into a customized HTML report. Okay. Then the final option that I am suggesting or mentioning in this session as part of the different ways of customizing the TestNG report is with the help of Maven or Ant. These both are build tools. Okay. So during the build process itself, we can mention some kind of instructions to customize TestNG reports. Okay, using build automation tools like Maven or Ant, you can configure them during the building process to generate custom TestNG reports as part of the build process. Okay, but I generally prefer the first way, but that is by using the iTest listener. Okay, this is the easiest and better way I feel. Okay, but there are different ways. Okay, even though there are many ways. This one is something I prefer for customizing the TestNG report. But in real time, guys, I never use TestNG reports. Okay, we go for some advanced reports like extent reports and all. Okay, since the question is asked for us, okay, we can mention this ways, but in real time we use extent reports or some advanced good looking reports like extent reports. But TestNG is one type of report. If you still want to customize a TestNG report that no one generally does nowadays because of the extent reports and other advanced good looking reports. Okay, if still asked, you can give this as an answer. Okay, these are the different ways. I personally prefer the first way, TestNG listener, which is a predefined interface in TestNG to customize the TestNG reports. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to handle toggle switch using Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is a toggle switch? Let me show you that on this application page. I'll copy this application URL and open that in the browser. On that application page, we can see the toggle switch. Okay, let me open this URL here. You see, these are few examples or okay, these are few examples of the toggle switch. Okay, you can turn it on, you can turn it off. Okay, by default, these two options are turned off. Okay, there are different shapes here. That's up to you, and you can turn it off. By default, this is turned on. By default, this is turned on. You can turn it off if you want, or you can turn things that are by default off on also. Okay, like this. So how to automate them? How to automate? Very simple, guys. Just click on them. Okay, using the click command in Selenium WebDriver, we can change the state of this toggle switch from off to on to off. Anything. Okay, let's try to do that. So I'll on these two things and off these two things. Okay, whatever they are off by default, I am going to on them. Whatever they are on by default, I'm going to off them. Okay, that's what I'm going to do in the automation here. I'll copy this URL again. I'll copy this URL here from here, and I'll go to this Eclipse ID where some sample Selenium automation code is already written. For opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, here I'll open the application URL. Once the application page URL is open, I'll try to on them. Okay, right click inspect, create a web element, and click on them. Okay, so let's see what I can do here. Div slider before is coming. So type input is there. Okay, so this one input, this part is div. How to locate them then? How to find a proper way using which I can locate. Class input demo is there, but let me try this out. Div class slider is there. I'll copy this slider thing and say control F /div @class is equal to slider. So what's happening? This part is getting located, but two elements are getting located. You see, 1, 2. So what I'll do here is, in order to locate the first one, I'll just give 1 here. I'll just provide circular brackets and 1. Only 1 will be located, and that is nothing but this one. If I do give 2 here, okay, this one will get located. Okay, so I'll just give 1 for the first one. Okay, copy this and simply go here and write down driver.find element. Very easy, guys. Nothing there. By dot xpath, by dot xpath, give the xpath expression, the index one, and say dot click. Similarly, if you give 2 here, it will go with this one. Copy this and write down driver.find element by dot xpath, provide the xpath expression of that one, and say dot click again. Now let's go and inspect this one. It has slider round as a class. Copy this. Control F /div @class is equal to slider one. Is it locating? Yeah, both again. Again, provide circular brackets here. And locate the first one using 1. Locate only the one. Copy this and come back here and say driver.find element by dot xpath and say dot click. And here if I give 2, it will go with the second one most probably. It went with the second one, you see. Copy this and write down driver.find element by dot xpath. Give that xpath expression of the second one. Dot click. Just for demo purpose, before changing these options, turning them on and off, I'll just give some demo time, just some sleep time, like 3 seconds, so that we can see that happening, that these options are getting selected, enabled and turned on and turned off otherwise. Okay. Now run the code, right click, run as Java application. See what's happening. Is it running or not? Okay. Looks like it's running. Open the Chrome browser. Maximize. Just observe here. After 3 seconds, the page is still loading, guys. So let's wait for the page to load completely. Selenium will wait completely for the page to load. Sometimes the page will take some time to load. So Selenium will wait for that. If it's taking too much time, just press enter. Okay. Yeah, now it got loaded after 3 seconds. You see? You can see that, right? So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to handle toggle switch using Selenium WebDriver. Using the click command, we can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are Selenium WebDriver listeners? Let me answer. There are 2 types of listeners. Okay, when you are working with Selenium automation, okay, and coming to listeners, there are two variety of listeners that you generally use in real time. One is from TestNG library. Okay, TestNG listeners. Other one is from Selenium WebDriver listeners. Okay, whatever the listeners may be, whatever the listeners may be. Okay, what exactly they are? They listen to the events triggered by either TestNG or Selenium WebDriver. Okay, listeners are something that listen, as the name speaks. They listen. Okay, so this TestNG will fire some events, fire events like the test is passed, test is failed, test is skipped, such kind of events TestNG will fire. Okay. Similarly, Selenium WebDriver also will fire some events like application URL got opened, element got found, okay, navigated to application page, element got clicked. Okay. So these are also firing events, different type of events. Selenium WebDriver will fire different type of events, okay, or different type of activities it will fire. Like Selenium WebDriver using that, if you click, that is an event. Okay, clicked on an element is an event. An event will be fired when Selenium WebDriver clicks on an element. Similarly, testing you also will fire an event like the test is passed, test is skipped, test started, test ended, like that. Okay, those are the events fired by test engine. So in this case, let's focus more on the Selenium WebDriver way of listeners firing of the events. So when these events are fired, okay, when this Selenium WebDriver fires some events like clicking, typing, navigating, whatever it is, there are some listeners which can listen to these events fired by WebDriver. Okay, why listeners have to listen to these events? If listeners can listen to these events, according to the appropriate events, we can perform appropriate actions. Okay, listeners are something like they are like kind of methods here. Okay, there are some methods will be there from predefined interface and all. Okay, these methods will listen to these events and will be activated when such kind of events. For example, if a click event is fired, let's assume that Selenium WebDriver has a fired a click event. Then here some methods will be there like before click on, after click on, kind of methods will be there after click on, and these methods will be activated when these events are fired. When this event is fired, these methods will be automatically called and you can perform some actions here. Inside these methods, you can customize, you can write your own code. Let's say you can write the code for collecting the logs, okay, printing the logs like, okay, the element got clicked, like that, okay, navigated to this page, like that. You can write whatever the logs inside these methods, and because these methods will be activated based on these events, okay. So Selenium WebDriver has lot of events, lot of type of events, and accordingly there will be lot of listener methods. And to get this listener methods and all, there is a predefined interface known as WebDriver Event Listener Interface. So what is the interface here? From which these methods like before click on are there? WebDriver Event Listener, WebDriver Event Listener Interface. Okay, will be there. And how this WebDriver will fire the events to these listeners or listener methods? For that, there is a predefined class known as to fire the events, whatever the events fired by Selenium WebDriver, to fire that events to this WebDriver event listener thing, methods and all. There is a predefined class that we have to use known as event firing WebDriver class. Event firing WebDriver class. Okay, it's a predefined class. It's a predefined interface. It's an interface. The interface is listener side, whereas this is events firing side. Okay, Selenium WebDriver will fire the events to make the Selenium WebDriver fire different events according to different actions like clicks and keys and all. We have to use this class, event firing WebDriver class, and with this class, the events will be fired from Selenium WebDriver, and they can be collected or listened by these listeners with the help of this WebDriver event listener predefined methods. Okay, so this is the thing. So even TestNG also has this kind of concept. We can use both and all, but in this question, we have to answer what are Selenium WebDriver listeners. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate one example for you so that it will be clear for you. So before that, let's read this statement just to conclude and all, like what I covered just now in this diagram and all those explanation. Using this Selenium WebDriver listeners, we can listen to the events triggered by Selenium WebDriver and perform necessary actions like collecting logs, etc. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this statement for you. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE. Here we have a main method. Here we generally write the Selenium code. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Like this, we'll write. For the mouse, import this WebDriver interface from Selenium. Import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium. Now I'll say driver dot manage dot window dot max. I'll maximize the browser window. After opening the browser, I'm maximizing the browser window. After that, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to use the same driver here going ahead because I'm going to implement this event firing WebDriver. Okay, I need to create an object for event firing WebDriver class. Okay, e driver I will say. Otherwise, I'll say e driver or ef driver event firing WebDriver efw driver, and I'll just create an object for this new like this. Put a semicolon. To make this WebDriver fire the events, we need to create an object for this event firing WebDriver class. Import this from Selenium library, and this one already got deprecated, and we can add the driver here anyhow. Let's see. Still it is deprecated. So is already deprecated, guys. Okay. So you don't have to even answer this question, but this was the thing, okay, earlier. Okay. Event firing WebDriver is deprecated. So how to overcome this problem? Because it is got deprecated already. Okay. So here I was mentioning this event firing WebDriver, which got deprecated. Okay. In the latest version of Selenium, event firing WebDriver is not there. So what do we have to use here? Okay. What do we have to use here? So for that, we have a different thing. I'll tell you. So before this, we'll do one thing, guys. Okay, we cannot use this one anymore because that got deprecated. But you understood the concept here, right? Earlier, event firing WebDriver class used to be there, which used to fire the events from Selenium WebDriver. And to the listener side, WebDriver event listener used to be there, which has some methods which used to be activated for each and every event fired by the Selenium WebDriver. That was the concept. But these things got deprecated. This event firing WebDriver class and WebDriver event listener interface got deprecated, and we need to use something new. So how to do that and all, I'll tell you. So first of all, let's write only these two lines here in this demo class where I'm writing the Selenium code. And apart from this here, I'm going to create one more class. I'm going to create one more class. You can give this any name. I'm just giving the name as listeners. Okay. Or my listeners also you can give if you want. Click on finish. And here we have to say implements. So here we have something known as WebDriver event listener. Instead, we have to use WebDriver listener only. Okay. Import this. This is the latest one. Earlier, we used to have this listener interface as WebDriver event listener. Now it got changed to this one got deprecated and it got changed to WebDriver listener in the latest versions of Selenium. Okay. Now, this is a user-defined class. You can give any name, and that is implementing a predefined interface from Selenium known as WebDriver listener. So its methods we can override. Okay. In this listeners class, we can override some methods of the WebDriver listener interface. So for that, I'll go to source and I'll say override implement methods. And you see, this particular interface has a lot of methods. I'll select everything just for the case and say, okay, all these methods will be overridden and added here. You see, all the methods from this, lot of methods are there. You see, this many number of methods are there. Okay, this many number of methods are there in this WebDriver listeners. Before any call, after any call, on error, before. Okay, these are listener methods. Before get. So if you want to navigate to something, we can use, okay, before navigating, you can trigger this method. I can show you this one example as an example. Remaining all, I am not going to do anything. I'll just remove all this code, guys, okay? I'll just remove all this code. I'll make this methods blank. Okay. I'll make this methods blank, or I'll do one thing, I'll just remove everything. Okay, I'll remove everything. Why to have this many methods? This many event listener methods are there that you can use, and they can be activated when some appropriate events are filed from the Selenium WebDriver. Okay. This many methods are there in Selenium WebDriver listeners kind of stuff. I don't want to use everything. So what I will do here is I'll again go to the source. I have removed everything and I'll go to the source, override implement methods, I'll say, and I'll pick only few things that are required. You see, after click, before click, I can use if I want. After get, I'll use after get, and also before get also somewhere. After get and before get. Where is before get? Yeah, before get. Only two things I'm using, but many things are there. Even navigating also, before navigating to after navigating, like that many are there. But I'm only overriding two methods here, just for sample. But you can use any number of methods from this WebDriver listener interface. Okay, I'm overriding only two methods. Okay, just for demonstration purpose. So here I'll write system.out.println. When this particular method is activated or invoked, I'll write down before navigating to URL. Which URL? Before navigating to URL, that is plus URL, I'll say. Okay, like this I'll write. Here also system.out.println after navigating to URL. Now, why I'm writing this statements? To prove that this methods got activated. Okay, this listener methods got activated when appropriate Selenium WebDriver events have been fired from the demo class. Okay, URL. Okay, so now here I'll change it. Instead of WebDriver event listener, the latest one is WebDriver listener interface. Okay, so like that. Okay, earlier we have WebDriver event listener. Now we have WebDriver listener interface. Now on the other side, here, once you create this some user-defined class which is implementing this WebDriver listener, you can create an object for the listeners here. Okay, listeners is equal to new listeners like this. Okay, listeners. TENERS. Okay, done. Like this, you create an object, and after that, you use this one, that is event firing decorator. Okay, earlier we used to have this event firing WebDriver. Now in place of this, we got event firing decorator. Okay, event firing decorator. This one we have to use. Okay, event firing WebDriver was there. Now it got changed in latest version of Selenium with event firing decorator. How to use this event firing decorator? This line we have to write. So event firing decorator, and in this you just provide this WebDriver as generic thing, and here in the constructor you pass this particular listener. Okay, let me do that. Event firing decorator. Here pass the WebDriver. Event firing WebDriver, and I'll give some name here, that is a decorator. I'll just name that as decorator. Decorator is equal to new. Again the same thing, event firing decorator. Here we have to provide kind of thing over the mouse and import this event firing decorator from Selenium, which is latest. Okay, it's not deprecated. Deprecated got replaced with event firing decorator. Here I cannot keep this constructor empty, rather I need to pass the listeners here. That's it. Okay, that part is done. What else we have to do? Now you can use this decorator object reference and call decorator method like this. Use this decorator object reference decorator dot. There is a method known as decorate, and you have to pass this driver here. Okay, original driver here, and this will give you an object reference of this decorator thing. Okay, so that is you'll get like this WebDriver decorator. This is the original WebDriver. This is a decorator. Okay, modified one. That is WebDriver firing, event firing one. Okay, so I'll simply say what I can say here, otherwise already their decorator is there, decorated, already decorated, they are saying. Okay, so I'll say, I'll just give something like uh, decorated, decorated driver, I will say. I'll just give a different name, like decorated driver over the mouse. Web driver will come here. Okay. Now using this, you can perform the activities. Using this, you can perform the activities like get command. Okay, instead of driver dot get and all, you have to say you have to use decorated driver dot get. Okay, I'll use only this command. I'll open this URL omai.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste it here. After that, I'll say decorated driver dot pitch. Driver dot pitch. Done. Now save this. Now run the code. So we already have registered this listeners here. Okay, listeners class is already registered by creating an object. That object reference we have passed to this event firing web driver. It's automatically registered here. And now we created a new driver object with the help of this decorator and firing these commands. So event firing decorator will fire these commands. Okay, it will for get command, it will fire an event, and for quit command, it will fire an event. But for this get command, when it fires an event in this listeners class, okay, which is implementing this WebDriver listener, we intentionally use only two methods, before get and after get. They will be fired. Okay, and these methods will be catching those events fired by this particular get method here. Okay, events will be fired here, and that events will be activating these methods in the listeners class, and these methods need to print these things, okay, to see whether they are working fine or not. Okay, right, let's write it, run as a Java application. Let's see what is the output. If you are getting those print statement printed in the output from the listeners class, then we are good. That if you close the browser, you see, before navigating to URL, after navigating to URL, so we have successfully implemented the web driver listeners. Okay, earlier there were different predefined class and predefined interface. Now they got changed to event firing decorator class web driver listener interface. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different types of listeners in TestNG? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly are these listeners? In Selenium automation, during real time, we use listeners. Okay. So there are two types of listeners that we use in real time. One is TestNG listeners. Other one is Selenium WebDriver listeners. Selenium WebDriver listeners. There are two types of listeners. Okay. And coming to the TestNG listeners. Why we have to use TestNG listeners? You see, this TestNG is going to fire some events. Okay. Is going to fire some events. Fire events like a test got passed, test got failed, test got skipped, test got started, test got finished, like that. Such kind of events will be fired by this TestNG. Okay. So these events will be listened by the TestNG listeners. Okay. These events fired by the TestNG will be listened by the TestNG listeners. So one example or one use I will tell you. Okay. For example, if a particular test got failed, okay, if a particular test got failed, okay, if this particular test got failed, in that case, we can, this TestNG will fire an event saying that test got failed. And here in this TestNG listeners, we have a method, okay, on test failure kind of method, which will be invoked when this particular TestNG test got failed. And in this method, we can write the code for taking a screenshot. Only for the failed test, if you want to take the screenshot, this kind of listeners will be helpful. These are TestNG listeners. Let's not worry about the Selenium WebDriver listeners, because this session is all about, or this question is all about TestNG listeners. Okay, I gave you one example. Okay, when a particular test fails, an event will be fired saying that test got failed, and appropriate method in the TestNG listeners class or interface will be invoked. Okay, when it is invoked, you can take a screenshot. You can write the code in that particular method for taking the screenshot. Okay, that's how the listeners work. Okay, that's one of the example of the listeners. But to implement this kind of methodology or approach where something fails and you have to take a screenshot, there are different variety of listeners available in TestNG. The commonly used one is iTest listener. Everyone, most of the people in the industry in real time use iTest listeners to implement this TestNG listeners in Selenium automation projects. Apart from the iTest listeners, okay, apart from this iTest listener, we also have other type of listeners that we generally or not commonly use. That is I annotation transformer, I invoke method listener, I suit listener, I reporter, I configurable, I execution listener, I hookable, I method interceptor, I configuration listener, and many more. Okay, but this one, okay, this one is a listener interface which we commonly use in real time for implementing TestNG listeners. So when you get this question, just remember few things from this other things, and mainly you mention iTest listener is a thing that you have to mention. Apart from the iTest listener, you just mention iReporter, iHookable, something like that. Okay, 2 to 3. Then that will be enough for answering this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the API that is required for implementing database testing in Selenium WebDriver automation? Let me answer. To implement the database testing in Selenium WebDriver automation, we have to use JDBC from Java API. Okay, in Java API, there's something known as JDBC, Java Database Connectivity, using which we can implement database testing. By implementing or using this JDBC in Selenium WebDriver API, then what we can do is we can run some SQL queries on the database. We can retrieve the data from the database and all those stuff. Okay, JDBC supports that. So by doing that, we can implement database testing in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so simple answer is JDBC from Java API is required for implementing database testing in Selenium automation. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, when to use Auto IT tool in Selenium automation. Let me answer. First of all, this Auto IT is a third-party tool that can be used along with Selenium automation tool. But why we have to use this Auto IT in Selenium automation? Let me answer this in this session. Okay. First of all, you already know that Selenium cannot automate desktop or mobile applications. Selenium can only automate web applications. But in web applications also, okay, while automating the web applications using Selenium, there may be some situations where you will encounter some desktop functionality. For example, I'll open this browser and take you to this sample application URL. It's a web application. You see, any application that runs on a browser is a web application. When you are using Selenium to automate this web application, everything will go smooth. But there may be some situations where you will come across the desktop applications functionality. For example, when you click on this choose file, till choose file clicking, everything is fine because this button is on the web application. It's part of the web application. Selenium can automate clicking of this button. The moment when you click on the choose file button, you are getting a dialog like this. This is not web application. This dialog, which is part of this web application, is not a web application. It's a desktop, window-based application. Selenium cannot interact with this dialog. Okay, then how to complete the automation? I need to check this uploading functionality of this application, but partially I can do because till clicking on this button, everything was fine with Selenium automation. Selenium is automating the web application functionality, but on clicking this button, we got a window-based or desktop-based application functionality. This Selenium cannot interact. So what we do is we take the help of the Auto IT tool. We use Auto IT along with the Selenium, and by doing that, this can be overcome. Auto IT will take care of this and will perform the necessary actions and will upload the file. Okay. So, hope guys you got the idea, like or understanding of why to use auto IT in Selenium automation. Sometimes while automating the web application, you may encounter some desktop based or window based kind of functionality. To deal with that functionality, Selenium cannot do that. Selenium cannot interact. Selenium will take the help of the auto IT to overcome that. Okay, to automate the desktop, that partial desktop based functionality. Once that is done, again we are back to the web application automation that Selenium can take care of. Okay, to overcome this problem, we use auto IT in Selenium automation. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to do session handling in Selenium WebDriver automation. Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is meant by a session in Selenium WebDriver automation? Let me explain that first. For example, here you have some sample Selenium automation script. Okay, there is Selenium automation code.script. And on the other side, we have a browser on which this automation script need to run. So when you run this automation script, the script is going to run on this browser. This is a browser. On the other side, we have the browser. To make this happen, a session need to be created. Okay, session will be created. Selenium will create a session, and once this script is completely executed on this browser, the session will complete. Okay, session will start when the script will start executing on the browser, and once the automation script is done or completed on this browser, then session will close. Okay, session will close. But there may be some situations where, okay, you have multiple automation scripts. Okay, there's one more automation script, another automation script. Okay, there's one more automation script. Now you are running both automation scripts at the same time. Let's say, okay, what will happen? This script should not disturb this session. Another session should be created. For this another automation script, at the same time, if parallelly two scripts are running, another session should be created for this automation script to run on a browser. Okay, another session is same browser, but another session. Okay, let's say this is a Chrome browser, this is also Chrome browser, but different sessions. This script is running on one session of the Chrome browser, and this script is running on a different session of the same Chrome browser. So how to make that possible without disturbing this session? If another script you are running in this session of this automation script should not close or should not get interrupted. Rather, at same time, multiple sessions on the same browser should run. How to make this possible is answer for this question. How to do session handling in Selenium WebDriver. When there are multiple sessions running at the same time on the same browser, then how to handle such kind of multiple sessions, or how to handle such sessions in Selenium automation? The simple, straightforward answer for this question is with the help of TestNG unit testing framework. Okay. So in TestNG, we can enable the parallel execution. After enabling the parallel execution of the scripts, for every automation script, a separate session will be created and they will not disturb each other. They will be running separately. Even though the browser is same also, the sessions will be separate. Okay, and they will be running at the same time. Okay, how that is possible in how to enable this parallel execution in TestNG? There are some attributes in TestNG known as parallel attribute. Parallel. This attribute you have to mention in testng.xml file. So to this attribute, you can either pass tests or methods, whatever it is. Okay, there are multiple options available. Parallel is equal to methods or tests. And along with this, you have to mention one more attribute known as thread-count is equal to how many sessions need to run parallel at the same time. For example, if you say 3 means 3 sessions at a time can run parallelly without disturbing each other, even though the browser is same. Okay, separate sessions will be maintained for this 3 scripts like that. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. How to do session handling in Selenium WebDriver by enabling the parallel execution with the help of TestNG. And in TestNG, we have these attributes known as parallel and thread count. By mentioning these attributes in testng.xml file, we can handle the sessions in Selenium WebDriver automation. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the advantage of using GitHub for Selenium automation? Let me answer. So let me explain or answer this question in a detailed fashion. For example, you have a team, okay? Your project has a team. All these team members are automating the application, different application functionalities. Let's say this is one person or team member, another team member, another team member, another team member, another team member. Okay, let's say there are 5 people in your project who are working on the Selenium automation. They are automating the application functionality. Let's say this person is automating the login functionality, this one logout, assume this one is search, this one is product display page, this one is add to cart, something like that. Different functionalities they are automating, let's assume. Okay, but they belong to the same project. So if they have their own laptop, right? Whatever the code that is automated by this number one person, if that person keeps the code in the same machine, in the personal laptop, okay, and if this person also keeps the automated code in the same laptop, in his laptop, in his or her laptop, like this, okay. So what's the problem in this process? Is there any teamwork? No. Okay, all these people are working on the same project and they're automating different functionalities, but whatever the code they automated, they are putting in there or keeping in their personal machines. They are not sharing with other people. Then will the project progress? Will the automation project progress? No. All this code, okay, separately created by all these team members of a same project need to be collaborated at a single place. It should be collaborated and put at a single place. So for that, they may take another machine, for example. Okay, for example, instead of putting their personal machines, they decided to put in a centralized machine. Okay, they put one server and they're putting their code here. What is the problem here? There's one more problem here. By centralizing this code and collaborating together here, there is a lot of problem, lot of conflicts will come. Okay, so let's say this person has uploaded the code into the server and immediately this person, after this person. So the earlier code got replaced by this person's code. Now this person has uploaded the code. This 2 people code has been replaced by this person code. You see, there is no maintenance or tracking or whatever it is. Okay, so this server machine is not up to the mark. Okay, it's simply a separate machine. Okay, where people are centralizing and collaborating their code, but it is not intelligent enough. Otherwise, I can say this centralized machine is not intelligent enough. And there may be some situation where this system may go down. Right? These are the problems with this machine. Even though they don't want to, these individual team members don't want to keep their automated code in their own machines, they decided to put in a separate machine, and this is a common machine for all these people, all these team members. But the problem is this machine is not intelligent in maintaining their code, in organizing or keeping their collaborating their code together intact. Okay, it's not intelligent enough, and also it may go down, and also multiple times they are uploading the code, so it's not maintaining any versions, no version. Okay, no versions are maintained. Tomorrow, if I feel, let's say this person has written some wrong code and uploaded here, there's no way to go back to the previous instance where the code was writing fine earlier. Okay, so how to revert back? So no version is there, no reverting back is there. These are all the disadvantages. No reverting back. What if we use something known as GitHub? Okay, if we use GitHub, there is no need of maintaining a physical machine. This code can be uploaded onto the cloud like Google Drive. Everyone knows Google Drive, right? Like you upload your files into a Google Drive kind of cloud repository on the internet. So on the same internet, you can maintain this kind of centralized repository where everyone can upload their code, and GitHub is intelligent. It won't go down. It can maintain the versions, and we can revert back to the previous code and many other advantages. Okay, this is what is GitHub. So for the team members to collaborate and put their code here with a proper intelligent system, instead of normal physical machine in your network or something, we have to go with GitHub. GitHub is available on like Gmail, like kind of thing. you can log into the GitHub and create an account. I'll show you one GitHub account of mine. GitHub, I'll simply say github.com. I'll go there. Already I have created an account with this GitHub. So it is already logged in. And here are my repositories. I created a lot of repositories. I'll just go to the repositories here. So these are the different repositories I created. Okay, these are the different repositories I created. So I'll take you to one real-time repository, GitHub Selenium repository. Okay. So Selenium developers are working in developing this Selenium tool, and whatever the code they are writing, right? There is no single developer for developing the Selenium tool. There are many developers, and whatever they are writing, they are uploading into this GitHub centralized repo at this URL. This is a repository actually, Selenium repository. You see how many people are working? User contributors are 685 people are writing the code or developing the Selenium. Okay, they are doing different activities without any conflicts. Okay, they are not putting their or keeping their code in their personal machines. They are collaborating together and uploading the code onto their centralized repo known as GitHub on this cloud. And you see, there's no problem here. And you see how many commits. You see every commit, every change is tracked here. Changes are tracked here. You see, for example, here yesterday, okay, Diego Molina has uploaded something. Okay, has changed something. Then you see other person, okay, has done this. Here another person, they have short names, Harsha and all those. Okay, uh, Steve, Steve. Then like different people are, different people are uploading something. They are changing this code, which is centralized, and they are collaborating together without any problems. And all these changes are tracked here. Okay, if any changes go wrong, they can revert. They can revert to the previous change. For example, if this person has done some mistake, they can go to the previous instance here. Okay, because everything is version controlling is there. So guys, hope you got some idea about what exactly is GitHub. Okay, it's a version control. So it allows you to track the changes. You see, all the changes are being tracked. Whatever the changes you see, changes 1, 2, 3, 4, along with dates and timestamps, everything is there. Who has done the changes and everything is being tracked. If anything goes wrong, we can revert to the previous version. Okay, so GitHub will act as a version control, which normal physical machine in your LAN network cannot do that. It's not intelligent to maintain the versions. Then collaboration. So multiple contributors, like here, multiple team members are collaborating. Here also, multiple team members are collaborating, right, for the Selenium project. They are working on the Selenium project, right? These people are working on the Selenium project. 685 people are there, okay? At this moment, 685 people are collaborating, okay? GitHub is acting like a collaboration tool where multiple people are working simultaneously and making it easier to manage and merge the code changes together. Together, they have to put their code. Okay, they have to progress together as a project. So all the different people's written code need to be put together and merged together. That will be taken care by GitHub. Okay, that will be made easy otherwise by GitHub. Code sharing. For example, take an example of myself. This is my GitHub page. If I go to my repositories, okay. So earlier I created a lot of frameworks. For example, this framework. So based on Python, Selenium Python framework I created, for example. This framework, if I want to share with other people, I can share it here. I can share this URL. Okay. And you can go here and, after if I share this link, all the code is available here. If you want to get this code, just click on this code button and copy this, and using the Git commands, you can download this code. You can even download the project as a zip file also. Okay. Like this, I can share my projects with you. Anyone can share projects openly with anyone with the help of GitHub. That's another advantage. Continuous integration. Your system, for example, if your automation code is there in your local machine, for example, this is my local machine that you are seeing on the screen. And if I have written a lot of automation code, and in my Eclipse ID, this automation code is there. And if I close, after working for 8 hours or something, I'm done with my work and I will close this Eclipse ID, close my machine. Is it possible to run the automation script when my machine is closed? Not possible, right? But GitHub is not like that. GitHub is open 24/7. Okay. Once you upload the code onto the cloud like this code is there. This will not shut down. Like I shut down my machine where my code is available. Rather, if I upload my code into the GitHub kind of repository like this, This will be available 24/7. So continuous integration tools like Jenkins, Travis CI, and Circle CI kind of tools are there in the market. Okay, which will automate the invocation of the running of the automation scripts at night 2 o'clock when your machine is turned off. Still, Jenkins can invoke the automation of the scripts, invoke the execution of the starting of the scripts, and it will come to this particular GitHub repo and it will run the scripts from here because it is open 24/7, right? But in my machine, my machine is down. How can Jenkins come and run the scripts in my machine when my machine is down? But this one is up. So Jenkins, you have created a job in Jenkins that at night 2 o'clock today, just go and run the automation scripts that are there here. It will do that because this is open 24/7. Okay. So continuous integration, it supports, GitHub supports continuous integration and many more advantages. These are the major ones. So hope guys you got the different advantages of using GitHub for Selenium automation and why we use GitHub in real time. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of Selenium automation tool over other test automation tools in the market like UFT or Test Complete? Let me answer. First, I will cover the advantages of Selenium automation tool over other automation tools like UFT Test Complete. The first advantage is Selenium is completely free and open source. You don't have to pay a single buck in order to use Selenium. You can freely download Selenium and use it. Okay. So there is no price for license or anything. But coming to UFT or Test Complete, they are very costly. The license is very costly. Okay. So very drastic change you can say. Selenium is completely free. Despite of being so much popular in the market, Selenium is free, but UFT Test Complete are very costly. Okay, they are very costly. The license, not to use them, we have to purchase the license, and that license amount is bit high, very high, you can say. Okay, so only big companies purchase this license of UFT Test Complete. Mid-size and small-size companies generally don't prefer, okay, to purchase. They go with the Selenium. But coming to the big companies, they are not worried about the amount, right? A lot of the project sizes will be very big, and they have to spend the amount on this license. That's why the license amount of UFT Test Complete is very high. But Selenium is, despite of being popular, also is free. Next one. Next one is multiple programming languages support. Okay. If you are using Selenium as an automation tool, you can write your automation scripts in all the popular programming languages in the market like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, JavaScript, and so on. Many more are there. But coming to the UFT Test Complete, limited support. Okay. Few languages only you can use. Okay. Not this many number of languages. Few supported languages will be there for UFT Test Complete kind of tools. But coming to Selenium, all the popular languages in the market, we can write the automation scripts. Third one, community support is very good. For Selenium, community support is very good. Very big community is there. Okay. So if you go to the GitHub page of Selenium and see how many contributors are there, how many people are developing Selenium, 685 people. How many people are using Selenium? A lot of people. And the collaboration, their way of discussing the things, discussion forums. Okay. And wherever you search some problem in the Google, right, you will get the solution instantly. Because a lot of people are using Selenium, and because of which the community is very big, and whatever the problem you face in Selenium, you'll get the answer instantly just by Google searching or go to the official website of Selenium like selenium.dev, and there are many ways where you can communicate and get your problems resolved. So good community support is one of the major strength you can say for Selenium. Okay, when compared to other tools, still there are a lot of tools in the market which are free and open source, but they are not popular like Selenium because Selenium has very good community support. Okay, that's what is the difference. Okay, so integration flexibility. Selenium automation tool can be integrated with lot of other tools, third-party tools like libraries like TestNG, POI API, Extend Reports library, any type of library. Lot of libraries can be integrated. Okay, so Selenium is something like that. Okay, so it's not just a only tools that you have to use, but you can whatever they need. If you want to get good looking reports, you can use Selenium library with extend reports library. If you want to read the data from the Excel files, you can use PyAPI library with Selenium. Like that, everything for logging, Log4j API is there. Okay, lot of libraries Selenium can integrate with, and not only libraries, lot of tools also like continuous integration tools and all. Selenium supports the integration. Okay, these are the advantages, major advantages of Selenium. Now let's talk about the disadvantages of Selenium. Okay, it's not just advantages of Selenium. There are some limitations and disadvantages also. The first disadvantage of Selenium is when compared to this UFT test complete tools is Selenium can only automate web applications. Selenium cannot automate mobile or desktop applications, but UFT test complete, they can automate all type of applications. Okay, Selenium can only automate web application. That is first disadvantage. Second one, Selenium by default doesn't have any inbuilt reporting mechanism. When you write your automation scripts in Selenium and run the scripts, no report will be generated. No test results report will be generated. There is no inbuilt mechanism in Selenium to generate and show you the results. So we have to integrate Selenium with some third-party libraries like TestNG to generate the reports. Or we have to integrate Selenium with some third-party libraries like Extend reports, okay, Allure reports or whatever it is to get that type of reports. But Selenium by default doesn't have any reporting capability, whereas UFT test complete tools will come by default with reporting capabilities. Okay, so when you run the scripts in UFT or test complete, it will generate the report which are inbuilt reports. Okay, but Selenium doesn't have inbuilt feature for reports. Selenium doesn't offer official paid technical support. You see, whenever you get a problem, okay, there should be some mechanism where, okay, you should get a technical support, okay, to solve the problem. So you got a problem, you don't know how to solve. You are non-technical user, okay. So Selenium is free, but you got a problem. Now, how to solve this problem? No one is there to help you out. Okay, even though you are ready to pay the amount, also it's not possible, because there is no official paid technical support in Selenium. But if you are using the tools like UFT Test Complete, no matter what type of problem you get, there is a channel open where, okay, because of the license you purchased or whatever it is, they provide you some official support, okay, which is in fact a paid one, either part of the license or you pay separately. If the license, that particular timeline is over, you pay some amount and you get your problem resolved. But there is a way. There is someone to help you out. Support team is there to help you out. Technical support team is there to help you out. Okay. So some people feel like, okay, Selenium, I may face problem, I may not get support. So let's go with the UFT test complete. Big companies will do like that. Okay. Small companies or mid-sized companies will depend on the employees. They, they do this and that to get the problem resolved. But coming to UFT test complete in big companies, where big projects are there, different type of problems may occur. They cannot depend on the employees for that solving the problem. So they may go with this kind of tools, which has a technical official paid support. Okay, so that's what is the benefit with UFT test complete, you can say, and disadvantage of Selenium. One more disadvantage of Selenium is, for Selenium automation in Selenium, you need strong programming knowledge. Okay, if you're not good with programming, Selenium automation will become difficult. Why it will become difficult? When you compare Selenium with other tools like UFT Test Complete, they have some inbuilt features in UFT Test Complete with which will, even though you're not good with programming, you can automate. Okay, there's some kind of functionalities or functions or kind of options in UFT Test Complete, like visual scripting kind of options and all are there in this kind of paid tools. Since they are paid, they are giving something extra. Okay, some drag and drop things and all those things are there. But in Selenium, it's pure programming. Okay, if you don't have the knowledge, then you can't go forward. Okay, so programming knowledge is must for Selenium, whereas in UFT test complete it is an optional thing. Okay, because of the options, either it's optional or it will make the things easier. Okay, the way to write the code will be easier. Okay, auto generated things will be there mostly like that. Now the last disadvantage of Selenium is no user friendly interfaces are, okay, no user friendly interfaces in Selenium tool. Okay, Selenium is not actually a tool also, it's a library. Okay, you need something like Eclipse IDE editor where you create a project and to that project you add the libraries of Selenium. That's how the Selenium is, not a tool also. But you have to test complete are like tools, visual tools. Okay, you have to install these tools, launch them. They have a lot of functionalities. There are a lot of wizards where you have to select the options to get the things done. Why they are providing all these wizards, functionalities, visual interfaces, and all those stuff? To make the things easier, to automate, to make your automation easier, they do that. Okay. So with this, hope you guys got an answer for what are the advantages and disadvantages of what are the advantages and disadvantages of Selenium automation tool over other automation tools like UFT test complete in the market. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is exception test in Selenium? Let me answer. In Selenium automation, if you are deliberately causing some errors or exceptions to occur, okay, intentionally, you are modifying the Selenium automation code in such a way that it causes some exceptions. To see how this Selenium code is handling such kind of exceptions, we do that. Okay, that is called as exception test. You see, if you write a proper code, you will not get any exception. But what if in case there is an exception coming in the code? If you want to know in advance how this Selenium automation code will handle such kind of exceptions in real time, if you want to know, you have to deliberately cause some errors or exceptions in the code. And by doing that, you will modify your original Selenium automation code. If in case such kind of exception occurs, this is how I have to modify the code. Okay, to get to know that, we have to introduce this kind of deliberately causing the exceptions in the code, and that we call as exception test. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where first I'll write some very basic, straightforward code, which is not going to cause any exception. Okay, it's going to work seamlessly. Okay, the code I'm going to write is going to work properly without any problems or exceptions. Okay, first I'll write that code. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, now hold the mouse on the WebDriver and import it from Selenium library. Import this Chrome driver. No mistakes, no issues, no errors, anything. The code is going to work seamlessly first. Okay, maximize the browser window. I'll open the application URL. So here I'll take you to some sample application. Let's say this is a sample application. I'll copy and paste this URL here. After going to this application page, here I would like to enter some text. Let's say my name, I would like to enter into the text area field. I'll inspect this text area field. I'll create a web element for the text area field here. It has an ID. Copy this ID. Here write down driver.findElement by.id. Provide the ID locator and create a web element text area field. Okay, is equal to over the mouse create. Web element got created. Now I would like to perform some operation with this web element where I would like to enter some or my name into this text area field. Further, I'll simply say text area field dot send keys. And here I'll give my name Arun Motori. Put a semicolon. After that, that's it. This is what is the code. Let's see whether this code is working fine or not. It's going to work seamlessly without any problems. Okay, run this. This is the original code which is going to run properly. So it's going to type my name into the text area field. Okay. You see, my name got typed into the text area field and everything was working fine, smoothly. But what if this particular find element is not able to find the element with this locator? Okay, that is the doubt I got. Okay, so that's where we are going to use this exception testing. We are going to test the exceptions now. Okay, what if? The question is what if this happens? What if that happens? Okay, what if this exception comes? So intentionally, I'll modify this code such that this code is going to give you the exception. Okay, so I'll say 2, 3. This is a wrong ID locator. Intentionally, I'm modifying the code so that this is going to give me some exception. Based on that exception, I'll modify the code. If in case in real time, such kind of exception occurs, how the code should handle. Okay, so right click run as Java application. This time you see, you will get an exception. Okay, intentionally, I am causing the script to give an exception to me. We'll throw an exception. Go here and see. You see, I got an exception known as no such element exception. And also here, if you see, my name has not been typed. So what's the problem here? At which line we got the exception and all? 16th line. Why I got the exception? Because here there is a wrong locator. So what I have to do is, I have to, okay, I have to put this inside the try catch box. Okay, like this. Catch, no such element, exception. This is exception that is coming, right? E system.out.println. 1 minute. First, let me import this no such element exception from Selenium library. And here I'll write down system.out.println. I'll simply say exception got handled. And I'll print out the details here. Plus E dot get message. Okay. What is the reason for the exception? I'm printing it out. Fine. Like this I'll do. Okay. This time what will happen? So if the code is good, no exception will come. Okay. This operation will be done. If there is something, the exception will be handled. Okay. So this is the ultimate code you have to write. Originally, I have not written this code, thinking that you are kind of you had a feeling that this locator is correct. So why should I implement try catch block originally? But because of this exception test in Selenium that I have done, the process I have done, where I deliberately caused this particular script to give an exception, then I got to know that I have to use try catch block here because there is a possibility of no such element exception here. This is a proper way of writing the code. Okay, so you understood what is the advantage of using this exception test in Selenium automation. By deliberately causing the errors or exception to occur, we can modify our automation code to write in a better way, okay, to handle the situations when exceptions occur. That is what is exception test in Selenium automation. So with practical demonstration, I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why and how will you use an Excel sheet in your Selenium automation project or projects? Let me answer. We use Excel sheet in our Selenium automation projects for several reasons. One of the reason is data-driven testing purpose. If you want to perform data-driven testing in your Selenium automation, that multiple sets of data you will write down in the Excel sheet, and from the Excel sheet you will read into your automation scripts and run the same test again and again with multiple sets of data. Okay. And second thing is test data management. Okay. So let's say there are a lot of automation scripts, and these automation scripts you need to pass some data. So instead of hard coding this data, in the individual automation scripts, rather we'll centralize them in a Excel sheet. Okay, we'll organize them and centralize them in a Excel sheet or Excel file. So what happens with this? Tomorrow, if the application URL changes, okay, let's say tomorrow if application URL changes, you don't have to go to each and every automation script and update the URL. Rather, you can read that application URL from the Excel file. Okay, Excel file itself or Excel sheet itself. Okay, you just need to update that data or application URL in that Excel sheet, and all the automation scripts will read the data from that Excel sheet, which is an updated one, updated application URL. Not only application URL, anything, any data like username, password, anything. Okay, if you centralize, if you remove the hard coding of this data from the individual automation scripts and use Excel sheet as a test data management, then, okay, by centralizing it, by removing the hard coding, the maintenance will become very less, right? Tomorrow, if the application URL changes or your username changes or password changes, you don't have to go and find those individual automation scripts where data is entered. Rather, simply move on to the Excel sheet where this data is mentioned and update at a single place. Rather than touching all the individual automation scripts wherever this application URL, username, password is provided, simply go to the Excel sheet and update. Okay, all the automation scripts will read the data from the Excel sheet. That updated data will be retrieved from the Excel sheet. Okay, so that's another advantage. Okay, test data management, removing hard coding and centralizing. Okay, so you can also use Excel sheet to write back the results. Okay, in some automation frameworks, what they do is whatever the results, automation test results run after they are run, right, whether it is pass or fail, that value will be written back to the Excel sheet. Okay, after running the test in the automation script. Okay, We can write the code in our automation framework in such a way that if the test is passed, we can write down pass beside that particular test in the Excel sheet. Like that. It's kind of flexible, guys. Whatever you want to achieve, you can achieve. Okay. These are few uses you can say. Okay. How will you use? If you get this question, you can answer few of these things. Okay. Few of these points like data-driven testing is the main one that everyone uses. Test data management is also main one. So this one is automatically part of the test data management only. By doing test data management, we are removing the hard coding of the data and centralizing the data. Okay. So this one is optional. It's not compulsory, but some people will do that. Where if a particular test passes, right, they will write back that particular result as pass into the back to the Excel sheet beside the test method test name in that Excel sheet. Okay. So this is up to you. Okay, but these are mandatory. This we generally do as part of the Excel management in our automation projects. So let me practically show you this. Here we have a framework. Okay, here there is one login test. So let's go with the login test. This is a login test. You see, this is a login test where I implemented the data-driven testing thing. So I am retrieving the data, you see. So here there is a data provider for this test method. For this verify login with valid credentials. With multiple sets of valid credentials, I want to test this. For that, I'm getting the data from this data provider known as valid credential supplier. Here is the one. But if you see this data provider method, it is reading the data from the Excel file. From which sheet? Login sheet. Okay. From the login sheet of the Excel file. Where is the Excel file? In this framework, the Excel file is here. You see, this is the Excel file. If you open this, you can see that. In the login, there are multiple sets of credentials. We are reading that data provider is reading from there. You see, multiple sets of username password are there. This data from the login sheet are read by this method. This method is implemented in the utilities here. Okay, utilities. You see, this is a method get test data for which you have to pass the sheet name that is login, and this will get all the data in that particular sheet. And once the data is applied to this data provider method, okay, this data provider method will call this login method multiple times. So if there are 3 sets of data here, your test method, this login test method is going to run 3 times with 3 sets of data. This is called as data-driven testing. And apart from that, we can also use this Excel sheet to store the data also. Here only for data-driven testing I have used, but you can also use this for storing the data, okay, for managing the data and removing the hard coding of the data from this individual automation scripts. Also you can use, and also you can write back the results of whether the tests are passing or failing back to this Excel sheet. For that, you have to go to utilities and implement some methods here, okay? Here only one method is there for reading the data from the Excel file. We have to implement some other methods here for using the POI API, okay? This is all possible. This code or this particular method that you have created in the utilities for reading the data from the Excel file is only possible because of a library known as POI API library that is added in this form.xml file. I'll show you the form.xml file. In that, under the dependencies, there will be POI API. Under the dependencies, you see we have added the POI API, POI XML schema. Okay, where is that? Sorry. Yeah, this one. POI XML schemas, POI XML, and other one is POI. Okay, these 3 libraries we have to add with the same version. Okay, like that, guys. A lot of things, other things are also possible, but here only data-driven testing I implemented in this particular framework. Okay, so hope guys you got the idea like why and how. Both I answered. Why means this is a why. How means this is a framework I showed you, right? This is how. Okay, we have to implement some methods in the utilities and call the methods in the data provider. Data provider will pass the test method and data will be there in the Excel sheets. That is a connection rules. Okay. So how and why both are answered in this session as part of this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can you redirect browsing from a browser through some proxy in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In order to redirect browsing from a browser through some proxy or some proxy address and all, okay, there are some predefined classes and methods in Selenium WebDriver. That is, first we have to create an object for this proxy class, and using this object reference, you have to call this method set HTTP proxy. And here you have to provide the IP address and port number to which you want to redirect the browsing to. Okay. After that, you have to create an object for the Chrome options or whatever the browser options. And using this object reference, you have to set the proxy to this particular proxy object reference. And these options you pass into the driver. It may be Chrome driver or Firefox driver, etc. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to create an object for the proxy, predefined class in Selenium. Proxy is equal to new proxy like this. Now, pour the mouse on this proxy and import this proxy from Selenium library. Now, copy this proxy, object reference, and say set HTTP proxy. Okay, and here provide double quotes and give the IP address and port number to which you want to redirect the browsing of the browser to. For example, 192.168.100.101 address I would like to give, and port number I would like to give as 8080. Okay, so like that, the browsing of the application via the browser will be redirected to this particular IP address and port number. Your application or browser will be running on this IP address and port number. Okay. So instead of your machines, it will be running on this one. Okay, like that. So now Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Okay. For the mouse, import it, copy this, say options dot set proxy, and now set this proxy, give this object reference here. That's it. Now write down the actual code. WebDriver is equal to new Chrome driver. If you are using Chrome options, it is Chrome driver. If you are using Firefox options, it is Firefox driver, like that. Okay. Now pass these options to which proxy settings are done and paste in the constructor. Don't forget to do this. Over the mouse and import this WebDriver from Selenium library, import this Chrome driver class from Selenium library, and write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize and driver dot get. Now give some application URL that you would like to browse in the browser. I'm giving the sample application URL, that is omai.blogspot.com. Okay, that's it. Let me run this code and see whether these proxy settings are working and the browser is redirected to browse this on this particular IP address and port number. Okay, if it is opening, means it got redirected successfully. Okay, in the browser, if that application URL is open, means everything is working fine. Proxy settings are working fine. Okay, so you see the browser is able to browse the application URL on this redirected IP address and port number. So this is how we have to write the code, okay, to redirect browsing from a browser to some proxy. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you achieve synchronization in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, in order to achieve synchronization, we have to implement the waiting mechanism. That is, we have to use either implicit wait or explicit wait or fluent wait. Okay, this first two are the most commonly used. A fluent wait is not much used in real time. So either we have to use implicit wait, explicit wait, or fluent wait. Most of the common used weights are implicit and explicit wait to resolve the synchronization problems in our application, okay, while automating the application. So let me practically demonstrate this for you with an example. For that, I'll take you to this application. That is this application. So when you load this application in this browser, most of the elements are getting loaded, okay? Okay. So when I open this application URL in the browser, most of the elements, for example, this multi-selection box field, this drop-down field, this image, this text area field, text field, radio buttons, most of the elements are getting loaded. Okay, they are in synchronization with the loading of the browser and all those stuff. But when I click on this drop-down button, I'm getting some extra options without the browser page getting loaded, right? When I click on this drop-down, some options are coming with a delay without this page getting loaded. There's a synchronization problem here. These options that are coming here, whatever the options that are coming here after clicking this button, that is Facebook, Flipkart, Gmail, are not synchronized with this browser. Okay. So to solve the synchronization problem and to perform clicking of any of these options which are coming with a delay. For example, after clicking this button, if I want Selenium WebDriver to select this Flipkart option, Selenium WebDriver won't click because After clicking this drop down, Selenium WebDriver will look for Flipkart option, which is not there when it is trying to click. When WebDriver is trying to click the Flipkart option is not there. But Flipkart option came late. Selenium WebDriver will not wait. Okay. To solve that kind of synchronization problem, we have to implement this waiting mechanism, either implicit wait, explicit wait that is commonly used. Okay. Advanced waiting mechanism, fluent wait, which is not much used in real time. I'll practically demonstrate implicit and explicit wait, which are commonly used in real time now to solve the synchronization problem. So I'll first write the code driver is called new Chrome driver. Then I'll import this WebDriver interface from Selenium and Chrome driver class from Selenium. After that, I'll say driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. I'll give the application URL. This application URL. After that, I would like to click on this button, drop down button. Inspect this drop down button. This drop down button has a class locator. Copy this and here simply write down driver dot find element by dot class name. Provide the class locator of that button and say dot click. After clicking on this button, I want to click on the Flipkart option, but Flipkart option is not immediately coming. I'll inspect this Flipkart option. It is a link text between the anchor tags. So link text, we'll copy this and here come and write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text locator of the Flipkart option by dot link text. Provide the double quotes, paste it and say dot click. This is not going to work because after clicking this drop down button, Flipkart option is not immediately coming. So Selenium WebDriver will not wait for the Flipkart option. Only while opening the browser only, Selenium will wait for all the elements to load on the page as part of synchronization. But this is not synchronized. After clicking the button, browser is not loading here. So Selenium will not wait. Selenium only waits when the browser is loading. When the browser is not loading, Selenium will not wait and it will look for the Flipkart option which is not available on the page and it will give you an exception known as no such element exception instead of clicking on the Flipkart option, which is coming out or displaying on the page with a delay. Run the code. It has clicked on the drop down button, but Flipkart option came with a delay. It's not clicking. Instead, you got this exception known as no such element exception. How to overcome this problem? Either you can implement this implicit waiting mechanism or explicit waiting mechanism or fluent wait also. I'm demonstrating this too in this session. Okay. So here I can simply say driver dot manage dot timeouts dot timeouts dot implicitly wait. Okay. Like this I can write. And here, what are the things I have to give? Duration I have to give. Duration dot of seconds. So if you want to give in seconds, let's say maximum of 5 seconds is fine. That's okay. Then put a semicolon here. Now run this code. This time it is going to work because Selenium by default will wait for 5 seconds if a particular element, not only Flipkart, if drop down button is also not available, Selenium will wait because implicit wait is an global wait. It will be applicable for all the elements in that particular automation script wherever it is mentioned. Okay, it not only waits for Flipkart, it also can wait for drop down button. You see, this time Flipkart option has been clicked. Selenium has waited for the Flipkart option to come and it has clicked. Here, the Flipkart, here implicit wait is a global wait. So instead of globally waiting for all the elements on the web page, I would like to wait only for the Flipkart option, which needs the synchronization problem to be resolved, right? Which only requires a Selenium WebDriver to wait. For that, for explicit wait, I'll write like this: WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. This is explicit wait. I'm going to explicit wait only for the Flipkart option, not for all the elements in the script. Over the mouse, import it, and here provide driver, comma, duration dot of seconds, duration dot of seconds, and give that 5 seconds or whatever the maximum time you want to give. And give 10 seconds also, not a problem. You'll only wait for the option to be there. Okay. Do not wait for the entire 10 seconds. Wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located, and here provide this locator by dot link text. That's it. Put a semicolon here. And now we are explicitly waiting for the Flipkart option to be there. for maximum of 10 seconds. If it comes in 10 seconds, you don't have to. Selenium will not wait for the entire 10 seconds if the element is coming within 10 seconds, before 10 seconds. Okay, run this. This time also it will click on the Flipkart option and we will be able to resolve the synchronization problems in Selenium WebDriver with the help of this implicit wait or explicit wait. Just see here, when the Flipkart option comes, it will click done. Has clicked on the Flipkart option and you are taken to the flipkart.com page. So hope guys you understood how do you achieve synchronization in WebDriver by implementing waiting mechanism with the help of any of these waiting mechanism types like implicit, explicit, or plain wait. We can achieve that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write a code to wait for a particular element to be visible on a page in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In order to wait for a particular element, only particular element or specific element, okay, to be visible on the page, we have to implement explicit waiting mechanism in Selenium. Okay, we have to write these two lines of code. First, we have to create an object for this WebDriver wait. Okay, and using this object reference, we have to call this until method. In that, we have to provide this expected conditions class dot. We have to wait for this particular element to be visible on the page. So we have this method known as visibility of element located. Okay, under expected conditions, there are many types of expected conditions, but here we need to wait for a particular element to be visible on the page. For that reason, we'll be using this expected condition known as visibility of element located. And here we'll provide the locator of the element for which we want to wait for that element to be visible on the page, for that particular element to be visible on the page. Let me practically demonstrate this mechanism. Further, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. Let me open the application URL. Copy this URL, paste it here. Okay. Once I open this application URL, then let me click on this button. Once I click on this button, these options are not coming immediately. They are coming with a delay. So I will explicitly wait for this Flipkart option to be visible on the page. After that, I'll perform click. Okay. For that, I'll write the code. First, I'll inspect this drop-down button, which I need to click to get that Flipkart option. Driver dot find element by dot class name. Provide the class locator of that particular button that I need to click. Dot click. Once I click on this button, the options will not come immediately. They are coming with a delay. So inspect this Flipkart option. Here, Flipkart option is a link text. Copy this link text. Here, write down driver dot find element by dot link text and provide the link text locator of that Flipkart option and say dot click. But here, the problem is WebDriver will not wait for the Flipkart option to be visible on the page. So we have to explicitly wait for this particular Flipkart option to be visible on the page. For that, I'll implement the explicit waiting mechanism. That is WebDriver wait. I'll create an object for this WebDriver wait. WebDriver wait like this. Okay, I'll create an object for this WebDriver wait. Import this WebDriver wait from Selenium library over the mouse and import it from Selenium library. Here we have to pass driver, comma, duration dot of seconds. And you can give as much as you want, maximum time. But if the Flipkart option is coming within 10 seconds, it will not wait for the entire time. Okay. So here I have to say wait dot until expected conditions. There are different type of expected conditions. In this case, I have to wait for this Flipkart option to be visible or present on the page, to be visible on the page. So I'll say visibility of element located by locator. Okay, here I need to provide this by dot link text Flipkart. That's it. Put a semicolon here. And now this is what is explicit waiting mechanism. You are specifically waiting for Flipkart option to be visible on the page. These are the two lines of code you have to write. Now run this. It will wait for the Flipkart option. WebDriver will now wait for the Flipkart option and perform click operation on the Flipkart. So it will click on the drop-down button. You'll wait for the Flipkart and click on the Flipkart option and has taken you to the flipkart.com page. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is, write a code to wait for a particular element to be visible on the page. By implementing this explicit waiting mechanism and by mentioning the visibility of element located from expected conditions, we can wait for a particular element to get visible on the page. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write a code to wait for an alert to appear on the web page in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, in order to wait for an alert to completely appear on the web page before performing any operations on the alert, we have to implement this explicit waiting mechanism. While implementing this explicit waiting mechanism, we have to mention this expected conditions as alert is present. Okay, this is a command you have to remember. You have to wait for the alert to be present on the page. This is very important. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate these things for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL. Let me open this browser and take you to this sample application URL. Copy this URL and paste it here. And here on this application URL page, there is a button that is click to get alert button. If you click on this button, you will get the alert. So what I will do here is, with the help of Selenium automation, I'll click on this button. And before performing any operations on this alert, I'll first wait for this alert to be completely displayed on this page and then perform the operations on this alert. Okay, that's what I want to do. So let me first inspect this button, which I have to click to get the alert. It has an ID, copy this ID, come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator and say dot click. Once I click on this button, I'll get this alert. Okay, once I click on this button, I'll get this alert. Once I get this alert, I'll not directly jump and perform the operations on this alert because this is an asynchronous kind of action. Okay, so when I click on this button without the web page loading, a different thing is coming, that alert is coming. Okay, alert which was not there earlier now is coming after I click on the button without the page getting loaded. So Selenium WebDriver will not wait for this alert to be present here. Okay, so sometimes alert way, after clicking on this button, alert may take some time to get displayed on the page and Selenium WebDriver will fail because it will try to perform some actions on the alert and alert will not be there by the time Selenium is trying to do some activities on the alert. Okay, it's better to wait for the alert to be displayed on the page. For that, we can implement this waiting mechanism, explicit waiting mechanism, that is WebDriver wait. Just create an object for this WebDriver wait. WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. Put a semicolon. Over the mouse on this WebDriver wait, import this from Selenium library. Here provide driver and here say duration dot of seconds and give the time, maximum time, whatever. Okay, if the alert comes within this 10 seconds, that's okay. Wait dot until expected conditions dot alert is present. That's it. Okay, this command you have to use. Expected condition alert is present. We are waiting for an alert to be present. Once alert is present, you can switch to the alert, driver dot switch to dot alert, and then perform the activities on the alert. This will return you the alert interface. Alert is equal to, and the return type of this alert method is alert interface. Over the mouse and say create local variable. You see alert interface came here. Now simply say alert dot get text. If you want to read the text that is there on the alert, you can use the alert dot get text command. String text on alert, and here I'll print it out. System.out.println. The output console, I'll print the text on the alert, and after that I'll just wait for some time so that you can see the alert displayed on the page. I'll just give some 3 seconds of time just for demo purpose. Ignore the exception and simply after that alert dot accept it. Okay, select OK button on the alert with the help of this accept command. That's it. Run the code, right click, run as Java application. Here we are waiting for the alert to be present. Before performing any operations on the alert, we are first waiting for the alert to be present on the page. Click on the button, alert is there, text will be retrieved and alert got accepted. Now come back here and see the text on the alert got retrieved and printed here. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is writing a code to wait for an alert to be appeared on the web page using Selenium WebDriver. We have to implement this waiting mechanism, and especially while implementing the waiting mechanism in the expected conditions, we have to mention this command known as alert is present. Okay, we have to wait for the alert to be present on the page. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to scroll down a page using JavaScript in Selenium WebDriver automation. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver automation, in order to run the JavaScript code to scroll down a page, we have to use this predefined interface in Selenium known as JavaScript executor interface, and it has a predefined method known as execute script. To this particular method, we have to pass the JavaScript code. This is a JavaScript code that will be required for us to scroll the page down. Okay. So in this example, window.scroll by, you are passing 1000 here. 1000 means 1000 pixels. And this is vertical. Vertically scrolling down by 1000 pixels. Here 0 means horizontal. You are not going to scroll horizontally, you are going to scroll vertically. So this argument is provided for vertical purpose, 1000 pixels down. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. For sample, I'll take this sample application URL known as omaya.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. After going there, I would like to scroll this by 1000 pixels down. Okay. This page is this much big or length. Okay. This much length. Okay. So I just would like to scroll by 1000 pixels like this. Okay. Down. So for that, with the help of Selenium WebDriver, we can run some JavaScript code to scroll this page down by 1000 pixels. For that, what I will do here is first I'll write this driver, WebDriver's driver, and typecast this driver with this predefined interface in Selenium known as JavaScript executor. Okay, we'll put a semicolon here, and I'll just create a variable over the mouse and say create. Okay, again the same JavaScript executor will automatically come here. Over the mouse on the JavaScript executor and import it from Selenium library. Now this object reference, using this object reference, we can call a method known as execute script method. Okay, execute script method. And here I don't want to pass this argument and all. I'll simply directly run the JavaScript code. In between the double quotes, I have to write the JavaScript code. The JavaScript code for scrolling the page down by 1000 pixels is vertically by 1000 pixels is window dot. The method is scroll by method. This is all JavaScript code. Whatever I'm writing is a JavaScript code. Here, first I have to mention 0. Horizontally, I don't want to scroll, so 0 pixels. Vertically, I would like to scroll down by 1000 pixels. Okay, like that. Now run the code. So before, for demonstration purpose, I'll just add create.sleep here so that we can see the scroll happening. Okay. Otherwise, it will be fast. So let me run the code. I have run the code. With these 2 lines of code, the page should scroll down by 1000 pixels. Maximize the browser. Just observe the scroll bar. After 3 seconds, you see it has scrolled down by 1000 pixels. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to scroll down a page by running the JavaScript code in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to scroll down to a particular web element on the web page using Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, in order to scroll down to a particular web element on the page, we have to run some JavaScript code. In order to run the JavaScript code in Selenium, we have a predefined interface in Selenium known as JavaScript executor interface, and it has a predefined method known as execute script predefined method. To this particular method, we have to write this line of code. Arguments of 0 means that particular web element that would like to scroll the page to. And here we have to use a command known as scroll into view. Okay, this command we have to remember, scroll into view, element dot scroll into view. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window. And here I need to open the application URL in the browser. So let me open this omaya.blogspot.com and paste it here. Once I navigate to this page, let's say I would like to scroll this page until this button. Okay. I would like to scroll this page until this button is visible. Okay. So scroll until the button is there. Okay. Button is visible on the page. So how to make that happen? For that to make that happen, first we have to create an element for this web element for this button. Inspect this web element, button web element. It has an ID. Copy this ID. Now write down driver.find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator. The semicolon. Say button element. Button element is equal to, and the return type of the find element is web element will command added here. Okay, command add here. Now typecast a driver with JavaScript executor, predefined interface in Selenium, JavaScript executor like this, put a semicolon, and here say give some variable name like JSC or whatever the name you want. Hover the mouse and say create local variable. Now hover the mouse on this and import this interface from Selenium library. After importing, now you use this object reference, that is JSC dot execute script. This will allow us to run the JavaScript code. And here in place of the argument, you pass this web element, button element. And here now in double quotes, write the JavaScript code to refer to this web element that is provided in this execute script. This is at the index 0 as part of the argument. So I'll say arguments of 0. Okay. Arguments of 0 means it is referring to this button element dot. You have to use a JavaScript command known as scroll into view. Okay. Scroll until that element is visible on the page. This is a JavaScript code, guys. Okay. Now run the code. So before running the code, what I will do is I'll just add some thread.sleep here so that for demo purpose. Okay. Otherwise, it will be a bit fast and it will scroll fast. Okay. Just 3 seconds I'll give. Nothing more than that. Now run the code. Right click run as Java application. It will scroll the page until that button is visible on the page. Okay. On the screen. Button is visible on the screen. First, you see the scroll bar. Observe the scroll bar, guys. It's on the top. After 3 seconds, it will scroll down. The page is still loading, guys. Let's wait. Selenium will wait until the page is completely loaded. Okay. So sometimes what happens is the page will take some time to load. Let me press just press enter so that it will load this time. Once the page is loaded, then only Selenium will move forward. Otherwise, it will not move forward. It's not required for you to just press enter, but sometimes just for demo purpose only, right? Just pressing enter so that it may load the page. Okay, it's taking time. Yeah, the page got loaded. After 3 seconds, observe. The page has been scrolled down until this button is visible on the screen. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to scroll down to a particular element on the web page in Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to handle keyboard and mouse actions using Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a predefined class known as actions class, using which we can handle or simulate keyboard and mouse actions. Let me practically demonstrate this for you in this session. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here I need to open the application URL. I'll open this browser and take you to one sample application URL, that is omaya.blogspot.com. Once we are on this omaya.blogspot.com, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move my mouse onto this blocks menu, and under the blocks menu, again, I'm going to hover the mouse on this second option, that is Selenium by Arun. And if I directly perform mouse click, it will open in the same page. This is not what I'm going to do. Okay. So what I'm going to do is first using the mouse, I'm going to handle the mouse by moving it onto blocks menu. And from there, I'm going to move it to the Selenium by Arun option. And after that, I am going to simulate or handle the keyboard key. That is, I'm going to press and hold down the control key and click it and then release the control key. Here, two things are there. I am not only handling the mouse, but also handling the keyboard key, that is control key, so that this particular Selenium I Arun will open in the new tab. Okay, so let's do that. For that, I'll copy this URL and paste it here. After that, what I have to do? I have to create an object for the actions class. Actions is equal to new actions. Like this, I'll create an object for the actions class in Selenium. Hover the mouse on this and import this actions class from Selenium library. And to this constructor of actions class, I need to pass this WebDriver driver. Okay, done. Now, the next thing is I need to use this object reference actions and move my mouse. Okay, I have to handle the mouse by hovering it onto the actions dot move to element. There is one command in actions class known as move to element, which will move your mouse onto the required element. I would like to move my mouse onto the blocks menu. I'll inspect this blocks. And this is HTML code. It has an ID. This blocks has an ID. Copy this and create a web element. Before moving to this, here create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. ID of that blocks menu option. And here, simply say blocks menu is equal to, and this is a web element. Okay, create. Now copy this web element inside this move to element. Okay. After hovering the mouse onto the blocks, now I want to move to the Selenium by Arun. I'll inspect the Selenium by Arun, which is some text between this span tags. Okay, copy this. Under the anchor tag, we have the span tag. Under span tag, we have this. So I'll do one thing. I'll create an XPath expression /a/span text is equal to text function is equal to, like this. I'll create an XPath expression. Once this is created, it is located. Selenium by Arun got located. Copy this XPath expression. Come back here and create a web element. Here I have to move from here to move to element again. I have to move the mouse from blocks menu to the new element, that is driver dot find element by dot XPath, whatever XPath I created for that Selenium by Arun option. Put a semicolon here. I'll simply say Selenium by Arun option. Okay. Create a web element out of it. Now copy this. After moving the mouse to this element, from here to this, now I want to press and hold down the control key. I don't want to release the control key. I just want to press down the control key. For that, there is a command, key down. Okay, it will press the key and doesn't release. Which key? Keys dot control key. This key, control key. Okay, you don't have to release. Now I have to perform. Here in this process, you have already handled the mouse. You already handled the keyboard key by pressing it down, pressing the control key down. While the control key is pressed down, you want to mouse left click. For mouse left click, you have to use a command known as dot click command. That's it. Okay. And after clicking, I would like to release this key. Whatever the key that is pressed down, I would like to release. How to release? Say dot key up. Again, the same key you provide, keys dot control. Okay, keys dot control, like this. And now at the end, put the dot build dot perform. If you don't provide this dot build dot perform, all these commands will not be working. Okay, actions class commands to work, we have to end them with, there are multiple commands, you have to say build dot perform. If there is only one command, directly dot perform. Okay, you can organize like this if you want. Okay, if you are not able to see everything, just organize like this. These are all the activities we are doing. Okay, dot build dot perform. Okay, so actions. So this should do the thing. So using the actions class, we are able to handle both mouse and keyboard keys. Okay, this combination of mouse and keyboard keys are there here. Okay, to get this done. So right click, run as Java application, run this code. Let's see what's happened. What will happen? It should open that Selenium by Arun option in that blocks menu in a new tab. Okay, that should happen. It should hover the mouse onto the blocks menu. From there to the Selenium, it should open in the new tab. You see, everything has been done. Selenium by Arun has been opened in the new tab. Okay. So, hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is how to handle the keyboard and mouse actions using Selenium WebDriver. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which files can be used as a data source for different frameworks in Selenium automation projects? Let me answer. There are different files that we can use in our Selenium automation frameworks or projects for reading the data from them. They are, we can use the text files for storing and reading the data from them. We can use Excel files. We can use XML files. We can use the JSON files. We can use the CSV files. We can use the properties files. These are the different variety of files that we can use in different frameworks in our Selenium automation projects for retrieving the data or reading the data or getting the data or using them as a data source for getting the data, okay, in our projects. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can you fetch an attribute value from a web element in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as get attribute command. To this command, we have to pass the attribute name so that it can retrieve the value of that particular attribute of the element. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window. And here we need to open the application URL. Let me take you to this sample application URL, omaya.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get an attribute value of this drop-down field. Okay, let me inspect this drop-down field. First, we have to locate this drop-down field and create a web element out of it. So with the help of this ID of this drop-down field, I'm going to create the web element for the drop-down field. Driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator of the drop-down field, put a semicolon, create the web element drop-down field element is equal to, okay. Now hold the mouse on this and say create local variable. Web element got created. Now simply, okay, what I'm going to do is I'll say drop down field element dot get attribute command. I'll use this get attribute command. And here to this, I have to pass the attribute name for which I want to get the value. If I clearly look into this, if I look into this HTML code of this drop down field, let's say there is a class known as class with the value combo box. Name is equal to sitemap. For example, I would like to get this sitemap. For that, I have to give this attribute name. Okay, copy this and paste it here. I'll simply say string value or something. Okay, now print out this system.out.println value. Now quit the browser, driver.quit. It should retrieve this sitemap value of the name attribute. Here you provide a name attribute, so it will retrieve the value of the name attribute, that is sitemap, and print in the output console. Right click run as Java application. You see the value of the name attribute, that is sitemap got retrieved. If you change it, for example, if you give this class as the attribute name, then it will get the combo box as the value. It will retrieve the combo box value now. Just change this name attribute to class attribute name in this get attribute command. It will retrieve the different value this time. That is combo box value will be printed in the output console. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is how can you fetch an attribute value from a web element in Selenium WebDriver using this command known as get attribute command. We can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to retrieve the text between the HTML tags of a web element in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as getText command, using which we can retrieve the text that is there between the HTML tags of a element on the web page. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and here we need to open the application URL in the browser. Let me open the browser and open one sample application URL. Copy this URL, paste it here. Now, on this application URL page, there are a lot of elements. I'll pick one element. Let's say this button 2. Okay. So I would like to retrieve this button 2 text. So let me see whether this button 2 text is there between the HTML tags of this element or not. Okay. Right click inspect. Yes. Button 2 text is between the starting and ending button tags. To retrieve this button 2 text, okay, of this element, which is there between the HTML tags of this element, I have to use which command? Get text command. Okay. First, let me locate this element. For that, I'll use ID, copy this ID, and create the web element out of it. Private dot find element by dot ID locator of that particular element. So this is the button element. Button element is equal to create the web element out of it. Done. Web element got created. Now, for this web element, in the HTML code of this element, there is some text between the starting and ending tags. If you want to retrieve such kind of text which is there between the starting and ending tags, we have to use which command? Dot get text command. We have to use dot get text command. So string text between HTML tags. Okay. I'm going to retrieve with the help of the get text command. I'll print it out. Text between HTML tags and quit the browser. Driver dot quit. Now run the code. The text between the HTML tags of this particular button will be retrieved and printed in the output console. So I have run the code. Let's see that output. Okay, in the output console, it will be printed text between the HTML tags of the element. You see the text between the HTML tags, that is button 2, has been retrieved for this element and got printed in the output console. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to press Alt key or Shift key or Control key or Enter key or Tab key or any other key in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we can press any key. Okay, immediately press and release the key with the help of send keys command. Apart from using send keys command only for typing the text into the text fields and all, we can also use send keys, same send keys command to press and release the keys immediately. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to this Eclipse IDE where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, then maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. I'll take you to one sample application URL. So I'll take you to this tutorialsninja.com/demo. And in this, I'll take you to this login page. Let's directly navigate to login page. Okay, the get command, I'll give the URL of the login page. Once you go to the login page, I would not like to enter any email address or password. Directly, I would like to press this login key. Okay, with the help of enter key, I would like to click on this login key. How that is possible? I'll first inspect this login button. So I'll have to create an XPath expression out of it. Copy this value attribute value, that is login. I'll simply say / input @ value is equal to login. Value in single quotes give login. Like this. Once you give that, it's locating the login button. Copy this XPath expression. Now write down the code here. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of the login button, and here say dot send keys, and here say keys dot enter key. Okay, when you say keys is another predefined class in Selenium library. Keys is another predefined class in Selenium library. Okay, it has, you can access all the keys, whatever the keys you want to press and release immediately with the help of send keys, right? All are available here. You see Alt key is there, cancel, clear key is there, control is there, delete is there, all the keys will be there, but I want the enter key, type enter. You see all the keys are coming. Just type enter. Okay. Keys dot enter. The send keys now will press and release this enter key on this login button immediately. So what happens when you click on this login button, you will get a warning message. Okay. Without entering any credentials, if you click on the login button, the same action should be repeated with the help of pressing this enter key and releasing it on the login button immediately. Okay. Right click on the script and run as Java application. Let's wait. Open the browser, maximize the browser window, open the application URL. You see it has pressed and released the enter key on the login button, because of which we got the warning message. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question, that is how to press any key using Selenium WebDriver. With the help of send keys command, we can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to set the size of a browser window using Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a command known as set size command, using which we can set the size of a browser window. That is, we can set the height and width of a browser window. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and here we need to open the application URL. Let me open one sample application URL, that is umaya.blogspot.com application URL. Copy this and paste it here. Now, if I run this code, this particular browser window will open in maximized mode. Here you see driver.manage.window.maximize I am using. So it will be opened in maximized mode. First, it will open in normal mode, and after that, it will get maximized. So let me run this before showing you how to set the size, that is height and width of a browser window in a normal mode. If you maximize a browser window, how the browser window will open, I'm going to show you first. Just observe that the Chrome browser will open like this, and then it will get maximized to this particular full size like this. Okay. But what if you want to set a particular height and width? For that, driver.manage.window.set size. Instead of maximize command, use a set size command. And to the set size command, you have to pass the dimension. So create an object for dimension, dimension is equal to new dimension. Okay, like this, create an object for the dimension predefined class in Selenium. Over the mouse on the dimension and import this dimension from Selenium library. And this constructor cannot be empty. You have to give the height and width. Okay. For example, height I am giving as let's say 700, and width I am giving as 300. Okay. Let's see how does it go. Copy this dimension and paste it in the set size. The set size command, you pass this dimension where the height is given as 700, width is given as 300. Okay, let's see how it goes. Let's run the code. Instead of the browser getting opened in the maximize mode, it will be opened in a resized mode with this specified dimensions or size. Let's see how it will open. Okay. So here I have to give in an opposite direction. I have to give 300 here, and I have to give 700 here. This is height, this is width, guys. Okay. So wrong position. This is width, this is height. So that's why opposite way it came. Like this it came, because this is width, this is height. Okay. Now run this, you'll get a proper. Now this time what will happen is 700 will be the height. It will be, vertically height, and horizontally it will have less width. Okay. Let's see this time. height will be more, width will be less this time. You see, height is more, height is 700, width is 300. Okay, let's do one more thing. Let's give the width as 150. 150 width, 700, or otherwise 800 is the height. Okay, I'm increasing the height and decreasing the width. It will become less wider, and vertically or height wise it will become more this time. First it will open in normal size and then it will get resized. You see, 800 is the height, 150 is the width, like that. Okay, so hope guys you understood or you got the answer for this question, that is how to set the size of a browser window using Selenium WebDriver. By using this command known as set size command, we can do that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to switch to a new window which opens up after you click on a hyperlink in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have different commands like get window handle, get window handles, driver dot switch to dot window. Using these commands, we can switch to a new window which opens up after we click on a link. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser window, and here we have opened one application URL, that is the sample application URL, https://umaya.blogspot.com. Let me show you how this URL looks like, application URL looks like, or application looks like. Okay, so once you go to this application, there is a link here, open a pop-up window. When you click on this link, a new window will appear. Okay, so when you click on this link, a new window will appear. What we have to do in this example is, I want to read this particular text. I want to retrieve this particular text, a paragraph of text from this new window and print in the output console. But that is not going to happen by default. For that to happen, we have to switch the focus of Selenium from here to here. Okay, by default Selenium focus, even though you click on a link and new window comes, Selenium focus is there still on the default window or the first opened window. It will not switch to directly to this new window. We have to make it switch to the new window and then perform the operations, whatever the operations like retrieving this particular text from the window and printing in the output console and then closing the window. All these things we have to do by mentioning it. Okay, in the automation script, we have to mention in such a way that we have to write some code in such a way that the Selenium focus switches from this window to the new window. Okay, how to do that I'm going to cover. Okay, so now at this location, when I open this application URL, only one window will be there. Okay, when this application URL is open in the window, only one window is there. So I will capture that window with the help of which command? This command, get window handle command. Okay, only handle, it's not handles, it's only handle. Okay, since there is only one window at this time, I will be using driver dot get window, driver dot get window handle. Instead of handles, I have to go with handle, because at this point of time in this automation script, only one window having this application URL is open. The window ID of this particular application URL browser window will be captured here in the form of string. Okay, original or default window. Okay, whatever the default window that got opened. Fine, I can also call it as parent window. Okay, the main window or main window, parent window, whatever you want. Okay, I'm just, you can decide the name. There is no particular process for that. Once you capture that parent window ID, this is actually, okay, in the string format, it is a parent window ID. Now, after this, I would like to click on this link on this page, which will open another window. To get this new window, I have to click on this link. Let me inspect this link and I will get the HTML code here. This is the link text, copy this and simply say driver dot find element by dot link text provide the link text and say dot click. This will click on this link and it will open the new window. Okay, it will open the new window and this is the window, okay, which got opened. So now at this moment, how many windows are there? This window and this window, two windows are there. So what I will do here is I'll say driver dot get window, driver dot get window. Instead of handle, I'll say handles, because once you click on this link, another window got opened apart from the default window or parent window, another child window got opened. Now at this moment, two windows are there. To capture multiple windows, I have to use get window handles. This will return you a set of strings. Okay. So this is like window IDs. Okay. Multiple windows IDs. One of parent, one of child. We don't know. It's returning in the form of set of window IDs. Okay. Set is from Java, right? Set is a predefined interface in Java collections interface. Set will store this window IDs in a random order. We don't know the first position parent window ID is stored or child window ID is stored. In the second position, whether the parent window ID is stored or child window ID is stored, we don't know. That's the problem. So how to overcome that? We don't know which window is stored at which order. We don't know because it is returning in the form of a set. Okay, set will store in random order. So we have to find it out. Okay, we have to find it out. So for that, I have to write some logic here. Okay, to find out, I have to write some logic. I'll simply write down for, I'll try this for each and every window is a string window ID colon window IDs. Okay, for each and every window ID, we'll iterate this for loop. Okay, so whatever the window ID, it may be parent, it may be child, we don't know. Okay, so some window ID for one of the window ID of parent or child, it is getting iterated for the first time. So I'll blindly switch to that window ID. Driver dot switch to dot window of this window ID I'll give. Okay, but I don't know whether this window ID is a parent window ID or child window ID. I don't know. So what I will do here is I want to find out whether I have switched to this child window ID, because I would like to read the text from this child window ID. How can I know whether the window ID that this driver has switched to is a child or parent? How to find it out? There is a way. Once you switch it, now you try to retrieve the title. If it retrieves this particular title, we know that it is parent window. If it retrieves this child window's title, then we know that it's the title of the, it's nothing but the child window. Okay, let's find it out. How? Driver dot simply say, after switching to one of the window, we don't know whether it is a parent or child. I'll simply say get title. Okay, it will retrieve string actual title of the window, but we don't know. Okay, still we don't know which window it is. To find it out, I'll write the logic like this. If this actual title that got retrieved from whatever the window we have switched to dot equals, if it equals to this particular title, that is basic web page title, you can right click and view page source. Here also you'll get the code. This is the title of the page. Copy this title. If it is equal to the child window's title, then we can perform the operation. What operation we can perform? Right click, inspect. Now, this is the HTML code of this first paragraph. It has an ID. Copy this ID. And here write down the code. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of that paragraph and say dot get text. The text is between the tags. This paragraph text is between the tags. You can see that. You see text between the tags. If you want to retrieve, you have to use get text command. And string para text is equal to, here write down system.out.println para text like this. Just print it out. Just print it out. Okay. And after that, once the task is done, you just need to close this child window. Just need to close this child window. How to close the child window? Here simply say driver dot close. Since the task is already done, I would like to come out of the for loop. Okay, my task is to go to the child window, switch to the child window, and retrieve the text from first paragraph text from the child window, and then close the window. After that is done, I don't have to iterate the loop anymore. Okay, so I'll simply say break. If I write the break statement here, it will take you out of this for loop. Okay, it will take you out of the for loop. That's it. Once the child window is closed, now let's say you want to type some text into this text area field in the parent window. Okay. Now the focus of the Selenium is on which window? Child window. Okay. When you have breaked it out and all, the focus of the Selenium is on the child window because it has retrieved the text from the paragraph text from the child window and it has closed the window. So definitely the focus of the Selenium is on the child window. Now to perform the operation on the parent window, we have to again come to the parent window. For that there is a way. That is driver dot switch to dot window of. Here, already in the beginning, when there was only one window, I captured the window ID of the parent window. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. Now, whatever the operation you want to do, for example, you want to enter text into the text area field, you can do that. As an ID, copy this ID and simply write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of the text area field on the parent window and say dot send keys. I would like to type my name into the text field or Control E. That's it. Now run the code. Right click, run as Java application. This is how we can handle windows, multiple windows in Selenium WebDriver. Okay. This is one of the logic. You can create your own logic also. This is one the logic I follow. This is child window came, closed. Okay, and you see again it switched back to the parent window. It has typed my name, and in the output console, you see the text on the child window, paragraph text on child window got retrieved and printed. Everything is happening fine. Right? Everything is happening fine. This is the logic. This is the logic we have to write. Okay. When there is only one window, we use get window handle to capture that window ID of the parent window. After that, when you click on the link, multiple windows will be there. To capture all the windows, we'll use get window handles, and it will return in the form of set of window IDs. And you can use this for loop, and you can match with that ID to see which window you are switching to. We don't know because the set will store the window IDs in the random format. So to find out which window it is, we'll just iterate through the window IDs, and if the title matches with the child window ID, then we'll do the operation on the child window. And again, after that, we'll switch to the parent window and perform the operations on the parent window ID. Okay, parent window. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can I call a single data provider method for multiple functions and multiple classes? Let me answer. The answer is yes. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'm going to create a test method, public void test1. Okay, test1. And let's say this particular test1 will accept username and password. Okay, and I'm going to convert this normal method into a testng test method. For the mouse on this @test annotation and import it from testng library. That's it. Okay. Now here write down the code like this: system.out.println. When this particular test method gets executed, it should print the username and password. Username, just give an hyphen plus password. Okay, I'll just say password like this. Done. This is good. Now I'm going to create a data provider method which is going to supply the data to this particular test method. Okay. So for that, I'll say public void supplier one or something. Okay, I'm just giving some name. And here I'll just annotate with @data provider annotation from testng. This particular method, I'm going to make it to supply data to this particular test method. Over the mouse on this data provider annotation and import it from testng library. Now I'm going to give a name for this data provider method. That is name is equal to data supplier one. Okay, like this. I'm just giving a different name. So instead of method name, I'm just giving a name for a data provider. Okay. So this is not compulsory. If you provide, it's better to refer to this data provider method with this data provider mention name for the name attribute. So I would like to supply the data from this data provider method to this particular test method. For that, I'll create a two-dimensional object array. Object array data is equal to, and here I'll write curly braces. Inside the curly braces, again I'll provide multiple sets of data. For each every set of data, I will provide a curly brace. Here, three sets of data I'm going to provide. Here I will say Arun, password is 123, and here I will say Varun, password is 456. Here I will say Tarun, password is 789. That's it. And here I'm going to return the data, return data, and here the return type should be two-dimensional object array. Object array two-dimensional. That's it. Now here I need to supply the data from this data provider to this test method. For that to happen, I have to provide a link between this data provider method in this test method. For that, beside the test annotation of this test method, I'll say data provider attribute is equal to, I'll give the name of this data provider like this. This is good. Okay. Now run the code. Now run this test method, and this test method is going to run how many times? 3 times. Why? Because there are 3 sets of data. For every set of data passed to this test method is going to run that many number of times. Since there are 3 sets of data, this data provider is going to run 3 times. Now simply click on this run, and this test method is going to run 3 times. 3 times the username and password will be printed. You see? 3 times it got run. The same test method, test one got run 3 times, every time with different set of data. You see, Arun 123, Arun 456 got printed, Arun 789. So the question is, can I call a single data provider method for multiple functions? Here only one function is there, right? Here only one test method is there, but can I use the same data provider method for another test method? The answer is yes. Public void. I'll simply say test2. Again, I will pass string username, comma string password. Okay. And here I'll write down some code. System.out.println. Username plus, I'll just give a colon symbol just to make a difference here. Hyphen is there, a colon is there. So that you know from which test method the print statement got printed. If the if this test method got executed, then colon symbol will be printed for username and password. Okay. And here I'll convert this into @test. Again, the same process. Beside this @test, provide data provider is equal to give the name of the data supplier method. Okay, like this. Now you have used the same data provider to supply the data to this method, to this method. Either of these methods you can run. For example, if I run this method, colon symbols will be printed while printing the username and password. Just observe that. You see, this time colon symbols got printed. Test2 got executed 3 times for 3 sets of data, and you see colon symbols. Now you can use the same data provider method for this particular test method function also. Click on run. Here hyphens will be printed. Okay, between username and password, hyphens will be printed. You see, this time hyphens got printed. Same test method, test1 got executed 3 times for every set of data. Now the question here is, one more thing is there. Okay, for multiple functions is done. For multiple classes, here only one class is there, that is demo class. Can I use this data provider method in multiple classes? The same data provider, I use it in multiple functions here in this example. Can I use the same data provider in multiple classes? Yes, that is also possible. So what I will do here is, I'll create one separate class. I'll just name this as DP class. Okay, a separate class where data providers will be there. Click on finish. In this DP class, into this DP class, I'll move this data provider method. I'll just move this. Okay, I'll not be keeping this data provider method in this demo class. Rather, I'll be separating into a separate class like this. Now save this. Now demo class is one of the class having some 2 test methods. That's okay. Okay, now save this. Now one more class I'll create, that is demo2. Demo2, click on finish. And demo2 also I'll create some test methods like this same similar kind of test methods in demo2 also I'll create separate class. This is, I'll just name this as test3, test4 like this. Okay. Now, if I have to use this data provider, which is there in DP class in demo, then how to use it? I have to provide one more attribute, that is data provider class is equal to. Now, data provider is not part of the same class. Earlier, data provider was there in the demo class, but now it's moved out to a different class. So in that case, if you want to use the data provider method to supply the data for this particular test methods inside this class, then here one more attribute I have to provide it along with data provider, that is called as data provider class. And here I need to mention the name of the class in which data provider is there, DP class dot class. Like this I have to provide, then it will work. Okay, then it's going to work, guys. Now run this, it is going to work. So this particular test method is going to get the data from that particular supply. You see it's working. Data is getting supplied. This extra attribute we have to give, that is data provider class is equal to name of the class. You can also run this one also from the same class because, okay. But you see it is not working, failing. Why? Because, what is the problem? Here I need to provide the name of the class from which I need to get the data supplied. Data provider class. That's why it was not working. Data provider class is equal to DP class dot class I have to mention. Then this particular test method will receive the data from the data provider, which is in an external class. Now run this. It will work this time. You see it got worked. Okay, it got worked. Now I'll go to demo2. Demo2 is another class. Now in this class also there are two methods. If these methods also want to get the data from this data provider in this DP class, the same process. Okay, just put a comma here, say data provider class is equal to DP class dot class. That's it. Here also do the same thing. Whatever the test method that I want to receive the data from a data provider which is in an external class, you have to write this thing. Now run this, it's going to work. So that means we are able to use the same data provider in multiple classes, multiple functions in multiple classes. Okay, it's working fine. This one also you can run finally to see everything is working fine. This also will work fine. You see, it's also working fine. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is, can I call a single data provider method for multiple functions and classes? The answer is yes. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the differences between JBehave and Cucumber? Let me answer. Both JBehave and Cucumber are BDD frameworks. You can also call them as tools for implementing behavior-driven development methodology in our development projects or automation projects. They are tools or libraries which can be used for implementing behavior-driven development methodology in our development or automation projects. Okay, in simple terms, you can call them as BDD frameworks that you can use in your projects. So what is the difference? So in real time, if you ask me whether you have used JBehave or Cucumber, Cucumber is popular. Okay, everyone uses Cucumber for implementing BDD in their automation projects as part of Selenium automation projects and all. When compared to JBehave, a lot of people use Cucumber. Cucumber is very famous, okay, in the market. But since the question is being asked to list down the differences between JBehave and Cucumber, let me list down some differences for you just for interview purpose. Okay, if you get this kind of question in the interview, you have to clearly mention that both are BDD frameworks, okay, used for implementing the behavior-driven development methodology in your development or automation projects. And you have to next mention the line saying that compared to JBehav, Cucumber is very popular in the market. Everyone uses Cucumber. Nowhere I have seen someone using JBehav. Maybe people may be using, but in most of the projects, Cucumber is famous. Okay, for implementing BDD in the projects. Okay, in Selenium automation projects. So coming to the differences for this question, the differences are language support. JBehav is primarily for Java programming. Okay, whereas Cucumber is not like that. Cucumber can be used for implementing BDD in Java projects, Ruby projects, JavaScript projects, and many other programming language projects. Okay, it has multiple language support, whereas JBehav primarily for Java. Then writing style, the way you write the scenarios, okay, as part of BDD and all is different from JBehav and Cucumber. Okay, so these are the differences. Community support. So JBehav is something old. Okay, it's coming from olden days. So such kind of community support is there. So from long time, people following JBehav, such kind of community is there. Whereas coming to Cucumber, it has a lot of popularity in the market, hence very active and community support is there. Very active community support because it's currently popular in the market when compared to the JBehav and all. Cucumber is more popular. So active community support is there for Cucumber. Integration options. Both of them have good integration options, and execution flow also will be different from JBehav and Cucumber. The way you execute the flow of the code in JBehav is different from the way the code will be executed in the flow in Cucumber is different. So hope guys you got the difference between JBehav and Cucumber. Okay, so these differences are not that much required, okay, for you to guys to understand. So let's not dig deep. Rather, you just mention when someone is asking you about the differences, language support, writing style, community support, integration, and execution flow, and mention that both can be used for BDD implementation projects, and but Cucumber is popular and is having very active community support nowadays. Okay, whereas JBA is from long time. Okay, but also has good community support. But when compared to Cucumber, Cucumber is a popular. Okay, like that if you give, that's enough. But still, if the interviewer is expecting you for more, then mention all these points like language support, JB have only Java, Cucumber multiple languages. Few of the differences if you mention, that's all good. Okay, to go. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to do session handling in Selenium WebDriver automation. Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is meant by a session in Selenium WebDriver automation? Let me explain that first. For example, here you have some sample Selenium automation script. Okay, there is Selenium automation code or script. And on the other side, we have a browser on which this automation script need to run. So when you run this automation script, the script is going to run on this browser. This is a browser. On the other side, we have the browser. To make this happen, a session need to be created. Okay, session will be created. Selenium will create a session, and once this script is completely executed on this browser, the session will complete. Okay, session will start when the script will start executing on the browser, and once the automation script is done or completed on this browser, then session will close. Okay, session will close. But there will be some situations where, okay, you have multiple automation scripts. Okay, there's one more automation script, another automation script. Okay, there's one more automation script. Now you are running both automation scripts at the same time. Let's say, okay, what will happen? This script should not disturb this session. Another session should be created. For this another automation script, at the same time, if parallelly two scripts are running, another session should be created for this automation script to run on a browser. Okay, another session is same browser, but another session. Okay, let's say this is a Chrome browser, this is also Chrome browser, but different sessions. This script is running on one session of the Chrome browser, and this script is running on a different session of the same Chrome browser. So how to make that possible without disturbing this session? If another script you are running in this session of this automation script should not close or should not get interrupted. Rather, at same time, multiple sessions on the same browser should run. How to make this possible is answer for this question. How to do session handling in Selenium WebDriver. When there are multiple sessions running at the same time on the same browser, then how to handle such kind of multiple sessions or how to handle such sessions in Selenium automation. The simple straightforward answer for this question is with the help of TestNG unit testing framework. Okay. So in TestNG, we can enable the parallel execution. After enabling the parallel execution of the scripts, for every automation script, a separate session will be created and they will not disturb each other. They will be running separately. Even though the browser is same also, the sessions will be separate. Okay. And they will be running at the same time. Okay. How that is possible in how to enable this parallel execution in TestNG? There are some attributes in TestNG known as parallel attribute. Parallel. This attribute you have to mention in testng.xml file. So to this attribute, you can either pass tests or methods, whatever it is. Okay, there are multiple options available. Parallel is equal to methods or tests. And along with this, you have to mention one more attribute known as thread-count is equal to how many sessions need to run parallel at the same time. For example, if you say 3 means 3 sessions at a time can run parallelly without disturbing each other, even though the browser is same. Okay, separate sessions will be maintained for this 3 scripts like that. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. How to do session handling in Selenium WebDriver by enabling the parallel execution with the help of TestNG. And in TestNG we have these attributes known as parallel and thread count. By mentioning these attributes in testng.xml file, we can handle the sessions in Selenium WebDriver automation. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the language which can be used for expressing the scenarios in feature file? Let me answer. The language is nothing but Gherkin language. Okay. So using Gherkin language, we can express the scenarios in English. Okay, in plain English, we can write the scenarios or express the scenarios in a feature file. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. So for that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE where this sample framework or project is available, which is based on this Cucumber BDD. Okay, I'll open one of the feature file here. Multiple feature files are there. So if I open any of these feature files, let's say search.feature file, let it open. You see, here the language used is in plain English. Okay, and the keywords like feature, background, given, scenario, when, and, then, all these keywords are from Gherkin language. With the help of this Gherkin language, we have created the scenarios in this feature file. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what is the language used for expressing scenarios in feature file? It is nothing but Gherkin language, which contains all these keywords like feature, background, given, scenario, when, and, then, but, and all those stuff. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain what are the regular expressions that are used in Cucumber projects. Let me answer. In order to connect the methods in the step definition files with the steps in the scenarios of a future file, we write these regular expressions. In order to understand this line, let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this framework or project based on Cucumber BDD. And here we have the feature files. Open one of the feature file, let's say search.feature file. And in the search.feature file, we have the scenarios. There are 3 scenarios here. Each and every scenario has some steps. For example, given, when, and, then, like that, some steps are there. For each and every step that is written here under the scenarios of the search.feature file in the respective step definition file. Here search.java is a step definition file. If you open that, for every step, there is a method. Okay. For example, if you take this particular step that is user clicks on search button. This is one of the step in the scenario of the feature file. For this particular user clicks on search button, in the same search.java step definition file, we have the method created. User clicks on search button. You see, it is matching. User clicks on search button. How this step of this particular step is connected with this method. When you run this particular step, when this particular step runs, okay, with the help of Cucumber or whatever it is, when this particular step runs, it has to invoke or call this method, that is user clicks on search button. How that happens? With the help of regular expression. This particular regular expression, not with the help of the name. Okay, here the step is not matching with the name of the method. Rather, on the top of this method, there is a, you see this circular brackets. Inside the circular brackets, there are regular expression. This is what regular expression is. User clicks on search button. This should match. User clicks on search button should match with this one. Then only this is what is regular expression. Okay, this part is a regular expression. So hope guys you understood what are regular expressions. Okay, so in some cases there will be some tricky regular expressions. You see this regular expression is having this curly braces string. Why? User enters valid product. Where is that? User enters valid product. Here any value, it can be HP or it can be Honda or whatever the value that need to be received here. Okay, so this is what is a regular expression format. Okay, user enters valid, and here if you write this curly brace and string means this will come, this HP will come and fall into this string. Okay, into the search box field. So here also you see string, user enters invalid product. User enters invalid product. This particular product is coming and falling into like this. This is a way to write. There are a lot of rules around this regular expressions. Okay, there are a lot of rules around this regular expressions. Okay, so based on the steps and all, we can create the appropriate step definition regular expressions. So with the help of this regular expressions, only this method is matching with this particular step. When you run this particular step, for example, when you run this particular step, how this particular method, that is this particular method is getting invoked, how this particular method is getting invoked with the help of this regular expression. Okay, connection between this particular step and this particular method is being done with the help of this regular expression on the top of this method. So hope guys you understood what exactly are regular expressions in Cucumber and what is their purpose and use. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are before, after, before step and after step hooks? Let me answer. If you provide this @before, @after, @before step, @after step hooks before any methods, those methods are going to run either before or after a scenario or a step. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE where this framework or project based on Cucumber BDD is available. So here we know that there are some feature files, right? Let me open few feature files. For example, let me open this search.feature file. You know that this feature file has some scenarios, right? How many scenarios are there in the search.feature file? Scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. Let's say you want to run some code before every scenario and after every scenario. Okay, before this scenario, some code need to run. After the execution of the steps in this particular scenario, all the steps in the scenario, at the end of the scenario, some other code you want to run. Again, one more scenario will come. Before this scenario, some code need to run. After the complete scenario got executed, some other code need to run. Okay, now there is one more third scenario. Before this third scenario, some code need to run. After the third scenario, some code need to run. If that is the case, then what we do is we create some hooks. Okay, here in this project, you see under the hooks package, I created myhooks.java where I created some two methods. Okay, this method I have annotated with @before. Okay, it's there. It's nothing but @before hook. This code which is written inside this method which is annotated with before hook will run before every scenario in the feature file. Before this scenario, this code will run. Before this scenario, this code will run. Before this scenario, this code will run. Similarly, there is after hook. Okay. Similarly, there is one more method. Okay, which is provided with after hook annotation, whose code or this particular method will run after every scenario. After this scenario, this code will run. After this scenario, this code will run. After this scenario, this code will run. Not only this feature file, remaining feature files are also same. Okay, all the scenarios in all the feature files, before them, before hook method related code will run. After every scenario in all the feature files, after hook related, methods related code will run. Okay. Similarly, we have before step and after step annotations also, which have not used here. Okay. If I have created few more methods like some method with the annotation like before step and after step kind of stuff. Okay. Before step and after step kind of stuff. They are going to run before every step. Before this step, the code will run. After this step, the code will run. Before this step, the code will run. After this step, the code will run. Like that, okay? Before step, after step are like that. But before scenario and before and after are like before scenario, after scenario kind of thing. Okay. So hope guys you got an answer for this question. So what are before step and after step hooks? Okay. By providing these annotations before the methods, okay, they will become some hook methods which are going to run before or after a scenario or a step. Before and after will run before and after the scenario, whereas before step and after step will run before a step and after a step. Okay, in Cucumber BDD projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are cucumber tags and why we use them? Let me answer. If you want to categorize or group some scenarios or tests under a particular category and run only that particular category, okay? When you are running out of all the scenarios, if you want to run only the scenarios which relate to that particular category or group, then we can use cucumber tags. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this cucumber based framework or project. Okay. And in one of the feature file, I mentioned the tags. Okay. If I open this login.feature file, you see here one tag is mentioned. These are user defined tags. Okay. So you can give any name. You can give any name. Okay. It's not like @login. It should be only @login. These are all user defined tags. I can write or my name I can give if I want. Okay. For example, for this particular scenario, I'll give different tags @login, and other tag I will give is valid credentials. And what are the other things that I can give? Valid credentials first one per scenario, all. For all the scenarios, I'll give all. There may be some situation where I want to run all the scenarios in all the feature files. Then I can simply use this all tag. Okay. If I specify all tag, all the scenarios in all the feature files will run. If I specify @login, @login is only provided for the scenarios which are there in the login.feature file. You see, all the scenarios in the feature file, that is login.feature file, are provided with @login. This one, I'll not provide valid credentials here. I'll say invalid credentials. It's a different tag. Okay. If I want to run only this particular scenario, then I can use this @invalid credentials, right? And if I want to run the second scenario in every feature file, second scenario, @2 tag I can use. Okay. If I say @2 to run second scenario in this feature file will run second scenario in this feature file. I'm just giving some examples. Okay. We don't do this in real time though, @1, @2, but we provide this kind of stuff, @login. Okay. The scenarios belong to the login. So @login. And specifically this scenario is all about, even though it's login scenario, it's all about valid credentials. And at the rate all means all. Or you can give at the rate smoke, at the rate sanity, at the rate regression, like the different tags you can give. These are all user defined tags. Here also at the rate all you can give. Here I'll say valid email, invalid invalid password. Okay. At the rate all. Here you can give a specific tag like invalid email, valid password, at the rate all. This scenario, no credentials. You can give any name, okay? At the rate all. Like this, in every feature file, in every scenario, you can provide this kind of tags, okay? User-defined tags. And now, when you run the scenarios, if you want to run a particular set of scenarios, let's say I want to run all the scenarios related to login functionality. I'll simply go to this testrunner.java, and here in the tags, I'll mention at the rate login. Or if I want to run all the scenarios in all the feature files, I'll simply say at the rate all. Or if I want to run only one scenario, that is valid credential scenario in the login, I'll just simply give this. Only one scenario is going to run like that is, okay? Hope you got the idea what is all about these tags and all, okay? So whatever the tag you mentioned, that particular tag related category of tests, or only one test may be there in sometimes, or multiple tests from all the feature files can be there for which the same tag is mentioned. Okay. All the scenarios for which this particular tag is mentioned are going to run. So hope guys you got the idea what are Cucumber tags and why we use them. Okay. We specify the Cucumber tags before the scenarios of each and every feature file to categorize or group them into some category so that tomorrow your client will ask you to run all the smoke tests. Whatever the scenarios which are mentioned with at the rate smoke tag, we can run them. Only the smoke tests are going to run, not all the tests. Other day, the client will come and ask you to run all the tests. Then you will provide at the rate all tag. So all the scenarios in all the feature files are going to run. Or some days, your client will say, only run a particular scenario. Okay, valid credential scenario. Give only that tag, only that particular scenario is going to run. Like that, with the help of tags, okay, we can group the scenarios into different categories and run them based on the requirement. Okay, in real time, we have run only smoke tests sometimes, regression tests sometimes, sanity tests sometimes, all the tests sometimes, specific tests sometimes, and so on. Okay, so for that, we have to use tags in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Cucumber dry run? Let me answer. We generally perform a dry run in Cucumber automation projects to see whether all the steps in all the scenarios of all the feature files of the project are implemented or not. It's just to get a confirmation. Okay, it's just to get a confirmation that all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature files are implemented. Why we have to get a confirmation? So before running, we want to cross check. Okay, before running the all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature file, we just want to know whether all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature file are implemented or not. If any particular step is not implemented, okay, we can find it out with the help of dry run. And then we'll implement that step and then we'll perform normal running. Okay, so that's what is the purpose of the dry run. Let me practically show you. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this Cucumber framework or project, whatever you say. Okay, here already there are 3 feature files. Okay, so in this feature file, intentionally I have provided a step for which the code is not written. For example, user enters valid product HP into the search box field. Okay, if I go to the search, it's already implemented here. User enters valid product into the search box field. The particular step in this scenario of the feature file is implemented here, right? But this step I intentionally added just now. Okay, before I started recording of this session, I just added this step, but I have not implemented it. but this step is not intentionally implemented. There is no method associated in the step definition file of this, okay, project and all. This step is not implemented. No method or code is written for or implemented for this step. Now, let's say your project is very big and there are a lot of feature files. You don't know whether all the steps in all the feature files of all the scenarios of the feature files are implemented or not. You just want to cross check. You want to do a dry run to see whether all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature file are implemented or not before going with the actual running of the scripts of this feature files and all. For that, what you do is go to the test runner. In the test runner, you just add something like this. Dry run is equal to true. Just put a comma. Okay. The purpose of this running of this feature files here is to check whether any step in any scenario of any feature file is not implemented or not. Okay. Or whether everything is implemented so that we can go further for executing of the scripts. Now, when I say dry run is equal to true, it will not run the real scripts. Rather, it will check, it will cross check whether all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature file are implemented or not. Just see, within seconds, it will tell you. When I run it, within seconds, it will tell you whether all the steps, you see, whatever the steps which are coming in green color are implemented. So under login, this is implemented, these steps are implemented, these steps are implemented. Keep on scrolling down. Green color means no problem. If you see anything in yellow or oranges color, you see, for example, this particular step is not implemented. Okay. This step is not implemented. Out of all the scenarios in all the feature files, only this particular step of this scenario of this search feature file is not implemented. So what do we do? We'll go to that search.feature file and implement this particular step. For now, I'll remove this step. Okay. So just for sample purpose, I provided that. Okay. Now run the dry run again to see whether all the steps in all the scenarios of all the feature files are implemented or not. If everything comes in green, then we are good to go and run the scripts. Okay. This is what is dry run is all about. Just to cross check. Okay. You see all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature files are implemented. There is no orange steps or something. That means dry run is passed. Then we can go and run the actual scripts now. Okay. Remove this dry run and run the scripts as usual. Okay. So this is what is the purpose of the dry run. Okay. What is Cucumber dry run and what is the purpose? To cross check before running the actual scripts in all the scenarios of the feature files. We just do a dry run to check whether all the steps in all the scenarios of the feature file are implemented or not. If any particular step is found as unimplemented, we'll implement and cross-check the dry run again to see whether everything is implemented and run the scripts. Okay, that's what is dry run, nothing more than that. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain what is scenario outline in a feature file. Let me answer. First of all, scenario outline is a Gherkin language keyword, which will be generally used in Cucumber BDD projects. Okay, we have different keywords like feature, scenario outline, given, when, then, and, but. Okay, scenario outline is one of the Gherkin language keywords, okay, that we use for creating or writing down the steps in feature file in English format. Fine, but when do we have to use this or specify the scenario outline? We generally specify scenario keyword, but there are some situations where instead of scenario keyword, we have to specify scenario outline. When do we do that? We do that when that particular scenario need to run multiple times with multiple sets of data as part of data-driven testing. Okay, when you have a particular scenario which is meant for data-driven testing, where that scenario need to run multiple times with multiple sets of data. For every set of data, it has to run. In that case, instead of mentioning that scenario with scenario Gherkin language keyword, we specify or mention that scenario with scenario outline. Okay, so let me practically show you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. where I'll take you to one of the feature file having that scenario outline case. In login.feature, here we have one scenario. Instead of specifying this particular scenario with the scenario Gherkin language keyword, we provided scenario outline. Whereas other scenarios, you just see only scenario keyword is there, only scenario keyword, only scenario keyword. Here also only scenario. But the first scenario is mentioned with scenario outline. Why? Because the same scenario need to run multiple times with multiple sets of data. Here you see under the examples keyword for this scenario outline specified scenario, at the end we provided some examples keyword. For every scenario outline keyword, we generally accompany that with examples keyword from Gherkin language. Under that, we provide multiple sets of data. Here, how many sets of data are provided for this scenario? First set of data, second set of data, third set of data. Three sets of data are there. Okay. First username, first password. Second username, second password. Third username, third password, like that. Okay. That means the single scenario is going to run how many times? 3 times. Okay. For every set of data, the scenario is going to run. Okay. So that is a situation where instead of providing the scenario, we have to provide scenario outline. This supports data-driven testing. Okay. Data-driven testing. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is explain what is scenario outline in feature file. Okay. So we specify scenario outline for a scenario in a feature file if that particular scenario need to run multiple times based on how many sets of data are available. Okay. And this scenario outline Gherkin language keyword need to be accompanied with one more keyword known as examples keyword, under which we'll provide multiple sets of data. For every set of data provided under that examples keyword of the scenario outline scenario, that particular scenario is going to run that many number of times to support data-driven testing. Okay, in Cucumber BDD projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is step definition in Cucumber projects? Let me answer. Step definitions in Cucumber projects are nothing but Java class files where the steps in the feature files are implemented. Let me practically demonstrate them for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber BDD based framework or project. Okay, and here we have the feature files. Okay, for sample feature files like login.feature file, register.feature file, search.feature file, for example, say. Let's open this search.feature file. In this search.feature file, there are multiple scenarios. So in fact, there are 3 scenarios. Okay, in this example, scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3. Each and every scenario is having a step. Okay, they are having some steps. For example, this is given step, when step, and step, then step. Where these particular steps are implemented, they are implemented in the step definition files. Okay, the question is all about what is step definition? What are these step definition files? The files where these particular steps in the scenarios of this feature file are implemented, are coded. Okay, where the code for the background code for all these steps of the scenarios of the feature file, where they are written in the step definition files. For example, for the search.feature file, there is a step definition file known as search.java. It's a Java class file. Open that. All the steps of the scenarios in this particular search.feature file are implemented here. Okay, the code for each and every step is written here. User opens application. User opens application step is implemented here. Okay, in the step definition. This is the step definition file. It's a Java class file where for each and every step there will be a method, and the implementation of this particular step in the form of the code will be written here. You see, the another step is implemented like this. Another step in the scenarios of this particular feature file are implemented. Okay, these are step definitions. So here for login.feature file, there is a step definition file known as login.java. The steps in all the scenarios in this login.feature file are implemented in this login.java. Similarly, the steps for all the scenarios in register.feature file are implemented in the register.java, like that and so on. So hope guys, you understood what is step definition in Cucumber BDD projects. Okay, they are nothing but the Java class files where the steps in the feature files or steps in the scenarios of the feature files are implemented. Okay, the place where the Steps in the scenarios of the feature files, different feature files are implemented are known as step definition files in simple terms. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is actions a class or an interface? Let me answer. Actions is a predefined class in Selenium. It's not an interface, it's a predefined class in Selenium library. We can create an object for this predefined class, that is actions class, can be created an object. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this main method. Inside the main method, I'm going to write some sample code where I'm going to use actions class, okay, to simulate some mouse actions. Okay, so web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This will open the Chrome browser or the mouse on the web driver and import this from Selenium library. Import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium library. Then say driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get, and here open any application URL. Let's say I'll open this sample application URL omaya.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. Once opened, now what I want to do is using my mouse, I would like to hover onto the blocks. Okay, that much, nothing more than that. Okay, inspect this blocks, create a web element for that blocks. It has an ID. Copy this ID locator of this blocks and simply create a web element for that blocks menu by .id. Provide the ID locator of that blocks menu. So I'll simply say blocks menu is equal to, it's a web element over the mouse and say create local variable, web element will be created. So now create an object for the actions class. Okay. So in Java, you already know that if you have to create an object, it's only possible for the classes. You cannot create objects for the interfaces. Since actions is a predefined class, you can create an object. Actions is equal to new actions. Okay. If you are able to create an object for this, means automatically actions is a class. So here the constructor cannot be empty. You have to pass this driver. You see, I'm able to create an object for this action. So actions is a class. Actions dot, I'll simply say move to element and I'll just give this blocks menu as the element. Okay. I would like to move my mouse or hover my mouse onto this blocks menu. And at the end, I have to say dot perform. Otherwise, this command will not be applicable. So run this code, the sample Selenium automation code, just to demonstrate how to use actions class in Selenium for simulating the mouse actions. You can also simulate the keyboard actions also. But in this example, I showed you how to simulate the mouse actions with. My mouse will be hovered onto the blocks, you see, because of which blocks menu came. Fine. So, and also there's one more way to prove that actions is a predefined class in Selenium. That is, let me take you to the official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev. After that, go to the downloads. Once you go to the downloads page, okay, and in the downloads page, go till this part, that is, it's happening. Let me go to selenium.dev, go to the downloads. Under the downloads, we have this Selenium client and WebDriver language binding section. Okay. And here we have something like Java. Go to the API docs, click on the API docs, and here click on all classes. Under the all classes, click on Control F and search for actions. You see, actions is not in italic format. That means, for example, this single action is in italic format. It is an interface. When I hover the mouse on action, it is a class. Click on this. You see, actions is a predefined class in Selenium library. This proves that actions is a predefined class in Selenium library. So what is the answer for this question? Is actions a class or interface? It's a predefined class in Selenium library. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is WebDriver a class or interface? Let me answer. WebDriver is a predefined interface in Selenium. Okay. WebDriver is a predefined interface. It's not a class. It's a predefined interface in Selenium. So how to use this WebDriver in our Selenium automation? Let me practically demonstrate. For that, I have switched to this Eclipse IDE. Here I'm writing the code. I cannot create an object for the WebDriver because it's an interface. You see, when I try to create WebDriver driver is equal to new WebDriver. If I do so, okay, if I write the statement like this, you see, over the mouse, import this WebDriver, and you will get an error here. You cannot instantiate the type WebDriver because WebDriver is a predefined interface in Selenium for which you cannot create an object. Object cannot be created using the new keyword. You cannot create an object for the WebDriver. So what we can do is we can only declare a variable with WebDriver interface. Up to this is fine. Declaration is fine, but you cannot create an object for an interface. In Java also, you know that, okay, for any interface, you cannot create an object. You can only declare a variable with that particular interface. Okay. So, but to this interface, to this variable of this interface, you can assign the object of the child classes. So for example, I'll create an object for using the new keyword. I'll create an object for one of the child class of this WebDriver parent interface, that is Chrome driver. Chrome driver is a child class of this WebDriver interface. Over the mouse and import this Chrome driver predefined class from Selenium. This is fine. You can create an object for the child class of this parent interface and assign it to the variable of the parent interface. This is fine. But you cannot directly create an object for the WebDriver interface. You can create the objects for the child classes and assign them to the variable of the parent interfaces. And one more way to prove that WebDriver is a predefined interface in Selenium is, I'll take you to the official website of Selenium. Just go to selenium.dev and go to the downloads. In the download, scroll down until you see this Selenium clients and WebDriver language binding section. Here, go to Java and click on API docs. It will be taken to the API library. Click on all classes and search for WebDriver. Just search for WebDriver. Press enter until you find WebDriver. You see WebDriver is in italic format here. That means when you hover the mouse also, you are getting a tooltip saying it's an interface. Click on that. You see WebDriver is a predefined interface in Selenium library. It's not a predefined class. It's a predefined interface. To get this question in the interview, you have to say that WebDriver is a predefined interface in Selenium library. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of glue property, which is specified generally under the Cucumber options in test runner class of Cucumber projects? Let me answer. So using this glue property, we can specify the location where exactly the step definition, classes, and hook methods are available in the Cucumber projects. Let me practically show you. So if I go here in the test runner class, under the Cucumber options, there is one property mentioned known as glue property. So what is the purpose of the property? Under this property, we are going to specify the location where the step definition files. Okay. Here for these feature files, the step definitions are under this package, step definitions package. Here, you see, login step definition class file is there, register step definition class file is there, search step definition class file is there, where each and every step in this feature file scenarios are implemented in this step definition files. The path or the package name of this step definition files is provided in this glue property. That is one thing. Not only that, we can also specify the hooks. Okay, the place where hook methods are provided. Okay, so here there is a hooks package under which there is a class under which we have implemented the hook methods. Before, after, before step, after step we can implement. So to specify, okay, the location where exactly these hook methods are implemented, where exactly this step definition methods are implemented, we use glue property in the Cucumber options. So as the name speaks, glue. Glue means gum kind of stuff. You are gluing or attaching this step definition and hooks with the feature files. Okay, that's why the name glue came. So this is the location. Features property is all about the location where the feature files are available. To glue these feature files with the step definitions and hooks, the name, the glue is given to that. But in glue property, we specify the package names where exactly the step definitions of these feature files and the hooks of these feature files are available in this project. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, define feature files and mention the components of feature files. Let me answer. In Cucumber BDD projects, feature files are the files where we create scenarios, where each and every scenario will contain steps. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample Cucumber BDD based framework or project, whatever you call. It contains some feature files. You see, these are the three sample feature files that are there in this project: login.feature, register.feature, search.feature. So one thing you have to observe about the feature files is the extension of the feature files will be .feature. Okay, login.feature. While creating this feature file, you have to create like this: right click, new, select file, and just give the name of the feature file. Anything, any name like let's say add to cart is the name. Dot extension should be dot feature. And when you press finish, this kind of feature file will be created. Okay. So feature files will contain dot feature as a extension. And if you open any of the feature files, it contains, okay, it contains what? It contains the scenarios. Open one of the feature file like search.feature here. It contains scenarios. You see multiple scenarios exist inside this feature file. And you see, these are the three scenarios. In this example, we have three scenarios. And here scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. Each and every scenario has some steps. These are the steps of the scenarios. These are the steps of the scenarios. You see, each and every scenario has some steps. And these scenarios and steps inside this feature file are written using which language? Gherkin language. Gherkin. Gherkin language. Okay. Gherkin language simply contains these keywords. Gherkin language keywords known as feature is one of the keyword. Background is a keyword. Scenario is a keyword. Scenario is a keyword. Scenario is a keyword. When, given, and then all these are the keywords of Gherkin language. So just go to another feature file. Here also we have scenario, and all these Gherkin language keywords are there for scenarios and steps of the feature file. If I go to the login, few more Gherkin language keywords like scenario outline will come. And there's one more thing like but keyword also, which is not mentioned in any of these feature files in this example. Okay. So hope guys you got an idea what exactly are the feature files. Okay. In Cucumber BDD projects, Cucumber is a tool which can recognize. You see, since Cucumber Eclipse IDE extension is installed in this Eclipse IDE, because of which only this dot feature extension related files, that is dot feature files or feature files, are recognized with this Cucumber icon. Cucumber is a tool which can recognize this icon, and the feature files are the files which end with dot feature extension, and they contain the scenarios and steps. Okay, written using Gherkin language keyword like language keywords like feature, background, scenario outline, examples, given, when, then, and, but, like that. Okay, different keywords. So hope guys you got an idea what exactly are the feature files, and different components are nothing but different Gherkin language keywords. Okay, different Gherkin components like scenarios, steps, and they got constructed with the help of the different Gherkin language keywords like feature, scenario outline, given, when, then, and, but. Okay, examples, and so on. So that's all for this session. And one more last thing, okay, these feature files, the scenarios in the feature files, each and every step in scenarios of the feature files are implemented in the step definition files. Okay, for example, if you take this step in this scenario of the feature file, that is user enters valid product HP, it got implemented in the search.class Java class step definition file, user enters valid product. This is the implementation of that step in the feature file. Okay, so this is all about the feature files. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the meaning of steps in Cucumber tool? Let me answer. Steps are nothing but the statements which either start with given, when, then, and, but, Gherkin language keywords in individual scenarios of the feature files. Let me practically demonstrate them for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'll go into one of the feature file. And here in this feature file, we have multiple scenarios. Inside the scenarios, you can see some steps. Okay, this one step, which is starting with the given Gherkin language keyword, whereas this is another step, which is starting with when Gherkin language keyword. And this is another step starting with and keyword. This is another step starting with then keyword and so on. And all these steps are implemented in the respective step definition file. For example, the steps in the scenarios of the search.feature file are implemented in this search.java step definition file. If you go here and you can see the steps are implemented here. For example, user opens the application is implemented here. Whereas the next step, that is user enters valid product HP into the search box field, is implemented here and so on. So hope guys, you understood what is the meaning of steps in Cucumber tool. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between given, when, and then steps in a feature file? Let me answer. Given step is generally used for as a precondition of a scenario. For mentioning the precondition of the scenario, given step is generally used. When step is used to represent the action or event that is performed in the scenario, whatever the action that need to be taken as part of the scenario, that is part of the when step. Then is nothing but the outcome, result. Okay, to define the expected outcome from the scenario, then step is generally used. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this feature file known as register.feature file. In that, if you check one of the scenario, it has given when and then steps. Given has a precondition. Okay, given user navigates to register account page. This is a precondition. Okay, once you are on the register account page, whatever the action or event that need to be taken is part of when step, when and the consecutive and steps. Okay, so associated and steps. When user enters, this is action. When user enters the below details, user select the privacy policy, user clicks on continue button. These are the action steps. When is all about the describing of the representation of the action step. Whereas then is the resultant outcome, result or outcome. User account should get created successfully. This is the outcome. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is @cucumber options annotation in test runner class, and list down the list of properties that @cucumber options can be specified with. Let me answer. First of all, @cucumber options annotation can be provided in the Cucumbers project in test runner class. Okay, and the reason for providing this @cucumber options in the test runner class of Cucumber project is to specify different properties. Okay, to apply different properties to the project and all. So while running, if you want different things to happen, for example, if you want a particular report to be generated, okay, if you want to connect the feature files with the step definitions, okay, and if you want to change the kind of text or output that is being displayed in the output console of the Eclipse IDE or whatever it is, we can specify these different properties in the @cucumber options. So what are those different properties we have in the, or we can specify in the @cucumber options? They are nothing but features, glue, tags, plugin, dry run, monochrome, strict, name. These are few different properties that we can specify in the @cucumber options in the test runner class of the Cucumber project. Let me explain the properties for you one by one. First property is features, where you provide the location where in the project where exactly the feature files are available. Let me show you practically also. For that, I'll switch here. You see, this is a Cucumber framework or Cucumber project, and I have opened this test runner class. Let me open it again. Here under the runner package, I created the test runner in this framework. Open that. In this test runner class, okay, I can use this test runner class to run all the feature files here. Okay, run as a JUnit test and it will run all the feature files. But how can this test runner locate all the feature files in this particular project? Because in this Cucumber options annotations, we have provided a property known as features property, to which I have provided the location where exactly in this project the feature files are available. The feature files in this project are available under SRC test resources under that features folder. Okay, so this is the location. So features property is generally specified in @Cucumber options of test runner class of Cucumber project to specify the location where exactly in the project the feature files are available. The next one is glue. The next one is glue, where so similarly, we have one more property that we can specify in the @Cucumber options, that is glue, where we can provide the location of the step definition files and the hooks. Okay, so here to this glue, we can specify the location where the step definition files. You see, just give the package name under with the step definition files where the steps in this particular feature files are implemented. That package name you can provide, and also the hooks. Okay, wherever you have these hooks created, like @before, @after hooks. Okay, this method hooks wherever you created, right? That package name also you can provide. Okay, that means you are connecting these features with this glue. So these are these two properties, and apart from that, we have tags. If you provide these tags, like for example, here in this login.feature file, this particular scenario has a @login tag. So if you specify here, like tags is equal to, and you provide the name of the tag like @login or something, only the scenarios, okay, which are specified with @login tag name will be running. Okay, that is the purpose of the tags. We can specify the scenarios. So if you want to run a particular set of category of scenarios, okay, which are specified with a particular tags like smoke, sanity, regression, okay, login, register, whatever it is, that tag name if you provide, only that scenarios related to that specified tag name will be running instead of all the scenarios in the project. Then plugin. Plugin is a place where you can provide different Cucumber plugins. We have plugins to generate the reports and to perform different actions. Okay, for example, here we have a plugin known as this Cucumber report. Okay, this plugin, if you specify as a value of this plugin, then this will generate you the Cucumber report. Okay, and you have specified the location. Okay, under the target, under the Cucumber reports folder. Okay, a Cucumber report got generated, HTML Cucumber report got generated. This is with the help of this plugin. Along with that, pretty and all, it will make the things prettier in the output console and all. Like that, multiple plugins are there that you can specify in the plugin property. Then dry run. So before running your automation scripts, if you specify this dry run in the Cucumber options and turn it to true, okay, if you specify like dry run like this, dry run is equal to true like this, if you specify before actually running any of these automation scripts that you have written inside the step definition files of these feature files and all, before any script runs, it will check whether each and every step in the scenarios of the feature files are implemented or not, or if there are any particular steps in this scenarios of the feature file which are not implemented, then dry run will specify that in the output console. It will display that particular step out of all the steps in the scenarios of the feature file in a different color, like orange color. So that with the help of dry run, you can find out before running the actual scripts, you can find out whether all the steps in all the feature files of this project are implemented or not, or implemented as part of the step definitions or not. Okay, that's the purpose of the dry run. Then we have monochrome. So it makes the console output more readable. Okay, if you are getting an improper output in the output console when you run the scripts in the Eclipse IDE output console here, then to get a proper output, you can mention this monochrome property. Then we have strict. So it will fail if any particular step is undefined or pending. Okay, if you have not implemented, while dry run will just mention that a particular step is not implemented, but strict if you provide, it will directly fail. Okay, Cucumber will treat undefined and pending steps as failure. They will fail the test. That is what is a strict property. Then name. It provides a name for Cucumber test suite. Okay, whatever the scenarios that got run, right? So they will be run under this test suite, and the test suite will have a particular name that you have provided here with the help of name. Okay, if you specify this name in the Cucumber options, so that Cucumber test suite that you have run, a name will be provided. Okay. So hope guys you understood what are Cucumber options, what is the purpose of specifying these Cucumber options in test runner class of the Cucumber projects, and what are the different properties that we can specify in this Cucumber options, and what does each and every property in this Cucumber options will do in this session. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the programming languages that are supported by Cucumber? Let me answer. First of all, we already know that Cucumber is one of the tools available in the market for implementing BDD in our projects. BDD means behavior driven development approach in our projects. But this tool supports which programming languages? Okay. This Cucumber tool can be used with the projects which are using the programming languages like the primary ones are Java, Python, C#.NET, JavaScript, Ruby. These are the primary languages that Cucumber tool supports in your projects. Okay, if your project is using any of these primary programming languages, no doubt Cucumber tool is going to support that. Other than that, there are other programming languages also which are supported by this Cucumber tool. That is PHP, Kotlin, Go, and many more. But these are the primary Java, Python, .NET, JavaScript, Ruby, which are famous and primary in the market, are supported by Cucumber tool. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how many times scenario outline will be executed in Cucumber projects? Let me answer. Scenario outline will be executed. The number of times, the number of sets of data are provided under the examples keyword of this scenario outline scenario. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. It all depends on how many sets of data are provided under this scenario outline. If there are 5 sets of data, the scenario outline is going to run 5 times. If there are 3 sets of data, scenario outline is going to run 3 times and so on. Okay. So let me show you practically. For example, I'll just take you to this login.feature file. Here, if you take this first scenario, it's not a normal scenario. If you see the other scenarios, these are specified with normal scenario keyword. Whereas the first scenario is specified with scenario outline keyword. Okay. And when you run the scenario outline, it will be running multiple times. How many times? Multiple means it depends on how many sets of data are there. Okay. Under this scenario, how many sets of data are there? 3 sets of data are there. So this same scenario is going to run 3 times. If you provide 5 sets of data here, the same scenario is going to run 5 times. Okay, like that. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So scenario outline will be running multiple times, and it depends on how many sets of data are provided under that scenario outline. Okay, so we can run this. So what I will do here is there is a particular tag for this particular scenario. There is a tag, guys, that is @valid credentials tag, which no other scenario has. Copy this tag. Copy this tag. Go to the test runner. Here, go to the test runner, and in the test runner, provide the tag name. Tags is equal to, give the tag name like this. Okay. Put a comma here, and now run this runner, and it will only run the scenarios which are specified with this tag. That is only one scenario, which is a scenario outline scenario, which is going to run how many times? 3 times, because there are 3 sets of data here. Now let me run this test runner, practically demonstrate. Right click, run as JUnit test. It will only run the scenario having that particular tag mentioned. And the same scenario outline is going to run 3 times because in that particular example, there are 3 sets of data. Okay. You see, login with valid credential scenario outline scenario is running for the first time with the first set of data. To the login. Yes, done, completed. Second scenario is running now. And I mean, the same scenario for the second time, it is running with the second set of data. Done. Now the same scenario will run for the third time with the third set of data. Third time with the same set of data. So you see the scenario is same guys. Okay. You can clearly see login with valid credentials, scenario outline. Okay. Again, login with valid credentials, same scenario outline with different set of data. Here data is different. Okay. Here data is different. Cap 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here cap 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here again, same scenario. That is scenario outline scenario with different set of data, third set of data. So 3 times it has run. So where this data is provided? Under the examples. Okay. Along with scenario outline, you have to use another Gherkin language keyword known as example. Under that, you have to provide multiple sets of data for which the scenario outline need to run multiple times. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is background and when it will be executed? Let me answer. Background is one of the Gherkin language keywords that we can use in Cucumber projects. And when this background keyword will be executed, before every scenario, okay, what we generally do in real time is, for example, there is a feature file containing multiple scenarios, and in that multiple scenarios of the feature file, there are some prerequisite common steps, okay, which are common, and the two prerequisite steps which are in the beginning of the scenarios. Such common prerequisite steps we move under the background keyword, okay, and we'll remove this prerequisite common steps from all the other scenarios, to remove the duplication and all. When you run that feature file, first the common prerequisite steps under the background keyword will be running before every scenario of that particular feature file. Let me show you practically. So for example, here, this is a project, Cucumber related project. And here there is one of the feature file known as such.feature file. And this particular step, given user opens application, is part of every scenario. Okay, this is the first step of this scenario. This is the first step of this scenario. And this is the same first step of this scenario. First common prerequisite step. It's a prerequisite means in the beginning only. It's not at the end or something. Okay, this step comes in the first position. Okay, in the beginning positions. Such kind of common prerequisite steps across multiple scenarios can be separated and can be put under a keyword known as background keyword. Okay, background is a Gherkin language keyword. So when you run this feature file, what will happen? First, this background related step will run, then scenario will run, scenario steps will run. Then before the second scenario runs, again, the step under the background keyword will run, and then the scenario will run. Steps under scenario will run. Then the step under the background keyword will run, and the steps under the scenario will run. Okay, like that. So what is the use? What is the purpose? You don't have to write or mention this line in every scenario, right? So if I have this particular line like this for every scenario, you see, it's a duplication, right? Instead of having this like this, what you do is you just move this step, which is common prerequisite step. Not only one step, there can be some situations where a scenario, these multiple scenarios have multiple common prerequisite steps. All such kind of steps you move under the background keyword. Okay, you don't have to repeatedly mention them in all the scenarios. Okay, now when you run it, first this step will run, then scenario steps will run. Then this step will run, scenario steps will run. Then this step will run, then scenario steps will run. So hope guys you got the idea and answer for this question. That is, what is background? Okay, I just write this capital B better. Okay, what is background and when it will be executed? Okay, so hope you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain different types of hooks that are available in Cucumber? Let me answer. There are different types of hooks that are available in Cucumber. They are before hook, after hook, before step hook, after step hook. These are the four different types of hooks that are available in Cucumber. Now let me explain them one by one for you. So before hook will be executed before each scenario in the feature file. If a particular scenario has 3 feature files, before every scenario, this before hook method will be executed. What about after hook? After hook will be executed after every scenario in the feature file. Okay. Then what about before step? Before step hook will be executed before every step in every scenario of the feature file. Okay. Before every step in every scenario of the feature file before. Okay. After step hook will be executed after every step in after. Okay. After every step in every scenario of the every feature file. Okay. That is after step. So let me show you practically. So here is a Cucumber project or Cucumber framework, whatever you call. Okay. And here I separately created a hooks package. So, and I just provided this path of the hooks package in this test runner. If you can see here, if you go to the test runner, here I provided in the glue attribute, I provided, okay, the location of the hooks where these hooks are there. So inside this hooks class, you can create, okay, different methods annotated with different type of hooks like before hook, after hook, before step hook, after step hook. What will happen? The code inside this before hook method will be executed before every scenario in every feature file. Before, for example, this login feature file has how many scenarios? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 scenarios. Before every scenario, before 5 scenarios, every time this before hook will be executed. Before hook method will be executed. Then after every scenario in this particular feature file, this after hook will be, after hook code will be executed where browser will be closed and all those stuff for every scenario. Not only this feature file, if you go to the restart feature file, search feature file, all the scenarios in all the feature files, before executing any scenario in any feature file, before hook method will be executed. And after every scenario in all the feature files, okay, after every scenario in all the feature files, this after hook method will be executed. Along with this, if you also provide before step and after step methods, okay, annotated hook methods, then they will be executed before every step. Before this step, before this step, before this step, before every step of every scenario of the feature file, of every feature file, that before step will be executed, before step hook will be executed. After every step of every scenario of the every feature file, after step hook will be executed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the pattern of writing given, when, then, and, but, Gherkin language keywords in Cucumber? Let me answer. You see, the basic general pattern that is followed, okay, is given will be generally written first. After that, when will be written. After that, then will be written. This is the common thing. Okay, if I show you one practical demonstration here, if I open any of the feature file, say register.feature file, then clearly see that in every scenario, common pattern is being followed. First, given is being used, then when, then. Okay, here also this scenario, given, when, then. This is a basic pattern you can say. Given, when, followed by then. So given, when, followed by then. So why given is in the first position? Because it contains a precondition or pre-step. Okay, before performing this or testing this scenario, what is needed? Okay, user should be on register account page. There is a prerequisite. That kind of things are generally written first as part of given. So given generally comes first. Then whatever the action that you have to take to perform testing, okay, the action or event needed by the user to perform testing or to perform an activity is part of the when step. So after the given step, generally the action comes. Okay, what activity? So that is when. Then after when, then will come. That is the result, outcome. Okay, because of performing this action. Okay, with this prerequisite, because of this performing this action, then what is the outcome? That is what is then. That's why commonly the common pattern is given. First given will be there in every scenario, then followed by when will be there, then followed by when will be there, which will contain the outcome, when will contain the action, given will contain the pre-steps or precondition things. But what about this and but? This and but can be used with any of this. You can use and with given, you can use and with when, you can use and with then as an extension. You see, sometimes what happens is this given step, only one step is there. But if you have 3 to 4 steps or 2 steps, how to write? I cannot write them in a single statement, right? So I'll extend it like this. I will extend the prefix sites. If there are 2 prefix sites, given user navigates to register account page and user doesn't have any other account so far, like that if I have to write one more step, then I have to extend this given with and. Similarly, I can extend this when with and. You see in this example itself, this action step, that is when, is extended with. After entering these details, user select the privacy policy. This is also an action and user clicks on the continue button to extend the given step or when step, and even we can extend the then step also. If you have multiple outcomes or multiple results, then just then step also can be, okay, and user should be there on so and so page, let's say, okay, like that you can say, okay. So and can be used with any of this given, when, then, but the common pattern is first given will come, then when will come, then will come, and can extend any of these steps. If you want multiple steps under given, you will use and. If you want multiple steps under when, you will use and to extend. If you want multiple outcomes under then, you will use and to extend. And what about but? But also can be used with given, when, then. Similar to and, but also can be used with given, when, and then. There may be some, different path situations. Or what you can say is something should happen like this, but something should not happen like this. Okay. For example, coming to the result, user account should get created successfully, but like duplicate account should not be created. Okay, whatever it is. Okay, so but kind of thing, a opposite kind of outcome if you want, then you can extend this then with but. And means positive outcome. Okay, same level outcome. But means something should be there, something should not happen. Something should happen is and, something should not happen is but, like that. Okay, user account should get created successfully, but user should not get logged out, like that you can write. But user should not get logged out. Here there is one more thing. Given user navigates to register account page, but some button should not be available on the page. Here when some action should be taken, but user should not click on continue button. But is an opposite version. Okay, if you want to write something in a reverse manner, then you will use but. Okay, something should happen is and, something should not happen. If you want to specify such kind of things as an extension of given, when, then, you have to use but. Hope you got the idea. Okay, so the common pattern, just to conclude, is first given will come, then when will come, then will come. To extend this given, when, then, we'll use and but. Okay, you can use and with given, when, then. You can also use but with given, when, then. So hope guys you understood or you got the answer for this question. That is pattern of writing the given, when, then, and but in Kirkin language keywords. Okay, as part of creating the scenarios in Cucumber. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of glue property, which is specified generally under the Cucumber options in test runner class of Cucumber projects? Let me answer. So using this glue property, we can specify the location where exactly the step definition, classes, and hook methods are available in the Cucumber projects. Let me practically show you. So if I go here in the test runner class, under the Cucumber options, there is one property mentioned known as glue property. So what is the purpose of the property? Under this property, we are going to specify the location where the step definition files. Okay, here for these feature files, the step definitions are under this package, step definitions package. Here you see login step definition class file is there, register step definition class file is there, search step definition class file is there, where each and every step in this feature file scenarios are implemented in this step definition files. the path or the package name of this step definition files is provided in this glue property. That is one thing. Not only that, we can also specify the hooks, okay, the place where hook methods are provided, okay. So here there is a hooks package under which there is a class under which we have implemented the hook methods before, after, before step, after step we can implement. So to specify, okay, the location where exactly these hook methods are implemented, where exactly this step definition methods are implemented, we use glue property in the Cucumber options. So as the name speaks, glue means gum kind of stuff. You are gluing or attaching this step definition and hooks with the feature files. Okay, that's why the name glue came. So this is the location. Features property is all about the location where the feature files are available. To glue these feature files with the step definitions and hooks, the name, the glue is given to that. But in glue property, we specify the package names where exactly the step definitions of these feature files and the hooks of these feature files are available in this project. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between Cucumber, JBehave, and SpecFlow? Let me answer. First of all, this Cucumber, JBehave, SpecFlow, all these are tools that are available in the market in order to implement BDD in the projects. BDD means behavior driven development in the projects. Okay. So you can use Cucumber as a tool for implementing BDD, that is behavior driven development in your project. You can either use JBehave to implement BDD in your projects. You can also use SpecFlow to implement BDD in your projects. But what is the difference between all these three tools? Coming to the first one, that is Cucumber, it supports multiple programming language. So almost all popular programming languages are supported by this Cucumber. For example, Java, Python, C Sharp, Ruby, JavaScript, and many other. All the popular programming languages in the market are supported by Cucumber. If your project is being developed with the help of any of these popular languages, if you want to implement BDD in your projects, you can use Cucumber. And in Cucumber, we have to create the scenarios with the help of feature files. Okay, we generally create feature files. With feature files will contain some scenarios, and the scenarios are created, and these feature files are created with the help of some language known as Gherkin language. Okay, so it's nothing but like similar to English, but with some keywords like given, when, then, and kind of. Okay, so to make that scenarios look organized and in a proper structured way. Okay, so Cucumber uses Gherkin language to create the feature files. Fine. Now coming to the JBehave, it focuses mainly on Java applications. Okay, the people who are building their applications in Java programming language, such kind of people, okay, tend to use JBehave. But Cucumber also supports Java. Nowadays, Cucumber is kind of very popular in the market. It's kind of completely popular in the market when compared to JBehave. So most of the people will use Cucumber over JBehave. Okay, I never have gone through any project using JBehave. Whatever the projects or automation projects have worked on, everyone was using Cucumber for Java. Even though JBehave is meant for Java applications and is there from long period of time. Okay, but still people are tending to use Cucumber over JBehave for implementing BDD in their Java projects. Okay, but JBehave is there from long time. So there may be some people who are fans of this JBehave. They may be still using that. But most of the people in the market are using the following or latest trends. So they use Cucumber as for implementing BDD in their projects. That is even Java also. Not only Java, Python, and all other projects. Now coming to the SpecFlow, or before going for the SpecFlow, in JBehave, when compared with Cucumber, in Cucumber, we create the feature files. And in these feature files, we create the scenarios with the help of Gherkin language. But here in JBehave, there is no concept of feature files. Rather, there is something known as narrative type of story files. Okay, story files will be created. These story files will contain scenarios. Like feature files contain scenarios. Here in JBehave, the story files will contain scenarios. That is one difference. Okay, there is no Gherkin language being used. Instead, in the story files for narrative purpose of the scenario, some custom syntax is there. For JBehav, there is its own custom syntax is there to narrate or story tell that scenarios. Okay. And coming to the spec flow. Spec flow is mainly used in .NET applications, especially when you are using your language or language programming language as C#. Okay. When your C# language is used for developing the projects and all, then SpecFlow is the one. Okay. And I have seen the people using SpecFlow more than Cucumber. Okay. When people are working with developing some .NET applications with C# programming language, okay, if they are using .NET application framework kind of thing with C# programming language, they prefer SpecFlow or Cucumber. Okay. That's what I have seen in real time. Okay. Even Cucumber can be used with C#, but still SpecFlow is the one is mainly intended for C# and people are using in the market when compared to Cucumber. If your project involves C# as a programming language, people prefer SpecFlow for implementing BDD in the projects. And in this SpecFlow thing also, we create the feature files. Like in Cucumber, we create the feature files with the help of Gherkin language. In SpecFlow also, we create the feature files with Gherkin language. But in JBehav, instead of feature files, we create story files. But there is no Gherkin language. It has its own custom syntax narrative language for creating the scenarios in the story files in the JBehav. So hope guys, you got the differences between this Cucumber, JBehav and SpecFlow tools which are there in the market for implementing BDD in the projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of Gherkin language? Let me answer. Gherkin is a language which can be used to write the test automation scenarios in plain English language. So, using Gherkin language, we can write our test automation scenarios in plain English language by hiding the code. Okay, you are not directly showcasing the code to the people. Rather, you are writing the test automation scenarios in a plain English language. Behind this plain English language, the code is being written. Okay, that's how Gherkin language can be used. At the same time, Gherkin language can write the test automation scenarios in plain English language with a proper structure. What do I mean by a proper structure? With this structure, any BDD tool in the market like Cucumber, SpecFlow can understand. Okay, these tools need to run these test scenarios. When the test scenarios which are written in plain English language by Gherkin language are understood by these tools like Cucumber, SpecFlow, they can run these scenarios and in the background, whatever the code is written, that code will ultimately get executed. Hope you got the idea of what exactly Gherkin language is. Fine. So what is the use? By writing this test automation scripts in Gherkin language, in plain English language, and making this English language understood by BDD tools like Cucumber, SpecFlow, by following a proper structure and all with the help of Gherkin language keywords like even, when, then, and all. What is the use? The use is the business team, the development team, the testing team, whether it can be technical team or non-technical team, can easily understand and they can communicate and collaborate. Okay, these test automation scenarios now not only can be understood by the developers and testers, but they can also be understood by the business team, who are generally the non-technical team. Okay, so the dots are being connected. Everyone can communicate over these test automation scenarios. So earlier, without this Gherkin language, if the test automation scenarios are written in some programming language that business team cannot understand, there is a gap, communication gap. Okay, that business team cannot enter into this area where automation engineers are creating the test automation scenarios in some code. Okay, in some programming language that business team cannot understand, so they cannot comment. Now, what if these test automation scenarios with the help of Gherkin language can be written in plain English language that business team, development team, technical, non-technical testers, everyone can understand? Then you see the possibilities, advantages, where they can collaborate. Okay, business team can review your automation scenarios. They can understand they can discuss, they can communicate with each other, and the work will go in a more better way. And proper automation scripts can be written because business team knows the business well, whereas testing team knows how to create the scenarios and all. So if there is a gap, okay, there is a gap, there is a situation that wrong automation scripts can be created, that can be corrected here because business team are there here to review our scenarios because they are written in plain English language. Why developers are in this picture? Even this BDD can be used as a development methodology, not only in automation. In development methodology for developing the software also, they can use this Gherkin language, BDD and all those stuff. There also business team can go and, review and, they cannot understand the code, but they can understand what going on in the projects, what development is happening, whether the proper functionalities are getting developed or not, whether it may be in automation or it may be in development. So it is connecting the dots between the different type of teams like business development, testing, and any other team so that they can collaborate in plain English language. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. And let me show you before winding up this session. Let me show you how the Gherkin language looks like. You go to this Eclipse IDE, and here I have created one of the feature file where these scenarios are written in Gherkin language. You see, they look like very plain English. Login functionality. User navigates to login page. User enters valid email address into the email field. User enters valid password into the password field. User clicks on. Anyone can understand this. Business team can understand. Development team, testing team, anyone can understand. And behind these steps are implemented in the step definition file. For example, user navigates to login page is implemented in the step definition file here. Login. You see, user navigates to login page. This is the code. This code business team cannot understand, but it is hidden. Okay, what the business team will look into is the Gherkin language. So hope guys you understood what is the main advantage of using the Gherkin language in the projects or in the automation projects or whatever the projects. Okay, development projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to comment out a line in a feature file. Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, in order to comment a line in the feature files containing multiple scenarios, then we have to use a symbol known as hash symbol. Followed by this hash symbol, whatever the text you write in that particular line will be considered as a comment. Let me practically show you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber framework or project. Inside this project, here we have some feature files. Let me go through or go to one of the feature file, let's say register.feature. In this feature file, there are multiple scenarios. Now, if I want to write a comment at any point or any place in this feature file, then simply what I have to do is I would write hash symbol followed by the hash symbol, write anything in this line. That entire line will be considered as a comment. This is a comment and it won't get executed by Cucumber tool. Okay. So after this line, whatever you write, that is not a comment, only single line. Okay. Only the single line is a comment. Again, if you want to make this line also a comment, again, put a hash symbol here in the beginning, and this will be converted into the comment. As you can see, some colors change also. And when you run this feature file with the help of Cucumber, it doesn't make any sense. It's just a comment, a description of this feature file or whatever you say, and these things will not be executed. They will be ignored while executed by the Cucumber tool or whatever the tool. So hope guys, you understood how to comment a line in a feature file. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain Cucumber hooks. Let me answer. Using Cucumber hooks, we can run the setup code or tear down code. Okay? Cucumber hooks are nothing but the methods which can be used for running the setup code or tear down code. Before running any scenarios in the feature files of the Cucumber, if you want to run some setup code, then That is possible by running this Cucumber hook method. Similarly, if you want to run some tear down code, that is closure code, after every scenario of the feature files in Cucumber, then we can use the same Cucumber hook methods. So there are different type of Cucumber hook methods, that is which can be annotated with @before, @after, @before step, @after step. So the Cucumber hook which is mentioned with @before annotation, okay, that is before hook method, will be running before every scenario in every feature file. Okay. Whereas after hook method will be running after every scenario in every feature file. Whereas before step hook method will run before every step in every scenario of every feature file. After step hook method will run after every step of every scenario of every feature file. So let me practically show you where exactly we create these hooks in the Cucumber projects and how does they look like. So here is the project we have. Here we have the feature files. You can see these are the feature files, and these feature files are implemented in the step definition files under the step definitions package. Similarly, we have something like hooks package. Under that, we created these hooks. And if you go to this hooks class, you can see some methods like this is one method, this is another method. For example, this method is annotated with which hook? Before hook. So it will contain the setup code, the code which need to run before running any scenario in any feature file. Okay. So here we are opening the application URL, such kind of before hook method this is, and this will be running before every scenario in every feature file. This before hook method will run, for example, if you go to this register, let's say, okay, before this scenario is run, this before hook method will be running. The code inside the before hook method will be running before this scenario. Not only this scenario, even before this scenario also, this before hook method will be running. Before this scenario also, this particular before hook method will be running. Before every scenario in every feature file, this before hook method code will be running. Similarly, after every scenario in every feature file, after hook method will be running. That is closing the browser, taking the screenshot and all those stuff. Okay. If that particular scenario fails, then we are taking the screenshot. Then we'll closing the browser. Okay. This code will be running after every scenario in the feature file. Similarly, in this hooks class, we can create few more hook methods which can be annotated with @before step, @after step. They can be running before every step. Before this step, before step hook method will be running. After this step, after step hook method will be running. Before step hook will be running. After this step, after step hook method will be running. So hope guys you understood what exactly are Cucumber hooks. They are meant to run some setup or tear down code either before a scenario or after a scenario, or before a step or after a step. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain JUnit runner. Let me answer. JUnit runner is a package from which run with class is implemented. By using this run with, we can convert a normal class into a test runner class in Cucumber projects. Let me practically show you all this stuff. So first of all, what is JUnit runner? And from JUnit runner, how can we import this run with annotation or class? Okay. And with the help of this run with annotation from JUnit runner, we can convert a normal class into a test runner class in Cucumber projects. Let me show you everything. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have a sample Cucumber framework or project. In that, we have this test runner class. This test runner class is created with the help of that run with annotation. You see, you can see an annotation on it, @run with. This annotation or class with a class of this annotation is imported from a package known as JUnit runner package or .junit.runner. This is what is JUnit runner from which we got the run with. Okay, this is all from JUnit, guys. And by mentioning this run with before a class, okay, before a class in these projects and all, it will convert the normal class into a test runner class. And with the help of this, we can run all the feature files in this Cucumber project. Okay, this is all the story. So hope guys you got the idea what exactly is a JUnit. JUnit runner is a package. You see, JUnit runner is a package from which run with annotation or class is imported. And by mentioning this run with before a class, it will convert into a test runner so that I can right click run as. With the help of JUnit test, I can run it. Once it run it, whatever the properties I provided in the Cucumber options, right? There, where the path for the feature files, step definitions, everything is provided, right? Based on that, the feature files will be executed and feature files will be invoked in the step definition files, okay? And hook methods and all those stuff and report will be generated and everything will happen because of all this reason. So, hope guys, you got the answer. What exactly is a JUnit runner? It is a package from which @run with annotation or class is imported. And using this run with only, we can convert a normal class in Cucumber projects into a test runner class. With the help of the test runner class, we can run all the feature files in the Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the steps to generate a report in Cucumber projects? Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, we create a class known as a test runner class. In the test runner class, we provide one annotation known as @Cucumber options annotation. Under this annotation, will provide a property known as plugin property. To this plugin property, we specify the HTML report details. Like HTML is the type of the report, colon, under where the report need to be generated. This is the location where the report need to be generated, and with what name and with what extension. Okay, like this we'll provide. Let me practically demonstrate to you so that you'll understand it very well. So I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Cucumber framework or project. In that, we have this test runner class. This test runner class contains an annotation known as Cucumber options. Okay, in order to generate a report in Cucumber projects, in test runner class, we specify this Cucumber options annotation. Under this Cucumber options annotation, we specify different properties like features property, glue property. Like that, one more property we provide is plugin property. Okay, there is a property known as plugin. To this plugin property, we specify the details of the report, Cucumber report to be generated. First of all, here we are specifying which type of report. It's a HTML type of report. Okay, here we have to mention HTML. To this plugin property of this Cucumber options of this test runner class in Cucumber project, we specify the type of the property, that is HTML. And where exactly the report need to be generated. This is a location where, okay, under this project, where exactly, which location the Cucumber report in HTML format should be generated. Under the target folder. Where is the target folder? This is the target folder. Okay, under the target folder, under the project, under the target folder, under this folder, under the target folder with this name. You can give any name for this. I just gave Cucumber reports as a folder name. If you expand this, you see, you got a Cucumber reports. Already have run this, so already it got generated. Cucumber reports folder. Under the Cucumber reports folder, with the name known as Cucumber report and the extension known as HTML, a Cucumber report will be generated. Okay, when you run the scripts using test runner class. So this is a location with this extension and name with HTML format, a Cucumber report will be generated. Okay, this is a Cucumber report. I'll show you how it looks like. Open with web browser. This is a Cucumber report which got generated earlier itself. I'm just showing. Okay. So this is a Cucumber report. This is how it looks like. Okay. So these are the steps. These are the steps to generate a report in Cucumber projects. Fine. So in the test runner class, under the Cucumber options, @Cucumber options annotation, we can provide different properties. One of the property that we can provide is plugin, like this. To that property, we can specify different values. Okay, pretty is one value. This is not related to report anyhow. The second value, is related to the report, Cucumber HTML report. Okay. So type of the report and the location of the report with the name and extension. Okay. We can specify like this to generate a report in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the full form of BDD? Let me answer. BDD stands for Behavior Driven Development. Okay, the full form of BDD is B stands for behavior, D stands for driven, and the last D stands for development, behavior driven development. It's one of the agile development methodologies. Okay, there are several agile development methodologies like Scrum, Kanban, FDD, and all. Okay, so similarly, BDD, that is behavior driven development, is also one of the agile development software development methodologies we have. Okay, so hope guys you got the full form of BDD in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the full form of TDD? Let me answer. TDD stands for Test Driven Development. Here, T stands for test, D stands for driven, and the final D stands for development. So the full form of TDD is test-driven development. TDD, that is test-driven development, is a development methodology where the developer, instead of writing the code to develop the software directly, first the developer is going to write the tests. Okay. So developer to develop the software is not writing the code directly. Rather, first the developer, as part of this TDD methodology or development methodology, is first creating the tests. After creating the tests, without writing any code, tests will be created. Developer will run them. Obviously, the test doesn't have any code. They are going to fail. Based on the failure, now developer will start writing the code. Okay, to fix that failures, developer will write the code for the test. Okay, so until this particular test passes, developers will repeat this loop. Tests will be created without any code. They will be run without any code and they will fail. To overcome that failure, developer will write the code. Once the code is written, if there are any problems, developer has to keep fixing until the test passes. This how TDD, test-driven development methodology is implemented in the projects, okay, by the developers. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, name any 3 popular BDD tools that are available in the market. BDD means behavior driven development. Okay. What are such popular top 3 BDD tools, behavior driven development tools that are available in the market? They are none other than Cucumber, SpecFlow, and Behave. Coming to Cucumber, it supports multiple programming languages. All the popular programming languages in the market like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, JavaScript, and many more, okay, are supported by Cucumber. Okay, this Cucumber BDD tool. But mainly Cucumber we generally use in Java projects. Okay, and coming to the SpecFlow, it's generally used mostly in .NET C# project, C# programming language. Okay, if the particular project uses C# as a programming language for its development, in that projects, SpecFlow is preferred over even Cucumber and other things. Okay, but in Java, the dominant is Cucumber. Mostly, most of the projects that are there in the real time, right? They will be like Selenium Java mostly, right? So Cucumber will be the top, obviously, because Cucumber is the main BDD tool that is generally used for Java, okay, kind of projects. Whereas coming to SpecFlow, for C# programming language projects, okay, where the development is being done for developing the software in C# programming language, there SpecFlow is a BDD tool. Even Cucumber will not be considered there. Okay, in case of C Sharp, SpecFlow has higher demand over Cucumber. But coming to Java, Cucumber has higher demand. And coming to Python, okay, the project is on Python programming language, then Behave is preferred, okay, more over other things. So Cucumber, SpecFlow, Behave, okay. Cucumber mainly for Java, SpecFlow mainly for C Sharp, Behave mainly for Python. So hope guys, you got the three top BDD tools that are being used in the market in real time in the projects, that is Cucumber, SpecFlow and Behave, because of whatever the reasons I covered during this session. Because of that reason, these are the top. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, cucumber tags are case sensitive, whether this statement is true or false. The answer is true. Yes, cucumber tags are case sensitive. Let me practically demonstrate them for you directly. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, and here I'll open one feature file, that is login.feature file, having different scenarios. In that, I'll take one of the tag name. You see, this particular tag is only provided for this scenario, whereas this particular tag is only provided for this scenario. I'll take this tag. Okay. I would like to run this particular, only this scenario out of all the scenarios in all the feature files. With the help of Cucumber, I would like to run only this scenario having this tag name as @invalid credentials. Okay. No other scenario has this particular tag name. Okay. Just to save the time. Copy this tag name and I'll go to the test runner class. In the test runner class here somewhere, I'll just say tags is equal to, in double quotes, I'll paste the tag name as it is. Okay. The same case. Now run it. Only that particular scenario having this particular tag name will run now without any problems. You see, one scenario will run, that is @invalid credentials mentioned scenario is going to run. It's running properly. You see, there's no problem in that. It has run and it got passed also. You see, all the steps got passed. That's good. So now what I will do is I'll just change the case. I'll just make it capital I. Instead of lowercase I, in this scenario, on the top of this, lowercase I is there, but I am just making one change, one small change. That is lowercase I am changing to capital case I. Now, does it recognize and run the same scenario? It will not run because it is case sensitive. No scenarios are going to run. You see, no scenarios got run. No browser being launched and all. You see, directly we got this box. That means tags are case sensitive. Okay, tags are case sensitive in Cucumber. Cucumber tags are case sensitive. It is true. Practically, I proved it to you. Okay, so let's remove this. When it is needed again, we can add it back. So, hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is, Cucumber tags are case sensitive. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, name any two testing frameworks that can be integrated with Cucumber. Let me answer. We can integrate JUnit or TestNG with Cucumber. Okay, these two are the testing or unit testing frameworks that can be integrated with Cucumber. Let me practically demonstrate. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. In this one of the project, okay, the Cucumber framework project, you can say in the test runner class. If I open the test runner class here, let me expand this project and open the test runner class here. Here we have implemented the JUnit testing framework. Okay, unit testing framework. You see JUnit. We have used JUnit here, right? This run with annotation is from JUnit. So similarly, with Cucumber, we can also integrate another unit testing framework known as TestNG. For that, I'll take you to another project that I have created. I'll say file and switch to, and then here Cucumber BDD. Okay, in another workspace, I have another project created where I have integrated TestNG as a unit testing framework with Cucumber. Okay. Just now, before switching, I showed you JUnit integration. Now I'm going to show you the TestNG integration. Let it load. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to launch. And once the project is opened, I'll show you, okay, that how TestNG can be integrated with Cucumber. So let's wait. Almost there. Yeah, done. So directly, this is a project, guys. In this project, somewhere we have this test runner class. If you expand this, we expand this project somewhere here, we have the runner class. You can open it from here. Like this, you can open. And in this test runner class, you can clearly see we have not used JUnit here. We have used TestNG as a unit testing framework. For that, this particular class is going to extend another predefined class in TestNG known as abstract TestNG Cucumber test. This is from TestNG library. You see, from TestNG library, we got this abstract TestNG Cucumber test. Okay, so these are the two unit testing frameworks or testing frameworks that we can integrate with Cucumber. So I have practically demonstrated it for you. Okay, depending on your needs in your real-time project, sometimes we may have to uh, like integrate JUnit unit testing framework with Cucumber based on your needs. Sometimes based on your needs, you have to integrate TestNG unit testing framework with Cucumber. It all depends on real-time needs and expectations, so or needs or requirements. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, name any two build management tools that can be integrated with Cucumber. Let me answer. The most popular main two build management tools that can be integrated with Cucumber are none other than Maven and Gradle. Okay. So in real time, if you see most of the projects, they will be using Maven mostly. Or in some cases, they will be using Gradle. These are the two popular build management tools, not only with Cucumber, any projects, okay, with the normal non-Cucumber projects also, Maven and Gradle are the two major or two main build management tools that can be integrated with the projects like Cucumber projects or non-Cucumber projects. Let me practically show you how a Cucumber project will look with Maven. Okay, so for that I'll switch to this Eclipse ID. This is a one of the Cucumber project or framework. Okay, and here in this is a Maven. It's using the Maven build management tool, which comes with this pom.xml file. If you open the pom.xml file, in the pom.xml file, you will have a section known as dependencies section, where you will add all the dependencies. Okay, so all these libraries will be automatically downloaded and configured in this project when you save the project. You can use other build management tool known as Gradle. Here in this project, in this Cucumber project, we are using Maven. So we'll get pom.xml file. You can also use other thing known as Gradle. Okay, so I don't have a project with me right now in Eclipse IDE. Rather, I'll have a previous recording of my session here. A recorded video is there that I'm opening to you. And you can see this is a Gradle project. Like you create a Maven project in Eclipse IDE, you can also select to choose a Gradle project. Okay, and here you see in the build.gradle, okay, there will be a file known as build.gradle file, which will be coming by default when you create a Gradle project in Eclipse IDE. In that build.gradle project, here under the dependencies, you can provide the different dependencies. Okay, so here is the place you can add the dependencies. So this is not a Cucumber project, but I don't have a real-time example here. So you can also integrate this Gradle, okay, build management tool with Cucumber project or non-Cucumber project. So the question here, name any two build management tools that can be integrated with Cucumber are Maven and Gradle in my case, because mostly in real time, these are the two major build management tools that are very popular. Okay. So if you get this kind of question, better to answer Maven and Gradle, where Maven is the mostly used ones, followed by Gradle. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what software do you need to run Cucumber in Java? Let me Answer. In order to run Cucumber in Java, we need all this software. Okay. So let me explain one by one. First, we need Java JDK software. So in my machine, I'm able to run Cucumber in Java because all the softwares are already installed and configured in this machine. Let me show you how they are. So first one, Java. Let me click here and let me go to this control panel where all my programs will be there, control panel, and you just select uninstall a program or programs, and you'll be taken to this section, and where you just find out whether Java is already there in my machine or not. Okay, I'll just select J. You see, Java Development Kit 17. Okay, some LTS, Java LTS version I have chosen to install. Okay, so this is already installed, and also not only installed, it is also configured in my project. Okay, if I go to this properties, that is system environment variables, you go here, Java is not only installed but also configured. Go to advanced tab, click on environment variables button, and here you see Java home is mentioned. Same time, if you go to the path and click on edit, somewhere here the Java bin folder path will be mentioned. You see, Java JDK bin folder path is mentioned. So this is how Java is installed and configured in my machine. Okay, for us to use or run Cucumber in Java, we need to have Java JDK installed and configured the way I showed you. Second thing, the build tools like Maven or Gradle should be there. I mostly prefer using Maven, and if not, we can also go for Gradle. That's okay. Let me show you the project where you see this is a Maven project. Okay, this is a Cucumber project, Cucumber framework or Cucumber project. I've created a Maven project. You see a small M symbol is coming. How to create Maven project? File, new. I have to select project and search for Maven here. And I have to select Maven project and click on next. Okay, normal project I should not be creating. I have to select the Maven build tool kind of project or Gradle kind of project. Okay, in this case, I was using Maven, okay, as a build tool while creating the project. That's the second thing. Third thing is we need to have the Cucumber libraries. Okay, in this Maven project, it's very easy to install and configure Cucumber libraries. For that, we have to go to this. When you create a Maven project comes by default with pom.xml file. If you open the pom.xml file in the dependency stacks, let the pom.xml file open here. So let's wait. Okay, pom.xml file got opened. Here there will be a section known as dependencies. Under that, I've added the libraries for Cucumber. That is, you see this one, Cucumber Java. Okay, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Core. These are all the libraries. Okay, Cucumber Core, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Java. 3 dependencies. From where I got these dependencies, I went to a website known as MVN repository. Like this, you have to search MVN repository, and here you just search for Cucumber. Then you will get all these libraries like Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Core. Somewhere Cucumber Core will be there. Okay, so like that, and take the same version. For example, for Cucumber Java, if you are taking 7.10.1, okay, for Cucumber JUnit also take 7.10.1. For Cucumber Core also take 7.10.1. So when you add these dependencies to your pom.xml file under the dependencies section and save the project, automatically these libraries or jar files of these libraries will be downloaded and automatically configured in this project for use. So these are the third set of softwares that we need for running Cucumber in Java or Cucumber libraries. Those 3 libraries from Cucumber we need. Then testing frameworks like JUnit or TestNG we need. Okay. So if you go here in the same pom.xml file of this Maven project, here JUnit. Okay, JUnit we have used. We have used JUnit libraries. Okay. These are unit testing frameworks or testing frameworks, either JUnit or TestNG we have to use. We have to add this JUnit or TestNG under the dependencies and save this. The libraries for JUnit will be automatically downloaded under this project and configured. Okay. So these are the set of softwares that we need to run Cucumber in Java. There is a Java JDK. Build tools like either you can go with the Maven or Gradle, or we need Cucumber libraries. And also we need testing frameworks or unit testing frameworks like JUnit or TestNG, okay, for running Cucumber in Java projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how does a JUnit test runner class look like? Let me answer. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where a sample Cucumber framework or Cucumber project is available. In this framework or project, somewhere here under src test Java, I created a runner package. Under the runner package, I created this test runner. Okay, the question is all about how does a JUnit test runner. Okay, this is nothing but a JUnit test runner, guys. First, we need to create a normal class in Java. You can name it anything like test runner, my test runner, whatever you feel convenient. Open that. So this is the class, public class, whatever the name you give for the class. Generally, people give my test runner, okay, this test runner, the test runner, whatever the name you feel convenient, okay. So on the top of this class, you need to provide an annotation known as @run with annotation. This annotation is from JUnit runner package or .JUnit runner package. From JUnit runner package, okay, you need to import this annotation, and in the circular brackets, you have to provide cucumber.class. This cucumber we have to import from Cucumber JUnit package. Okay, Cucumber JUnit package. Since we have added the libraries of Cucumber in this project, you'll be able to import this Cucumber from Cucumber JUnit. Okay, so once you create this class and specify this class with @run with and this cucumber.class. Under that, you can provide one more annotation known as cucumber options. Okay, this is also from cucumber JUnit annotation. This is also like cucumber is a cucumber JUnit annotation. Similarly, cucumber options is a cucumber JUnit annotation. Here you need to specify some properties of cucumber, like features property, where you need to specify where exactly the feature files are available in this project. You see, the feature files are available here under src test resources. Under the features folder, we have this. So we need to provide the path. Okay, under the project, you have to provide the path where the feature files are available. Okay, similarly, we have glue, where you provide the location where the step definition files for this steps that are there in the scenarios are implemented. Here they are implemented under the step definitions. The package name you have to provide under which step definition files are there, which are implementing the steps of the scenarios of this feature file. Similarly, we have something known as hooks, okay, which contains some setup and tear down code. That hooks are available here under hooks. The location or package name you have to provide under the glue. The glue will glue these feature files with the step definitions and hooks. That's the thing. Then we have something known as plugin, where several type of plugin types you can provide. So one of the plugin is, HTML, Cucumber HTML report. If you want to generate, you have to provide this plugin as a plugin value to this plugin. Okay, like that, many properties are there that you can provide under Cucumber option. Okay, these are few general properties. Like another properties are tags are there, dry run is there, strict is there. Many properties are there. Okay, so this is how a test runner will look like. Okay, JUnit test runner will look like in Cucumber projects. So this is how it looks like. You can have a glimpse of it at the end. Okay, this is how it looks like. So hope you got an idea how does a JUnit test runner in Cucumber project looks like. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, name any advanced framework design or framework that we can use with Cucumber or that people use in real time with Cucumber projects. Let me answer. In real time, people use Cucumber BDD framework with page object model design pattern as a advanced framework. Okay, so there are a lot of frameworks available in the market, but if you see anyone using Cucumber projects, okay, they generally prefer to use Cucumber BDD framework with page object model design pattern implemented. Okay, so here is an example of that Cucumber framework or Cucumber project which is using that Cucumber BDD with page object model. Okay, this is a Cucumber project. So Cucumber feature files are there, the step definition, so which are implementing the steps of the scenarios of the feature files are available. A test runner is there to run all these feature files and all. Everything is fine. Along with that, we have a page object model design pattern. Okay, if you go to the step definitions, okay, how the steps are implemented. For example, user navigates to login page. Here, steps are implemented in page object model design pattern. Okay, we have created separate page classes. For example, for the elements on the home page, we have created them under the pages package under src main java of homepage.java. If you go to the homepage.java, here page object model is implemented. Page object model with page factory design patterns are implemented. Okay, so you see these are all the locators, and for each and every locator there is a method, okay, that we are calling in the step definition methods. Okay, you see homepage dot click on my account. Where is this click on my account implemented? Inside this homepage. Okay, homepage dot click on my account. So if you go here, somewhere here, click on my account is there, and which element need to be clicked. Okay, which element need to be clicked, that all these details are there here. Element utils. Okay, element utils dot click on element my account drop menu you are clicking. Okay, this one, my account drop menu you are clicking. This is the web element, this element you are clicking. Okay, so like that. So the best or advanced framework that people use in real time projects with Cucumber projects are or is Cucumber BDD framework with page object model and page factory design pattern. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, and I have practically demonstrated one such kind of framework where Cucumber BDD with page object model and page factory design pattern is being used for creating the framework. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can Selenium be integrated with Cucumber tool? True or false? The answer is simply true. Let me practically demonstrate. Here, let me switch to an Eclipse IDE where we have a Cucumber project. Let me close all this stuff. Here we have a Cucumber project which is integrated with Selenium. Okay, so this project has both Cucumber libraries and Selenium libraries. How can I show you? I'll simply go to this Maven projects form.xml file. In this form.xml file, you can go to a section known as dependency stack section, where under the dependency stacks, you can see these are the Cucumber libraries. That is Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Core are the Cucumber libraries. Okay. And along with that, we also have the Selenium libraries. So we can use both Cucumber and Selenium together. So for this question, the answer is true. Selenium can be integrated with Cucumber is true. That I have practically proved you just now in this project. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can you name any other BDD tools except Cucumber? Let me answer. Apart from Cucumber tool that is there in the market for implementing BDD in the projects, we have other BDD tools like JBehave, basically for Java programming projects. Okay, projects using the Java programming, JBehave can be used. And but compared to Cucumber and JBehave, Cucumber has is kind of popular for Java projects. Okay, for implementing BDD in Java projects, people prefer Cucumber over JBehave, but still JBehave can be used. JBehave is from old times, whereas Cucumber is the latest and has become popular and even more popular than JBehave. Coming to the second one, that is SpecFlow for .NET projects using C# programming language. SpecFlow is a BDD which is popular in the market and used by most of the projects in real time. Then we have Behave for Python programming. Okay, so for the projects which are using Python programming language, if you want to implement BDD, we can use Behave as a BDD tool. So these are few popular BDD tools when compared to Cucumber, like JBehave, SpecFlow, and Behave, and there are many other BDD tools available in the market, but these are the noted and notable and popular ones in the market apart from Cucumber. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we write cucumber tags above feature keyword in feature files? Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, we can specify cucumber tags not only above the scenarios, but also above the feature keyword in the feature files. Let me practically demonstrate this for you and let me explain you why or what is the need of specifying this kind of cucumber tags not only about the scenario but about the feature keyword in the feature files. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample cucumber project or framework. Okay, in this we have some feature files. If I open one of the feature file like login.feature file, we'll see above every scenario some cucumber tags are mentioned like at the rate login, at the rate valid credentials, at the rate all. Here also at the rate login, invalid credentials, at the rate all. Like that, for every scenario, above every scenario, either before the scenario outline or above the scenario key Gherkin language keyword, we have specified some cucumber tags. But is there any cucumber tag specified before this or above this feature keyword? No. But we can do that. For example, at the rate login is applicable. This particular cucumber tag is applicable for all the scenarios in this feature file. So what I can do is instead of specifying this at the rate login before every scenario in this feature file, I'll just cut it from here and put it before this feature keyword. That's it. Okay. I don't have to mention everywhere. If I mention just before the or above the feature keyword in this feature file, this means this keyword is applicable for all the scenarios in this particular feature file. Here also you can remove now. Okay. Only one place you can provide. No need to provide. If it is common for all the scenarios, then no need to provide for each and every scenario. Similarly, at the rate all. Here you see, for every scenario, at the rate all is there in this feature file. I can provide it above this feature keyword. So I don't have to specify here. Okay. The common cucumber tags I can across all the scenarios in the same feature file can be moved to the top. That is specified above the feature keyword in the feature files. Now, if you go to the other one, register, here also I can provide at the rate all. Okay. At the rate all. Here also, I don't have to specify all cucumber tag. Okay. User defined tag for all the scenarios. Instead, I can just simply provide this cucumber tag just before the or above the feature, and it will be applicable for all the scenarios. Now, in this case, if I go to the test runner and if I say tags is equal to at the rate login, what will happen? All the scenarios in this login.feature file will run, even though at the rate login is not specified before every scenario, but it is mentioned at the feature level. Okay, that is above the feature keyword. So all the scenarios, how many scenarios are there in this login? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one of them is data driven. So 3 times the same scenario will run. So 3, I can consider this single one as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Total 7 tests will run. Okay, if I will run this test runner because the tag is at the rate login. Right click run as JUnit test. 7 tests will run. One of them is data driven test, so it will run 3 times. Remaining 4, 3 plus 4, 7. Okay, there is a problem. So what is the problem? Let's see. The problem is very simple. I just made a mistake here. Lowercase L should be there because here you see lowercase L is there. I mentioned capital L at that time. So that's why it's not recognizing. Now let me run it again. Right click run as JUnit test. It will run this time. All the 7 should run. You see 7, you can go and see in this JUnit tab and see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Total 7 are there. Okay, it will take some time for running each and everything. I don't want to do that. I'll just stop it. Okay, but total 7. Okay, 7 will be initiated. 1, 2, 3. Same scenario running 3 times. Let me stop all the stuff. Okay, and go here. Just still running or fine. Now, what if I say at the rate all? In this case, what will happen? I provided at the rate all in before or above the feature keyword in all the feature files. So not only the scenarios in this feature file, but scenarios in this feature file, scenarios in this feature file, everything will run. It will be applicable for all the scenarios in all the feature files. Okay. Before in, you see a lot of things. You see one. I'll stop this and just show you here under login all, under register all, under search all scenarios are running. Okay. So like this, guys. So hope, guys, you got an idea and you understood what is the purpose or advantage of specifying the Cucumber tags above the feature keyword in the feature files. It will be applicable for all the scenarios in the feature file. Okay. Instead of mentioning that same Cucumber tag above each and every feature file, that common Cucumber tag, you just move above the feature keyword in the feature file. So it will be similar to specifying that for each and every scenario in the feature file. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the jar files that need to be used for Cucumber? Let me answer. In projects where Cucumber tool is used, what are the jar files or libraries to be used? These are the three libraries or the jar files that we have to use. One is Cucumber Java, other one is Cucumber JUnit or Cucumber TestNG. Based on the unit testing framework or testing framework that you are using in your project, sometimes some people will use Cucumber with JUnit. Some people will use Cucumber with testing framework like TestNG. Okay. Depending on the testing framework, you can either go with Cucumber JUnit or Cucumber TestNG. And the other one is Cucumber Core. These are the three jars or libraries, you can say, which you have to use in the Cucumber projects. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and I'll just close all this stuff. And this is a Maven project. Okay, so it comes with pom.xml file. So you don't need to manually download any jar files here because it's a Maven project. In real time, everyone uses Maven project. So simply, we have to go to this pom.xml file, which comes with by default in this Maven project. And in this pom.xml file, there will be a section known as dependencies section. In that, you have to add the libraries of Cucumber. Three libraries, that is Cucumber, okay, Java, Cucumber, based on the programming language. If you are using Java programming language, then Cucumber Java is the library you have to, or dependency tag you have to add to this pom.xml file. Then Cucumber JUnit, based on the unit testing framework or testing framework you are using in your project, you have to go with Cucumber JUnit library. That is the second. For example, in this project, I'm using JUnit as a testing framework. You see JUnit as a testing framework. So I'll be going with Cucumber JUnit. Okay. Cucumber Java, because Java programming I'm using in this. So JUnit, unit testing framework is or testing framework is JUnit. So Cucumber JUnit, and last one is Cucumber Core. These three are enough, and make sure that they have the same version. If you are using Cucumber Java as 7.10.1, similarly use 7.10.1 for Cucumber JUnit and 7.10.1 for Cucumber Core. Latest common version you have to take. So these are the three libraries or jars that we have to use. From where we can get these dependencies, you can go to the website known as MVN repository. Okay, mvnrepository.com, and search for Cucumber. You'll get all of them. Just search for Cucumber and you'll get all these things like Cucumber Java. You will get, just go here inside and you see the 7.12.1 is there. And if I go for Cucumber JUnit, what is there? You see, there are two things here again. That is, InfoQux is there, IO Cucumber is there. Better to go for IO Cucumber, which is latest. Cucumber JUnit, IO Cucumber you go instead of InfoQux. Okay, so that you'll get a good latest version, 7.12.1. Okay, latest version. So then we have Cucumber Core. Where is Cucumber Core? Cucumber Core also go for IO Cucumber. And here also you see 7.12.1, which is latest common version is there that you can use. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the real-time use of Cucumber BDD tool? Let me answer. So, these are the real-time needs or uses of using a Cucumber kind of tool in the projects for implementing BDD, that is behavior driven development. The first one or the first real-time use is to automate the acceptance testing. Okay, what is acceptance testing? The testing performed to check whether the software functionality is meeting the user needs and expectations. Such kind of tests can be automated, okay, with the help of Cucumber tool. The scenarios which describe the expected behavior of the system from a user perspective, such kind of test automation is possible with Cucumber. The next one, collaboration. Since the Cucumber will allow you to write the test scenarios in human readable format that anyone can understand, technical people, non-technical people, business team, developers, testers, any other stakeholders, everyone can understand, they can collaborate, they can communicate well. That's another advantage. Okay. And third one is for implementing the behavior driven development. This is the main one. Okay, for implementing the behavior driven development, here the focus of the development is not on which tool you are using, which technology you are using, which skill set you have, how many resources, what is the timeline. This is not the case in normal development methodology or projects. The main focus will be on how to develop, like which tools to be used, which resources are needed, how many resources are needed, what is the timeline required, which architecture we have to use. All these are the things that are generally considered in normal development projects. But in the projects where Cucumber kind of tools are used for implementing BDD, that is behavior driven development, the main focus is not on how to rather than what to. Okay, focus is on what to be developed. That is what behavior should the software functionality should possess. Okay, should have while the time they get delivered into the market, how the software should behave. The behavior, the user needs and expectations is a main focus point, okay, of BDD development approach. Okay, focusing on behavior and business value rather than technical stuff or how to get it done. Okay, what to be created is more important than how to be how to create it, which tools to be used and all. Okay, so this is the real-time use of Cucumber tool for implementing the BDD, which is the main one to focus. Okay, to have the number one focus on the behavior expectations or business need expectations of the software, how the software should work. Okay, that's the first one. And second one is the collaboration, like because of its easy human readable format, everyone can understand it. Okay, and technical, non-technical guys, everyone can collaborate, review. Okay, so there will not be any communication mistakes and right product will be created or developed. Automating the acceptance test, since it is all about user perspective and what user wants and what behavior user needs. Okay, by the end of the software gets delivered into the market. So it is all about automating the acceptance testing. It's generally used in automation projects, okay, like Selenium automation projects, where the tests or test scenarios created will be of which type, acceptance test type. They will be automated. Okay, so this is a real-time use of Cucumber, using Cucumber tool in the projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the plugin's name that is used to integrate Cucumber tool into Eclipse IDE? Let me answer. There is a plugin known as Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin that need to be installed in Eclipse IDE as a plugin. Okay, so that we can integrate Cucumber into the Eclipse IDE projects. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. And this is Eclipse IDE where Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin is already installed. Okay. So if it is not installed, these feature files will not be recognized. Okay. If Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin is not installed in this Eclipse IDE, then under the features, we have these feature files, .feature. They are recognized with some Cucumber icon. This will not happen. You will instead get an error saying that there is no Cucumber tool or plugin installed already. Then how to install it? In the beginning of the project, when you start creating the project and start creating the feature files, before you create the feature files, it's better that you first install this Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. But from where you can install, simply go to help and go to this install new software. Otherwise, go to Eclipse Marketplace is the best place. Eclipse Marketplace, go to Eclipse Marketplace. You will get this kind of dialogue saying Eclipse Marketplace. Okay. So in the Eclipse Marketplace, you'll see something known as search here. Let it load. Let it load. Okay. Once it is loaded, the search box will, this find box will be enabled. In that, you just type something like cucumber. Okay. So almost there. Let's wait for it to get enabled. This find box got enabled now. Now, once it got enabled and some options got loaded here, now here search for cucumber, cucumber and search. Okay. And then you will get this plugin known as Cucumber Eclipse plugin, which is already installed. If you are getting installed means I have already installed. If it is not installed, then you will get an install button here. Okay. You can even go here to the installed option and there also you can see you can uninstall and install if you want. Okay, if you want to try to uninstall and see how we can install, I can uninstall here and install it again. Okay, so anyhow it is installed. This is how it looks like. You just search for cucumber here and you'll get this cucumber eclipse plugin with some version and all. If you get this install button, just click on install. It will install. It will ask you to restart and all those stuff, and after that these features files will be recognized with this cucumber icon. That proves that Cucumber Eclipse ID plugin is successfully installed in your Eclipse ID. Okay, in order to integrate Cucumber into your projects, we have to install this plugin known as Cucumber Eclipse ID plugin. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are Gherkin keywords? Let me answer. First of all, Gherkin is a language that Cucumber tool can understand. Cucumber is a BDD tool. If you want to implement behavior-driven development in your projects, then we have to use the tools like Cucumber, and such kind of Cucumber tools can understand a language known as Gherkin language. Okay, Gherkin is nothing but a language which Cucumber tool can understand. So Gherkin language is in plain English, okay, containing some keywords. Okay, Gherkin language will contain some keywords. Along with that, we'll write the things in English that anyone can understand. Technical people, non-technical people, business team, development team, testing team, other stakeholders, anyone can understand because this is in plain English using some keywords. To create a structure, we have some keywords in Gherkin language. Okay, and this Gherkin language is understood by Cucumber tool. Cucumber tool can understand it. Okay, that's another advantage. So what are the keywords that are there in Gherkin language apart from writing the test scenarios in English format that any human can read and understand, technical or non-technical? Okay, what are the keywords we have to structure these English statements for creating the scenarios and all in the feature files of the projects? Okay, using Cucumber. The keywords that belong to Gherkin language to structure this English statements in Gherkin language are: feature is one of the keyword. Then we have scenario keyword. Then we have given, when, then, and, but, scenario outline, examples. Let me practically show you these keywords. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. I'll open some feature files. So first I'll open this register.feature file. Here on the top, you see there is a keyword known as feature keyword. Okay, this is from Gherkin language. Okay, this complete feature file is written in English format, which is nothing but Gherkin language, which contains some keywords, Gherkin language keywords associated with some English statements. Okay, feature is one of the keyword. Then scenario is keyword, given, when, and, then, scenario, given, when. These are all keywords, guys. Okay, these are all keywords. Fine. And if I go to this search, we have one more keyword like background keyword. I can also add the background keyword to this list. There's one more keyword like background keyword. Okay, every keyword has a purpose and all in Gherkin language. Okay, so here feature already covered, scenario, given, when, then, and all those stuff. And if you go to this login, we have this scenario outline keyword being used, and here examples is another keyword. Examples is another keyword. So these are the different keywords we have in Gherkin language, which can be understood by a BDD tool known as Cucumber tool. Okay, feature, scenario, given, when, then, and, but, scenario outline, examples, background. Okay, these are the commonly used Gherkin language keywords in Cucumber BDD projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, if before hook is available and background is also available for a scenario, in that case, in which order they will be executed? First, before hook will be executed or background will be executed? In which order? The answer is first, before hook will be executed. Okay, then only the background will be executed. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and launch this. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to launch the Cucumber BDD project. Now let me open this search.feature file, one of the feature file in this Cucumber project. Okay, let me open this search.feature file. In this, there are different scenarios, and you can see that here there is a background keyword used. Okay, that means this particular step will be executed before every scenario. This is a common predict side step for every scenario in this particular feature file. Okay, so background. Similarly, here somewhere we have hooks. Okay, my hooks. Just open that, and in that hooks, we have this before hook and after hook. So the question here is, first before hook will be executed or background step will be executed. Okay, the answer I already told you is before hook will be executed first. So first properties will be loaded and the application URL will be opened. Okay, if the before hook is executed first before this background keyword or background step, that means first the URL will be opened. URL of the application will be opened in the browser. Okay, then only user opens the application. Okay, so then only the user will be taken to particular application page, or first URL will be opened in the browser, then only remaining things will happen. Fine. So how to prove that? So here what is implemented in this user opens application? Let's see. Let's go to the search and the background. We have user opens application. Here we are simply getting the driver. Okay, or else I'll just make a printout. Okay, just to prove like which one is executed first. This is this is background. Okay, this is background, and here also in hooks also I'll add a print statement. Okay, so with the help of these print statements, we can find out like which one is executing first. So this is before hook. Okay, this is before hook. Okay, let's see whether before hook will be printed first or this background keyword step. Okay, that is background will be printed first. Okay, first anyhow I told you first before hook will be executed, then only this background keyword step will be executed. Okay, so to run one of the scenario here, I'll just write down @search. Okay, only for this scenario I'm writing @search, and I'll just go to. So if you get this kind of stuff, okay, it's gone anyhow. So @search, I'll go to this runner class, test runner. And here in the tags, I'll say @search. Only one scenario is mentioned with @search. And when it is executed, you can see that first this before hook will be executed first. So before hook will be printed in the output console. And after that only this background step will be executed. Okay. So let's run this test runner. Right click, run as JUnit test. Only one scenario will be running, and we can see the order in which before hook and background step will be executed. Okay, nothing is getting printed there anywhere. Let's see the output console. Okay, done, close. You can see here some print statements happened. First, you see before hook got printed and then background. So this proves the order. So when you have both before hook and background, okay, in your project, first before hook will be executed, then only background. So this proves that the print statement order will prove that. Okay, now let me do something and let me clear out all this stuff. Okay, let me remove these tags from here, and just to make it clean. And here I'll just remove this print statement just for demonstration purpose to show you the order. I just added the print statement in before hook method and background step, one of the common background step in the search. Here I'll remove the tag also. Done. Now good. Fine. Let me close all this stuff. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the types of reports that are generated by Cucumber JUnit projects? Let me answer. These are the different type of reports: HTML reports, JSON reports, XML reports. These are the different type of reports that can be generated by Cucumber JUnit projects. First, coming to the HTML report. For generating the HTML report in the test runner class, we have to specify or pass this value. So the type of the report is HTML. Under which location? Under the target folder of the project. You can give any location here where you want to generate the report. And with the name, this is the name of the report. You can give any name here. And the extension should be .html. Okay. So the format or the type of the report is HTML : then followed by the location with the name of the report and extension of the report. Okay, we have to give like this. Let me practically show you this one. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Cucumber framework or project. In this framework or project, somewhere here we have the test runner class. If you open that, the test runner class, in the Cucumber options annotation, some properties will be there. There's a property known as plugin property. To this, you have to specify this HTML thing as a value. That is, type of the report is HTML : this is the location. You see under this project, under the target folder, this is the target folder. Under the target folder, okay, you can give the another folder name or location, complete folder name or location you can give, that's all fine. And here you have to give the name of the report and extension of the report. You see under this, under the Cucumber reports folder, okay, with this name Cucumber report and extension HTML, a report has been created or generated. Okay. So similarly, we can also generate JSON reports or XML reports. Coming to JSON reports, instead of providing HTML as a format here before the colon, you have to mention JSON : and remaining thing is same. Okay, target, some folder under that with the name and extension should be JSON. Okay. So if you want to generate, instead of HTML report, if you want to generate a JSON report, you have to specify this into this plugin as a value to this plugin in the test runner class. And the other type of report that you can generate or other format of the report that you can generate is XML report. That is, to do that, you have to specify, instead of HTML JSON, you have to write JUnit : okay, JUnit you have to mention. Okay, for XML you should not mention XML. Rather, you have to mention JUnit : and the location under that, the name of the report and the extension of the report. That is the XML is the extension. Okay, this particular thing you have to pass to the plugin in that Cucumber options property plugin. You have to pass as a value. Okay, so accordingly, if you mention this one, HTML report will be generated. If you mention this one, JSON report will be generated for you. If you mention this one, XML report will be generated for you. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to run multiple feature files in Cucumber projects. Let me answer. There are different ways to run multiple feature files in Cucumber projects. Okay, this is one of the way, and there is one more way also. Let me practically demonstrate them for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber framework or project. Under this project, somewhere here, we have this test runner class. In this test runner class, you have this Cucumber options annotation. Under this Cucumber options annotation, we have some properties like features, glue, and plugin. We have to go to this features property, and to which we have to provide the path of the features. Okay, feature files. Okay, so if you can provide a path where multiple feature files are available, then using Cucumber, we can run all those multiple feature files. This is one of the way. Okay, so for example, under this project, under this SRC test resources, under this project, if I close this like this, under this project, under this SRC test resources, under this features folder, we have multiple feature files. Simply provide the location of this features folder here from under the project, under SRC, under test, under resources, under the features folder, we have multiple feature files. So like this, if you provide the path and now run this, right click run as JUnit test, all the scenarios from all the feature files will run. This will run the multiple feature files is one of the way. You see, just I'll stop it here for an instance and just see here. You see, login related scenarios are running, register related scenarios are running, search related scenarios are running. So we are able to run multiple feature files. This is one way, or there's also another way. For example, I don't want to run all the three feature files. Let's say I want to run only login and search. I don't want to run register. How to do that? Still also multiple, right? Login and search also multiple, but I don't want to run register. Then how to do that? For that, there's a way. Instead of providing the location, entire location like this, where all these feature files are available, simply provide the curly brace. Okay, here end the curly brace and put a comma. Again, provide double quote. And here, write down SRC test resources under the features. Give the name of the feature file. For example, login.feature. Under the features folder, login.feature. This is one feature file I want to run. And along with this, I would like to run one more feature file. That is multiple feature files only, right? So copy this entire thing. And in place of that login.feature, give search.feature. Okay, here give search.feature. Now what will happen? Multiple feature files are running. And that too, whatever the feature files you want to run, they are running. Okay. This time register will not run. Right click, run as JUnit test. These are the multiple ways of running multiple feature files in Cucumber projects. Either you can provide the location where entire feature files are available, or you can specify multiple paths of the separate feature files that you want to run. Okay, let me stop it so that you can see from here. I don't have to prove you by running. You see, login related feature files and search functionality related search feature file related scenarios and login feature file scenarios are running. Only two. Okay, register is not running. Like that, guys. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to run multiple feature files in Cucumber. Either you specify the separate paths of the feature files like this to this features property under the Cucumber options of the test runner class, or you provide the single folder path where all the feature files are available. Any of the way you can follow. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to create a feature file in Cucumber projects. Let me answer in a practical way. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. And here we have a sample framework or sample Cucumber project. And I need to show you how to create a feature file in this project. So generally, we create the feature files in the Cucumber projects under SRC test resources. Okay. Generally, we have SRC main Java, SRC test Java, SRC test resources. So in real time, people create the feature files under SRC test resources. So let me expand this SRC test resources, and here we create a features folder. Okay. So in real time, people create features folder. So once this features folder is created, you can create something like this, right? Like new, select the folder and give the name as features. That's it. Okay. Once the features folder is created, now right click on this features folder. Already some feature files exist here. Let's say I would like to create one more feature file. So right click here, new, and say file. You'll get this kind of dialog where in the file name, you just give the name of the feature file. For example, logout is the name. Okay. And the extension should be dot feature. You should be extremely careful about the extension. Okay. This is what is important. FEATURE. Okay. Then click on finish. A feature file with the name logout.feature will be created. Some text will be auto-generated. If you want to keep it and modify it, it's up to you. Or if you want to write on your own, you can delete everything and start writing by yourself like this. Okay. So this is a way to create a feature file. Okay. Let me delete this. This is just for demo purpose. I created this feature file to show you how to create a feature file in the Cucumber projects. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different ways to run Cucumber JUnit tests in parallel? Let me answer. There are different ways to run Cucumber JUnit tests in parallel. So one way is by using this Maven Surefire plugin, okay? Or we can also use Maven failsafe plugin, okay? To run the Cucumber JUnit tests in parallel, we either have to modify this Maven Surefire plugin in the pom.xml file, or we can modify this Maven failsafe plugin in the pom.xml file. So let me show you some more details. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this project, Cucumber project. And here we have this pom.xml file. If you go to this pom.xml file, you'll see some plugins section, okay? Under the build plugin management, you can see this plugin section where you will see a plugin known as Maven Surefire plugin. This need to be modified, okay? If you want to run this Cucumber JUnit tests in parallel, then you have to modify this Maven Surefire plugin. Then what type of changes we have to do here? For that, I'll show you. I'll take you to one website. That is cucumber.io parallel execution. Just simply say that Cucumber.io parallel execution. There is a documentation here. In that, everything is there. Okay, just go there and come to this JUnit 4. And here they're clearly mentioning that if you want to run Cucumber JUnit tests in parallel, either you have to use, okay, either you have to use Maven Surefire plugin or you have to use Maven failsafe plugin. Okay. So how to modify this Maven Surefire plugin that is there in this pom.xml file under this plugins section. So this is the code you have to, these are the steps you have to follow. And after the steps, just go to that pom.xml file and modify that thing, okay, under the plugins for this Maven Surefire plugin, modify that. This one, you just copy paste, okay? Just replace this part with this one, okay, from the documentation of the Cucumber. So here, you are saying parallel methods and use unlimited threads is equal to true and all, okay? Similarly, you can also use Maven failsafe plugin. Okay, instead of Maven Surefire plugin, you can also use Maven failsafe plugin in the same pom.xml file. For that, you have to copy this plugin and paste into this plugins part. Okay, so this is Maven failsafe plugin. Here you have to mention everything parallel, use unlimited threads, and you see you can if you don't want to mention unlimited threads means every test will run in every scenario will run in parallel. Rather, if you want to limit the count, like how many scenarios at a how many tests at a time should run in parallel, then in place of this configuration, remove this, replace this configuration with this configuration. Okay, replace this configuration with this configuration. Parallel methods thread count 4 like that. Okay, instead of use unlimited threads, you can say thread count 4. Okay, so here also same thing. Replace this configuration in Maven Surefire plugin with this configuration. So these are the ways. Okay, these are the two ways that you can enable parallel execution for Cucumber JUnit tests. Okay, how to use Maven Surefire plugin, how to use Maven failsafe plugin to run the test in parallel. The clear documentation is provided here in this cucumber.io. Okay, documentation where you just follow the steps and you'll be able to run the test in parallel just by modifying that plugin things. Either Maven Surefire plugin you have to modify in the pom.xml file, or you just add this Maven failsafe plugin into the pom.xml file. And here, either unlimited threads to be run in parallel, or you want to limit the number of threads like 4 or, okay, how many threads or how many tests you want to run in parallel. In place of this unlimited, you just provide thread count. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is Cucumber open source? Let me answer. Yes, Cucumber is open source. There are two types of tools in Cucumber. One is Cucumber Open and other one is Cucumber Studio. Out of these two tools, only one is open source. That is Cucumber Open is open source. Let me practically show you on the website of Cucumber. Okay, let me take you to the official website of Cucumber. That is, let me open this browser and type here cucumber.io. And once you are on the home page of this official website of Cucumber, that is cucumber.io, here you will see something known as tools. Click on these tools. There are two tools. One is Cucumber Open and other one is Cucumber Studio. Okay. So Cucumber Open is open source. Okay. The code written by the developers of Cucumber Open is open to everyone and it's also free. Okay. You don't have to pay any license amount or something. Okay. It's completely open source and free to use. Whereas under the pro list, okay, we have the trial and we have to pay the license amount for Cucumber Studio and Cucumber for Jira. These are not open source. These are the paid ones. Okay. And the code is also not open to everyone. Okay, here, but Cucumber Open is open source. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is Cucumber open source? The answer is yes for Cucumber Open tool, but no for Cucumber Studio and Cucumber for Jira. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we select elements by their attribute value using CSS selectors locator? Let me answer. This is the syntax of the CSS selector locator for locating the elements by using their attribute value. Okay. First, we have to provide the tag name, and in the square bracket, we have to provide the attribute name is equal to, and in double quotes, you have to provide the value of that attribute. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open this browser, and here I'll take you to one sample application URL, that is omai.blogspot.com. And after going there, let me locate some element, okay, using the CSS selector locator by using the attributes value, okay. So which element should I take? So I'll be taking this login button. Okay, this login button I would like to locate. Right click on this login button, select inspect option. You'll get the HTML code of the login button. Okay, this is the HTML code of this login button. Now, after selecting this, say Control F, and you'll get this text field here. Now, just simply say input tag name is input. You just follow the syntax. First, you have to give the tag name, square bracket. So first I have to give input, square bracket. In that, the name of the attribute is value and value of the attribute is login. Okay, this is the value. So I'll simply write down like this: tag name, square bracket, value attribute name is equal to any attribute name, okay, to which you have to pass the value. In single quote or double quote, you can give this login. Generally, I prefer single quote, okay, login. The value of this value attribute of this login button. You see, only one element is getting located. This is a highlighted HTML code element is getting located. Over the mouse, you see, on the UI, on the above UI, login button is getting highlighted. That means using the CSS selector, we are able to locate this login button. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can we move to nth child element using CSS selector locator? Let me answer. Here is the syntax of CSS selector locator for locating the nth child element, okay? A element which is at a particular nth position, okay? If you want to find using CSS selector, then we have to use tag name colon nth hyphen child and here number, position number 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that I will understand in a better way. For that, I'll open any browser and take you to some sample application URL. Once we go to this application URL, the sample application URL, somewhere here, we have the list of fruits. Okay, let's say I would like to locate banana or grapes or whatever the position element I would like to locate. Here, list of elements are there. In that, one of the positional element I would like to locate with the help of nth child. Okay, syntax and all. For that, I'll select this and right click, inspect. I'll get the HTML code and just go to the top to see if there is a proper locator for locating like ID or something. If there is not there, it's not there. Let's go to the top still. You see here some div tag with some ID is there. Copy this ID. With the help of this, I'll come to that li tags. I'll simply create a CSS selector. I already copied this value of this ID attribute value of this div tag. Control F and simply write div ID is equal to, I'll give the value in single quotes. This div tag got located. Somewhere under the due tag, somewhere bottom. Here somewhere we have this UL. Under that we have LI. Give UL. Till here we came. And under that we have LI. Okay. All these apple, mango are list elements. I'll say LI. Now how many? 1 out of 6. So they are nothing but apple, mango, orange, banana. You can see on the UI what got located. Total 6 elements got located, which are nothing but this list of fruits got located. Now in this LI, I would like to locate a particular one. Okay, if I give colon nth hyphen child of 1, it will locate only apple. Locate only apple. Okay, if I give 5, this element is getting located. Grapes are getting located. Okay, if I give 3, what is getting located? Orange is getting located. Okay, this is how we can locate a nth child element out of the list of elements using CSS selector locator with the help of this syntax. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain the procedure to create Cucumber end-to-end tests. Let me answer. So what is the procedure in Cucumber projects to create Cucumber end-to-end test? First, we need to create the feature file. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber framework per project. So under this project, under this SRC test resources, under this features folder, which I have created earlier, first we have to create a feature file here. Okay. So already some feature files exist like login.feature, register.feature, search.feature. Similarly, you have to create one more feature file. For example, I'll just create one sample feature file, right click new file like this and give some name. Let's say sample itself. Okay. So you have to give proper names like login, register, search, logout, and all. But here this is for just for example. So sample dot extension should be feature. Like this, first you have to create a feature file. Okay. So it will auto generate some scenarios and all those things for you. So either you can keep them or you can clear it out and write them by yourself. Okay. Write the feature keyword and say sample feature functionality. Okay. And then write down scenario keyword and start creating a scenario. Okay. So sample scenario 1. And here under this, write down some steps using the Gherkin language keywords. Even feature and scenario are also Gherkin language keywords. And we have other Gherkin language keywords like given, sample given. Okay. And sample, let's say sample given and when sample when and sample when and then sample then and sample then and. Okay, but also you can write sample then but. Like that you can create some scenario. This is not a valid scenario anyhow. If you have to look into a particular valid scenario, it will look something like this. For example, if I take to you to this restart.feature file, you can see some sample scenarios here. Okay. So if you see this kind of yellow color kind of stuff, right click on the project and say Maven and say update project. Okay. Sometimes after a while, right, they get, you'll get this kind of warnings. Just update the Maven project, they will be resolved. Once the Maven project updates, you see, they got resolved. So this is one sample scenario. Okay. So here I just created for you. I'll just delete it. Okay. I'll just delete this sample.feature file. It's not required. I just wanted to show you how to create a feature file for you. So anyhow, it's taking some time. Fine. Anyhow, the scenario will look something like this. Let me delete this file, sample.feature, not required anymore. So let's focus on some scenarios which I already have created. Why it's not getting deleted? Let me delete it again. Okay, delete. An exception has been caught. Problems encountered. Okay, simply right click and say Maven update project. Say okay. Okay, done. Now let's try to delete this. Sometimes things may happen like this. Okay, some operation is going on to delete this. Let's wait. Okay, we got this dialog, say okay, it got deleted. Fine, anyhow, let's look into one of the feature file. Okay, this is how we create the feature file with some scenarios. This first scenario, this is second scenario, and so on. Okay, multiple scenarios you can create. For each and every step here, the next thing is after creating the feature file and creating the scenarios with the help of Gherkin language keyword in the feature file, then you have to create a step definition file, okay, like this. So for example, for this register.feature file here, step definition package you created under src-java, under that you created a class known as register.java, which is a step definition file, okay? Step definition class file, which contains the methods which are implementing the steps in this scenarios of this feature file, okay? Open this register.feature file and implement the steps. So this is how it looks like, okay? Each and every step we are going to implement, okay? Given user navigates to register account page, you write some code, okay? Some Selenium Java code you write, for example. User enters the details into the below fields and, okay, you write the Selenium Java code for entering the details into all the fields on the register account page. Then user selects privacy policy, user selects the privacy policy, user clicks on continue button, okay? User account should get created, like that. All methods you create, implement them, whatever the steps that are there in this register.feature file scenario, implement them in the step definition file. After that, create this test runner under the runner package, under src test java, create this my runner or test runner, whatever the name you want to give. Just open that and create the test runner like this, class like this, and on the top of this provide this @run with annotation from JUnit runner package, and write cucumber.java, take this cucumber from cucumber JUnit, okay, package. And after that, provide this cucumber options annotation, provide some properties, and specify the location where the feature files are available, provide the location where the step definitions files, where the steps of this scenarios of the feature files got implemented, and provide the location where the reports and which type of reports to be generated and all, okay, and many more stuff like this. Like this, create some runner class, right click, say run as, and JUnit test run, okay. All the scenarios which are mentioned in this feature file will run by calling the methods in this step definition files. So guys, you got an idea like end-to-end test, how to create an end-to-end test, explain the procedure. This is how we create an end-to-end test. First, we'll create a scenario in the feature file, and the steps in the scenario of the feature file will implement in the step definition class file. And then we'll create the test runner class. We'll provide the location of the feature file, step definition file, and provide other properties to generate the reports and all. And finally, we'll run it. And these feature files will run by calling the implemented methods, step definition methods in the step definition file. So hope guys you got an idea how to explain the procedure to create the Cucumber end-to-end tests in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye.